खेलूं मैं बुड़काई टेंकाई छी लाइफस्टाइल चाहिए मुझे हाई फाई प्लीज गेम में कसूया में हे हाई छी माल साफ होता है यहाँ पे सीट बाय सीट कोट पीस चला रात भर नो सीन when I break that ice I need morphine mosquito bites can you put up more teen मेरा future है दिखता मुझे foreseen and I put it on nobody I put it on my team this and rap cities they feel like a queen stack the racks up मैं खा जाऊंगा scene इनकी बातों पे अंधा ना करता यकीन मेरे इन कानों में बचता ना बीन don't wanna talk to a leave it on scene text from my next that why you be mean and I'm pouring my drink with a bit of codeine and it wasn't my plan to spit on his beat but something inside me bringing my heat got enough feet and I'm planting my seed went back to the back like I'm following a lead back on my trades and I'm feeling like Jack and I'm throwing my jabs like Muhammad Ali came back to my roots to the same fucking dudes still feel like going back to the middle of East a homecoming season precaution proceeding I'm feeling a sequel of series on series don't call me in a meeting or when I'm eating or sleeping like why the fuck are you so needy tit for tat I believe in that I don't miss on that never did it in fact make a move exact none taken back my city fucking knows that I'm never gonna lack when I make it big then I know they gon' listen sorry but you all not allowed in the kitchen said they were with me the truth was missing the trust given once now it's all suspicion fuck that cause I caught it's a season of comeback बैठी है गवाह मेरी जनता they know that I've already done that मेरा हक कैसे नहीं बनता when I never gave up in a combat जब सामने था तो करी इज्जत नहीं so don't cry when I leave and I told you this before and that is a fun fact तो बोलेगी नहीं मैं हमेशा सही तू फिर से गलत तेरा जो मन है तू करता वही तेरा कर्तव्य कभी भी बदलेगा नहीं Looking still treats me better than you जबकि वो मुझे तो जानता ही नहीं That's exactly what I'm trying to tell you क्योंकि वो तेरा से जानता ही नहीं मेरा promise to keep myself tucked in a seat with a fucking seatbelt and keep myself so busy
Yo, what is up, chat? Welcome back to another beautiful watch party, baby. यार आज बिल्कुल मेरे अंदर जान नहीं थी यार आज नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम करने की, तो इसीलिए मैं साला सीधा वॉच पार्टी करने आ गया. आई एम रियली सॉरी कि आज गेम प्ले स्ट्रीम नहीं हो पाई, बिकॉज कल रात को कल का स्ट्रीम जो था वो ऑलमोस्ट 8 घंटे 15-20 मिनट के आसपास खिंच गया था. तो कल मैं बहुत ज़्यादा टायर्ड था और कल मैं लिटरली खाना खाते खाते सो गया. सोच रहे हो मैं डाइनिंग टेबल बैठा हूँ, खाना खा रहा हूँ, उधर ही सो गया. और मेरे को याद ही नहीं कि मैं कब सुबह मतलब कब मिडिल ऑफ द नाइट में कब उठ के आके अपने बेड पे सो गया. मेरे को पता ही नहीं चला भाई. और मैं इतना थका हुआ था अंदर से भाई साहब, मैं बता नहीं सकता भाई. बट मैंने एक पूरा चिकन कढ़ाई और 2 नान और उसके साथ साथ थोड़ा चावल और चिकन चिल्ली इतना खाया है. मुझे कुछ दिख क्यों नहीं रहा है अब यार. चश्मे की सख्त ज़रूरत है. मेरा चश्मा टूट गया है, पता है तुम लोग को. मैं ट्रैफिक सिग्नल में अपना चश्मा नीचे गिरा दिया और वो टूट गया. अब मैं वापस नया चश्मा नए फ्रेम बनाने के लिए मेरे को टाइम नहीं मिल रहा कि अब कौन सा लूँ. समझ में नहीं आ रहा मेरे को. क्यों मार रहा है भाई, डाइट कर रहा. अरे भाई यार, किसी दिन जिस दिन भाई बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाता है ना, उस दिन मन करता है कि यार आज खा लेते हैं, क्योंकि मैं बहुत टाइम से कुछ अच्छा नहीं खाया था, समझ रहे हो. तो इसीलिए ना मैं सोचा कि आज खा लेते हैं. आज कोई वो नहीं करते, आज खा ही लेते हैं. चैट तो बढ़ानी पड़ेगी ना स्क्रीन से, क्योंकि तुम लोग कुछ भी लिखते हो और वीसीडी स्क्रीन पे तो ये दिखानी चाहिए. ये हुई ना बात बढ़िया. व्हाट्स अप चैट, व्हाट्स अप, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. जिसको मैंने हाय हेलो नहीं बोला है, प्लीज हाय हेलो लिख दे स्ट्रीम पे. और मैं रुको एक सेकंड इंस्टाग्राम पे स्टोरी डालता हूं. भाई ये देखो ये वाली हाइड एंड सीक है, ये मोका वाली हाइड एंड सीक. आहा.
But I also think it's really interesting, Benji was talking about how they actually beat, which is they both had a lot of time to prep, they both came with different things, and on the day, the Heretics different things, which is better.
मैं तुम लोग को हाय लिखने बोला, पर मैं किसी को हाय हेलो नहीं करूंगा, बिकॉज़ तुम लोग के पास मेंबरशिप नहीं है. तो सिर्फ मेंबरशिप होगी तभी मैं हाय बोलूंगा. जैसे स्काई भाई, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द 5 months. थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द 5 months बेबी. इंस्टाग्राम पे स्टोरी डालना भूल गया. रुक जाओ भाई, आजकल मैं हर जगह बहुत एक्टिव हूँ, तो इसलिए मुझे अपनी एक्टिविटी दिखानी पड़ती है. रुको आज ना मैं ना आज दूसरा हेडफोन यूज करूंगा. आज मैं अपना वायरलेस वाला यूज करूंगा. क्रेजी आवाज आती है ना इसमें. सोनी ब्यूटीफुल हेडफोन है भाई. रुको आज ये वायर्ड वाला इसको सेटअप करने के लिए मेरे को अपना ब्लूटूथ लगाना पड़ेगा ना पीसी में. रुको एटीट्यूड और नहीं तो क्या. और सब भाई कार्बन मेरा भाई, अंश मेरा भाई, ट्रांसर शैडो, रेड एक्स पोटैटो, स्प्रे गॉड, हु आर वी सपोर्टिंग. वी आर गोइंग फॉर T1 फॉर द फर्स्ट गेम. And for the next one we are going Fnatic. क्रेजी मैच है आज तो, आज बहुत अच्छे मैचेस है भाई। ठीक है फिर डिसलाइक ही कर देता हूँ। नहीं वो लाइक डिसलाइक से फर्क नहीं पड़ता मेरे को ऑनेस्टली। वो चैट वी आर लाइव और आज है T1 वर्सेस टीम हेरेटिक्स और उसके बाद है Fnatic और MIBR का मैच। तो इसीलिए फट स्ट्रीम पे पुल अप करो। चलिए इंस्टाग्राम स्टोरी बन गई। TH फॉर द विन। अबे तू ये बताना भाई किसको सपोर्ट कर रहा है आज, बताया तो मेरी जान की मैं आज T1 को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ पहला गेम, और दूसरा गेम वी आर गोइंग Fnatic।
Against G2, Heretics only dropped 5 rounds on their defense, and it was this guy finding the openers that was the major reason why.
Absolutely outrageous. Let's hear from the man himself.
लटकेगा नहीं, याद रख माइक मेरे, आज तेरे को मैं लटकाऊंगा, आज तू नहीं लटकेगा। अच्छा और बताओ दोस्तों कैसे हो यार आप सब लोग, आपकी जिंदगी कैसी चल रही है, आप लोगों को मनोरंजन मिल रहा है कि नहीं? अच्छा अरे मिनी बू यार, ये वाली जो जैकेट्स बनाते हैं हेरेटिक्स की है, वैलोरेंट चैंपियंस की है भाई, ये मेरे को ना एक चाहिए, एक होना मेरे को अगर राइट, अगर आप कुछ देख रहे हो कि मैं देख रहे हो इतना वॉच पार्टी कर रहा हूँ, सब मैचेस देख रहा हूँ, तो एक ये तो भिजा ही सकते हो मेरे को। आई लव यू अगर कोई देख रहा है तो प्लीज T1 wins. Can practicing CS help me improve my aim in Valorant? 100% baby, 100%. MIBR let's go Brazil. भाई मेरे को नहीं लगता कि MIBR is strong enough to win against Fnatic, because Fnatic में वो दिन सिर्फ और सिर्फ बोस्टर खेला। Fnatic में वो दिन सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक आदमी खेला है, वो है बोस्टर। अब इसके मैप पे बोस्टर खेल रहा है Fnatic का और वो निकाल दिया मैच, समझ रहे हो? अभी वो 4 और खेल रहे होते तो ये तो खत्म ही था गेम। आपकी स्ट्रीम चालू है और कितना मनोरंजन चाहिए तुझे, तो TH सपोर्ट करना चाहिए। G2 को ग्रैंड फाइनल में हराया था T1 ने, अबे तो भाई TH ने भी तो हराया था G2 को अभी रिसेंटली, तो जो रिसेंटली हराया वो दुश्मन, पहले हराया था पुरानी दुश्मनी हम भूल जाते हैं, रिसेंट दुश्मनी हम याद रखते हैं। ये देखो, ये इसको देखो, ये जो है ना, इसको आज T1 को बजाना चाहिए, मजा आ जाएगा। किसको लटका रहा है? शट अप ब्रो, शट अप, स्टॉप हेटिंग फॉर नो रीजन, हाँ, स्टॉप हेटिंग फॉर नो रीजन। पर स्ट्रीम लाइक कर दो, लाइक नहीं किया तो जरा सा। अबे यार स्टोरी पोस्ट करना भूल गया ना मैं, स्टोरी बना तो लिया पर पोस्ट कौन करेगा? पार्ट तो भाई चलता नहीं है, जो चीज गई वो गई, अब दुश्मनी तो दुश्मनी हो गया। और और सब आर्यन भाई स्ट्रीम आज TH जीतेगी, लिख के ले लेना। अबे तो तू लिख के दे दे भाई। देख पहली बात, कोई भी जीते मेरे को फर्क नहीं पड़ता, क्योंकि हैप्पी बर्थडे नरेंद्र मोदी, तो मेरे को फर्क नहीं पड़ता कोई भी जीते, मैं तो सिर्फ G2 का चाटू हूँ। अबे यार कॉपी क्यों नहीं हो रही लिंक? ये ना बात, एक अच्छी स्टोरी बना के डालना। जिंदगी कितनी हार्ड है मेरी जिंदगी इतनी टफ है, तुम लोग को पता नहीं है। मैं एक AC रूम में PC के सामने बैठ के कुछ नहीं करना पड़ता, मेरे को जो खाना है वो खाता हूँ, जो पीना है वो पीता हूँ, और बैठ के मेरे को मैच देखना पड़ता है। इतनी टफ जिंदगी है मेरी, तुम लोग को पता है। 8 घंटे में बैठ के सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक मैच देखता हूँ, वैलोरेंट देखता हूँ। इतनी दिक्कतें होती है, इतना स्ट्रगल कर रहा हूँ मैं भाई। तुम लोग कभी बोलते हो कि आई लव यू क्लर्ज भाई? यार कितनी हार्ड जिंदगी है आपकी। कोई भी जीते क्या फर्क पड़ता है, W स्पीड। नो चैटिंग T1 winning against TH bro, I believe just him. T1 is winning against TH.
We can just beat anyone. That's what we believe always.
Watchparty live.
When we are down.
Hi cutie, what's up chill guy? अभी क्या लिख रहा है? Love you clutch man. I don't love you. अच्छा, I hate you brother. I hate you. I hate you so much.
Winning some rounds, you get the momentum and like.
आज सिर्फ एक ही मैच है क्या? नहीं यार, आज 2 मैचेस है ना, हर दिन 2 मैचेस होते हैं मेरी जान। जैसे आज है T1 वर्सेस TH और MIBR वर्सेस Fnatic। भाई पहला मैच तो मेरे को तो लग रहा है भाई 1 साइडेड जाएगा, टीम हेरेटिक्स हार जाएगी, 1 साइडेड हारेगी, ये मैं बोल रहा हूँ। मैंने ऐसा बोल दिया तो इसका मतलब है कि उल्टा भी हो सकता है, और अगर किस्मत अच्छी रही तो सीधा जैसा बोला है वैसा भी हो जाएगा, क्योंकि यू नो दिस इज अमृत। अमृत MIBR वर्सेस Fnatic। इसका कलर क्या करूँ साले? एक तो दिखते थोड़े कलर्स थे, आधे कलर दिखते हैं आधे नहीं दिखते मेरे को, मैं क्या करूँ?
I do almost anything he asks me, to be honest.
कुछ खाना है, क्या खाना है? जीटी के अलावा स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम कौन सी लगती है आपको? मेरे को डीआरएक्स लगती है, पर कल डीआरएक्स पिट गई तो अभी एनआरजी लगती है। आपको लव नहीं कर सकते? हाँ? किसी और को लव करते हो तो तुम मेरे से प्यार कर सकते हो ना। ये सेम ग्लासेस 20 रुपए ला। हाँ 20 रुपए का मिलता है तुम्हारे गांव में। डू यू गो टू कॉलेज? नहीं एक्चुअली आई डोंट ब्रो, बिकॉज मेरे पास तेरे को पता ही है, जैसा कि मेरे पास 50 एकड़ की खेत है, तो मेरे को पता, मेरे को मतलब जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। जब ज़रूरत पड़ती है मेरे को पैसे की, मैं बेच देता हूँ 1-1 एकड़। तो ऐसे में 50 बेच सकता हूँ, तो 1 एकड़ बेचने से मेरे 3 साल चलते हैं, तो 50 बेचूंगा तो तू सोचना मैं 150 साल चल सकता हूँ जिंदा, तो दिक्कत की बात ही नहीं है। PRX, अबे PRX का मैच थोड़ी है आज। 400 करोड़ के मालिक नहीं, 400 करोड़ नहीं बचा ना। व्हाट्सअप पुरुषोत्तम भाई, वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम मेरी जान। क्या इस चैंप्स में सेन वर्सेस PRX और सेन वर्सेस फनाटिक और PRX वर्सेस फनाटिक इनमें से कुछ हो सकता है? PRX वर्सेस फनाटिक मोस्ट प्रोबेबली हो सकता है, PRX वर्सेस DRX भी हो सकता है, पर सेंटिनल्स नहीं हो सकता। सेंटिनल्स नहीं हो सकता, ये ट्रूथ है। बूस्टर ने चैलेंज किया है आसपास को। भाई देख, तू भी मान सकता है ये बात, मैं भी मान सकता हूँ कि MIBR फनाटिक के सामने, देखो चैट, मैं तुम लोग को मैं स्टैटिस्टिकली बता रहा हूँ, ठीक है? तुम लोग को मैं स्टैटिस्टिकली बता रहा हूँ, स्टैटिस्टिकली, वेरी मच स्टैटिस्टिकली, कि कायाक वो दिन नहीं चला था। दोनों मैप जो फनाटिक ने खेला था उसमें कायाक नहीं चला था। अगर वो चल जाए, अल्फायर चल जाए, कायाक चल जाए, तो फिर तो भगवान ही बचा सकता है MIBR को। भगवान भी नहीं बचा सकता भाई, भगवान भी नहीं बचा सकता, फॉर रियल। देखो मैं जो बोल रहा हूँ, इतनी सी बात है, सुन लो, बात मान लो मेरी। आसपास हर बार 1v5 नहीं कर सकता, इग्नोर कर रहा। सॉरी अरनीश भाई, काया कर रहा है दोनों वही। व्हाट्सअप केस स्ट्रीम। PRX पसंद है ये पूछ रहा हूँ भाई, बहुत पसंद है PRX मेरे को। तो बस एक दिन फोर्सेकन के साथ खेलना है यार, और साथ नहीं खेलना है भाई मेरे को, एक्चुअली फोर्सेकन के साथ ना IRL करना है जिंदगी में एक बार। मतलब ना, अगर मेरे को थोड़ा आगे कुछ पहुंच जाओ ना बढ़िया, मेरे को पेपर एक से बूट कैंप जाने का है, बढ़िया चिल मारने का है 5 बंदों के साथ। बढ़िया लोग लगते हैं भाई मेरे को वो लोग वाइब लगते हैं। तुम्हारी नशीली प्यारी भरी आंखें तो दिखाओ एक बार। नहीं यार, नहीं दिखाऊंगा। वन गॉड कैन सेव आसपास। अबे ऐसा मत बोलो यार, ऐसा मत बोलो। देखो मेरी बात सुनो, MIBR का वो दिन मैच था, किसके अगेंस्ट मैच था? किसके अगेंस्ट मारा था आसपास ने? चट किसके अगेंस्ट था मैच MIBR का? शिट, मैं भूल कैसे गया। बिली गेम की अगेंस्ट था मैच, बिली के अगेंस्ट था ना। कल बोला था ना एनआरजी जीतेगी। नाइस यार, तेरे पे भरोसा है मेरे को। अभी देख यहाँ पे सब कास्टर्स बोल, तो पहले वाले में टीम हेरेटिक्स की तरफ पता नहीं क्यों ज्यादा वो है। ये करेंगे वॉच पार्टी यार। अरे बता रहा हूँ यार, बता रहा हूँ। बिली भाई जी कैसे हो? मैंने हेडफोन, ओह हेल ना।
सलाम
भाई ना आवाज।
सलाम
सलाम भाई जी, सलाम।
क्लर्ज भाई, एक
स्वराज भाई थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द मेंबरशिप। हाँ
अगर
हाँ
तुम्हारे दांत वाइट है,
हमारे दांत वाइट है,
अगर तुम्हारे दांत वाइट है तो
हाँ।
इसका मतलब तुम्हारे दांत वीक है।
हाँ तो नेचुरल कलर दांत का येलो होता है ना।
एग्जैक्टली,
Tinted yellow
इज द स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट टीथ
नहीं। अबे तुम क्योंकि अनहाइजीनिक हो, तुम साला ब्रश नहीं करते हो, 3 दिन में एक बार करते हो। तुम्हारे स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट टीथ नहीं है भाई, उतने भी पीले नहीं होने चाहिए जितने पीले तुम्हारे हैं, उससे कुछ गलत पता चलता है।
मैच देखो।
जीडू देखते मजा आ रहा है ना क्लच भाई? देखो मेरे को छेड़ने में मजा आता है ना, सच सच बता। डू यू थिंक आसपास कैन नीड MIBR टू विन अगेंस्ट फनाटिक? हाथ जोड़ रहा हूँ ऊपर। ए हर्ष भाई, पहला मैच क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा?
हेरेटिक्स 2-0।
भाई मैंने T1 2-0 बोला है।
नप
तो इसका मतलब हेरेटिक्स ही जीतेगी 2-0, सही बात है। और अगला मैच
Fnatic 2-0 नहीं 2-1
2-1। ओके ब्रो ओके, याद दिला दो वो दिन सिर्फ बूस्टर चला था, खाया कलफायर शांत थे, याद दिला दो बस।
Cara, o sentimento de Toronto foi sentimento que a gente não jogou no jogo.
बिगिनर एडिटिंग के लिए सॉफ्टवेयर दाविंची यूज करो, जिंदगी भर सही है।
Nos campeonatos anteriores.
जी
A gente ia mudar.
ओके,
O mental foi meio que resetado, principalmente depois desse
mindset kind of
jogo.
reset after the first few
Depois a gente
games
soube que a gente
after we found out that we
classificou
qualified for champions.
e
Nice,
a
nice,
gente tá
nice,
vendo bem melhor
nice,
agora.
nice, nice.
I think Mibr as a team they're a bit of unknown because right now Verno is IGLing.
गेम ओपन नहीं हो रहा है, रीइंस्टॉल किया फिर भी ये क्यों हो रहा है भाई? Are we hate watching T1 or TH? TH लेटेस्ट राइवलरी TH। आज कायाक खा जाएगा सबको, मेरे को भी लग रहा है आज कायाक खा जाएगा। कायाक को बहुत मजा आता है, पता है कायाक बोलता है, देखो देखो अभी बोलेगा।
Espero que eles não desrespeitem.
उसने बोला था कि उसको मजा आता है जब आसपास जैसे प्लेयर उसके अगेंस्ट खेल रहे होंगे, और वो बहुत मारने के मूड में रहता है।
I didn't get a chance in Toronto, so I'm gonna show him who is the real king of duelists.
हाँ देख रहे
A
हो
gente tá muito motivado.
5-10 किल पे झूल रहा है काजू और बज रहा है, देखो कैसे।
भाई हर्ष भाई, पर मेरे को लगता है ये कॉन्फिडेंस नीडेड है, आज मचाएगा, आज मचाएगा।
We didn't play good as a team.
हेलो G2 Glazer, what's up Kaiser भाई, welcome to stream, how are you?
But coming here, working for like 2 weeks.
Hi Chetan भाई, on stream.
We fixed a lot of stuff again.
Kaiser भाई, आपकी मेंबरशिप किधर है पर?
Is in the past.
आप किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो? पहला मैच we are going for
भाई
T1।
G2 तो फॉर्म, G2 बोल रहा हूँ, हेरेटिक्स तो फॉर्म में लग रही है, क्या बोलते हो?
हाँ नहीं ब्रो, मेरे को T1 फॉर्म में लग रही है एक्चुअली। आसपास डिस्ट्रॉय करेगा कायाक,
우승을 해서 그런 건지
देखते हैं, मजा आएगा, मजा आएगा,
조금 사라졌던 것 같고,
मजा आएगा।
그리고 지금은 다시 또 간절하게 5명 모두가 게임을 임하고 있고,
आसपास के पास बहुत अच्छी टीम है
I think
ऋतिक
they're
भाई।
a good team, but I just don't care who they are. I just shoot.
हाँ
헤리틱스 팀 멤버들은 전부 다 유쾌하고 그리고 분위기를 끌어올릴 수 있는 팀이라고 생각하고, 그리고 각자의 멤버들이
आज मेरे को लगता है
있고 총을 또 잘 쏘기
बस मारने वाला है,
쉽지만은 않을 것
बस और मीटियोर आज बजेंगे और
It's
मारेंगे।
gonna be a fun one, but I
देखो।
don't think they can beat us in our home.
작년엔 내가 홈그라운드에서 졌는데 이번엔 너네가 홈그라운드에서 져봐.
आज मैं आरसीबी की जर्सी पहना हूँ, पैसे पहले दे दो, वही सपोर्ट होगा। आईपीएल विनर्स बेबी, आईपीएल विनर्स। ओडिन होने वाली है 2 मैच, मैं मैप्स तो पता ही नहीं है। टीम हेरेटिक्स बू बू, अरे इसके प्लेयर का नाम है बू, इसीलिए मैं वो कर रहा हूँ।
Despite being one of the best from their own regions, Heretics have
प्लेयर का नाम है
never
इसलिए बोल
faced
रहा था।
T1 before. What a
No
treat
hater,
for
bro.
us
Not a
that they
hater.
get to fight for
Not a hater.
playoffs on the most
काफी
important
मीडियोकर
stage
टीम
in
के
Valorant.
अगेंस्ट था
And I
इसीलिए।
just think it's ironic that after Team
साले।
Heretics disappointed back during kickoff and didn't
मेंबर का वेलकम तो कर दो क्लर्ज भाई, अरे वेलकम मैं करा तो भाई, वेलकम सुराज भाई, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द मेंबरशिप यार, लव यू यार। तुम मेंबरशिप लो तब मैं करूँ तुम्हें वेलकम, आप तो फनी स्ट्रीमर हो यार,
Yeah,
लव
and they're gonna get to do it by picking Lotus.
लोटस सनसेट असेंट, अच्छे मैप्स, अच्छे मैप्स,
They didn't really like Lotus
अच्छे
at all
maps.
stage 2, but I guess after facing G2, this is now their home ground.
Exactly. I think that
साला
would give
G2
them so
के
much
अगेंस्ट जीत के लोग अपने आप को कॉन्फिडेंस समझ रहे हैं ना।
Yeah, I think you're absolutely
लोग
right.
को
When you take
बजाना
that
पड़ेगा
team of
अभी।
G2's caliber on their home
मैं
map,
बोल
do it
दिया
the way you did. I mean, it wasn't a stomp, but they looked incredibly
T1 को
good.
बोल दिया।
I mean, it makes sense to dip back
Oh
in.
yeah, and Team Heretics also play a very strange style on this map. The chamber and the deadlock, right? This is something.
पैसे लेके वेलकम करेगा, और नहीं तो क्या।
Try to learn some things about. That's not a club you're gonna have daily practice against.
और से पहले पक्का कर्ज लगने वाला है, अब जिस टीम को सपोर्ट करोगे।
They didn't even show the first time
योर
around.
प्रेडिक्शन, मेरी प्रेडिक्शन मैंने ट्विटर पे डाल दी है, एक्सक्लेमेशन मार्क ट्विटर डालो, वहां पे डाल दिया मैंने आज की प्रेडिक्शन।
Since you only have one map to film on, and you don't really know how deep the well is.
There's something really sad about T1 banning Haven as well. Once upon a time, I
भाई
would
मैं
have loved to see these two
मैं बताऊं
teams
चैट,
go up
मैं
against
एक्चुअली
each
ग्लेजर
other,
बन चुका हूँ
on
डीएच का।
Haven. Maybe it's just my
जो DH है ना भाई,
bias coping,
as a
but
player,
the map will
बहुत
work
इम्प्रेस
for
किया भाई, मेरे को
Heretics.
बहुत
I think
अच्छा लगा
Heretics
उसको
will be
देख के
very,
खेलते
very
हुए।
happy.
ये जो है ना ये बंदा मैं इसका ग्लेजर बन जाऊँ ना इन फ्यूचर तो चौक मत जाना क्योंकि मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगता है भाई अब और सब हेटर भाई शट अप
having that ability to take very forward fights. You know, we've seen other teams playing against the heavy duels, heavy XX style, and struggle bunkering down into a site. I think when you've got a guy boot on the chamber, being able to step in front and take the forward fight over sand, over rubble, that is where this game is going to be decided.
मेरे को TH वाले बिल्कुल नहीं पसंद भाई.
We don't talk about this a ton, but the momentum
बहुत ही नफरत है मेरे को इनमें.
from a chamber pick. Chamber can be so feast or famine. And so you
मेरा ही गेम ओपन नहीं हो रहा है, फ्रेंड का ओपन हो रहा है.
on map 1 and that's setting the tone.
तो अपना विंडोज वगैरह अपडेट करके देखो, ड्राइवर वगैरह जितने ग्राफिक्स कार्ड के ये वो सब. भाई क्या तो IEM लगाते हैं ना ये लोग. ये हर्ष भाई तुम भी IEM यूज करते हो? अरे नहीं.
Yeah, and also for me it's Mibr, right? Because sometimes he could be a little bit inconsistent. Against G2 he was phenomenal. But this is where I think
फिर से स्ट्रीक्स होना चाहिए. वो मछली को मार पड़ते हुए देखना तो बहुत मजा आता है. क्या बात है पुरुषोत्तम मेरे भाई, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द मेंबरशिप. दोस्तों अपन ऐसे ही बढ़ते जा रहे हैं आगे ना, 200 मेंबर हो जाएंगे अपने. तुम लोग मेंबरशिप ले रहे हो ना भाई, मतलब समझ रहे हो तुम लोग. थोड़े टाइम बाद अगर एक लैम्बोर्गिनी दिखे मेरे पास तो चौक मत जाना. ठीक है, इन्हें अल्ट्रा कैसा है भाई, कोई आइडिया नहीं लगा.
Yeah, I think it becomes a game of a line of scrimmage, to be honest, because there is plenty of delay util on the side of Heretics, but where do you set it up?
यार मजा आ रही है यार, ऐसी मेंबरशिप लेते रहो यार. अभी मेंबर्स ओनली करूंगा आज रात को, ठीक है? आज रात को करना है मेंबर्स ओनली, मैं कर सकता हूँ. अगर आज के मैचेस 2-0 खत्म होते हैं तो रात को मेंबर्स ओनली.
Thank you, Yinsu. And you're right, while these two teams haven't played before, this is still a matchup that's steeped in history and in consequence. Both these teams have had some very up and down year in 2025. T1 victorious in Bangkok, absent in Toronto. While Heretics attended that event, they also were pretty invisible.
भाई डबल डुएलिस्ट रन करते हैं ना ये लोग. यही तो मजेदार चीज है, पर ये लोग वेले क्यों नहीं रन करते मेरे को समझ में नहीं आता. इजू को वेले लेके योलो जाना चाहिए.
The dawn of this roster at the beginning of 2024, 2 finals appearances, but weren't able to capitalize.
इजू बहुत क्रेजी खेलेगा वेले में.
They're going up against Mibr, a man who stopped them back at Shanghai last year. On this attack side, T1
उसने सीधा यहाँ पे
play with a lot of pace. That's what we saw against TRG. But here to open the game, very slow.
आने में लैम्बो कहाँ चलेगी?
There's a sonic sensor at Rubble, which is cleared out, but Izu, you'll notice, got knocked down to 45. There might have been Root's involvement there.
बात कह दी.
3 players grouped up here at a B main for Team Heretics, a 3-player clear, just as the hit comes in towards Mound.
Would have maybe even had an opportunity for some kind of Mound crunch if they really wanted to. Boo could have thrown that paranoia from C main. Maybe they pop out of the door, but it's just a safer line where they're going to stack up towards C.
They're checking this.
ये DH check कर रहा है. Oh hell no, bro.
Buzz is able to bring him down. Already Izu quite far forward on the A side of the map, and there is some upper control for Benji.
सिर्फ एक अकेला Benji बैठा है वहाँ पे.
Timing, but T1 are moving in numbers now.
Heretics are getting to heaven right now, and that's a lovely delay from the grab net. That should allow the full rotate. And honestly,
nice streaming, nice production, bro.
Benji dropped to the side.
I like this decision from T1, just pivot
right into the
my
bad.
And the smoke here is finally cuts Boo off as he might have a chance to peer in from Link. Now, mild upper presence here from Mibr. Doesn't want to overcommit, and he's not sure about the stairs push. So has to keep an eye
retake है. और वो लोग A लिंक से 2 आने वाले हैं, वहाँ DH और इजू दोनों खेल रहे हैं. DH plus flash है. इजू के कॉन्टैक्ट पे दोनों flash.
Could just absolutely ruin them.
Playoff contact here for Izu, most likely. He gets paranoia himself.
अरे माँ कसम DH.
Right click sent him back.
नहीं, nice, good trade.
Quickly though is nullified.
अब बचा है सिर्फ.
Into this engagement from Link, but his teammates, well, they're gone. Now he has to unravel this himself. You're up close on the sights.
क्या खेले.
Going up against T1 on Lotus, especially after the game against DRG, where they just played at a blistering pace throughout. You really expect them to do something explosive on the pistol round, but they take it very slow. And crucially, it's them being able to, with multiple players, get that swing onto crossing over towards A. He could have gotten one.
भाई तुमने हाइड एंड सीक खाई है क्या? मोका फ्लेवर वाली.
Only got one real tag off with that.
कौन सा फ्लेवर?
मोका कॉफी फ्लेवर वाली.
Pivot into B, realizing the Heretics have already gotten that timing. The rotate to A. Good rounds overall.
Okay, Mibr. Early with the Marshall. Mibr. Solo mission towards the A side.
वो लोग ने दो रियंस ने एक शेरिफ शॉट मारा, उसने एक मार्शल शॉट मारा.
One shot basically hit by an off.
Okay, back down there for Buzz as he spins and twirls his way onto Mound. Takes a bunch of damage and still wants to be the tip of the
40
spear.
HP right
Into
now.
the C side with the paranoia catching on a mini boot.
सब कुछ DH पे है.
takes that upper box position.
DH अरे नहीं.
A lot of danger for
इनके पास भी गन है. मेरे को लगा DH के पास भी गन नहीं. सिर्फ गन है.
Marshals for Heretics.
अभी तीनों के पास गन आ गई है.
Hunter for Wu. They have perhaps enough tools to be able to get this done.
मस्त फ्लैंक खेलना चाहिए उसको बढ़िया.
Paranoia. He gets a good connection with that. Heretics will be able to get into this site, try and close the distance.
3 CT 2 waterfall. If they flood in together, round निकल सकता है.
Flash. Meteor hoping to play off of it. Would affected. Benji not so much. Looks like he was able to turn it to some degree. There's a paranoid that catches on the stacks at the back of the site. Grab that also thrown in, but Meteor is able to strike down. Rienz has already found 2 with the Sheriff and now is threatening further. Punishment around the corner is Meteor. That's his 3rd for the round.
निकाल लिया भाई.
Last one standing.
What a retake from Team Heretics. They slow things down, they wait for a moment, gather up, who gets that smoke down over towards C main. A very weak Buzz just kind of forced to retreat. And then from there, just flooding into the site together. That paranoia was the pivotal util piece for them, and it connected onto both of the players who were entrenched at Gen.
क्या हुआ?
All right.
तुम्हारा DC हुआ?
Any player at VCT Global Events, that is Buzz. The highest amount of kills he has attended many global events in his time.
TH, we are with you. We नहीं तुम हो मैं नहीं.
Or champions rather appearances in a row for Buzz. One of the only 3 players to accomplish that. Pretty unbelievable feat. Boot's going to be flashed off of C. Does have to get out of there straight away. T1, they just accelerate. Yeah, they do. Buzz is right in. Boo has got to get the hell out of dodge.
Just an insane round previously for Heretics there. Able to find success on that anti-eco. Puts T1 in a bit of an uncomfortable position. Okay.
Oh my god, 2!
Stunning stuff. The grab net and the nade combo perfect for Team Heretics. They don't have to commit too much more early. Now they can start to win their way through with a player advantage. Now they're being joined by Woods.
Again, Boo escapes that site without having to use the paranoia to get out safely. Has it, access for the retake, connects onto multiple players again.
A 3rd for Miniboo here. He is having a round and a half. Rienz to chime in and DH is going to be seized.
Miniboo के नेट से 3 मरे हैं.
Paint Shell will claim him. 3 kills off the nade for the Rays. Just as Miniboo said, I do not care who they are. I do is shoot. All I do is
Rudy and header combo.
That's a Project A certified moment for sure. Perfect grab. Buzz was just about to get out the way. Look at him. He barely gets caught on the edge.
अलग वो निकाल रहा है. दिखा दी दोस्ती. Shut up.
2 rounds back to back.
Klurge भाई 16 Pro Max अभी 90,000 का मिल रहा है.
Efficiency of being able to retake on this C site. And now it's going to be pacey from T1. They love to throw a fast lane. Have
मैंने 1.5 का लिया. अब भी EMI खत्म हो गई है.
Deny a player coming out of it. Will there be one from Heretics?
कोई बात नहीं. अब 17 ले लेते हैं. आ जाओ.
There's going to be a Yoru flash and a haunt up top as well from T1.
There'll be a flood of util now coming in.
That
doesn't connect.
सीधा ult खोल दिया. गया.
Whips around and catches DH.
भाई starting में 2 pick.
Cut out from now. Clone around the corner as Boo retreats back into the tree, but that line still being covered by Benji. Tucked in the corner.
कर spam.
And Isu knows this.
दिखा.
Razormine don't need, but Rienz is too quick on the swing and he finds his 3rd for the round. This guy, lap-grown brilliance on the Valorant battlefield.
अब किसकी side है?
Now Stacks. It's going to be hemmed in. Wood already in that attack side spawn.
Actually,
realistically,
मैं DH के side.
There's nowhere to go.
T1 भी DH के side.
From the front, if he tries to retrieve, Wu is just
भाई मैं उसको support कर रहा हूँ तो वो गूना खा ले बस. उस दिन बहुत अच्छा खेला.
Great response as to how to fight against this standard A rubble fast open from T1. They put a lot of emphasis on stuffing the players and
just sit down.
Going to be
अबे खड़ा कौन है यार?
Buzz, who's going to have the most
Best
pace going forward. And in addition to that, they don't heavily commit through tree, where Buzz is fighting, able to usually catch those early kills from.
ये aim in fight तो ऐसा लग रहा था हमारे ranked game जैसी हो रही है. 4 देखो ना लोग कैसे मरे हैं. 1 2 3 4 इधर के इधर ही मर गए.
Rienz just checking to make
sure
Stacks
बैठा दिए
hasn't pushed
लोग
up.
किल और नाइस यार Rienz भाई क्या यूटिल यूसेज है.
Rienz still.
Just as I was about to make a
देखो इन लोग से भी गलती होती है. उसका तुम लोग मेरे को गाली देते हो कि भाई तुम्हारी यूटिल यूसेज परफेक्ट
नहीं है. An absolute top tier
देखो
player, and he still is, despite
qualifier match में
despite
ये कर रहा है.
These are the kind of rounds you can afford to miss C's for sure. Wuto wants to push up. You wrest this gun away from Stacks at some point. Does so with finesse. Guardian takes the head off.
आज की prediction क्या है? Twitter पे डाल दिया है. Exclamation mark Twitter.
Just a brilliant A fight from Heretics, and then Rienz able to collect 2, denies Meteor that trade.
भाई यार
One of the
हर्ष भाई
all-around
ये तो
best Valorant players
most
in the game
aiming
right
fight.
now. He's maxed out
हाँ
on
aim and
all
fight
different
crazy भाई
traits.
4-man push किए वो लोग.
His fight with the showstopper was perfect.
अरे वो रिकॉन नहीं तोड़ना ना उसके.
हाँ रिकॉन crazy था.
रिकॉन नहीं तोड़ने वाले को उसने एल्स उड़ा दिया.
Just go for it again. Looks like they want to get out. Is it going to be the
क्या
same
आया था
play?
स्क्रीन
Yeah,
पर? क्या
fast
आया?
lane across. Here comes Buzz, denied.
कुछ आया, कुछ लेफ्ट राइट हुआ क्या स्क्रीन पर?
Oh, Buzz chunked down, shot through the wall with the Outlaw. Dangerous now, he's caught out there with nothing but a Bucky. But he's with the Sheriff, might have relieved some of the pressure. Heretics heavy on the B side.
That was a really nicely placed relay bolt, and now Buzz wants to keep that pace up, get into this A site.
भाई ये डबल डुलिस्ट खेल तो रहे हैं पर डबल डुलिस्ट वाली अग्रेशन बहुत लेफ्ट राइट हो रही है.
Absolutely denying T1.
Buzz is low, Gravland almost caught him now, the paint shells force him back into tree.
We saw so much of these little util combos from Heretics, just absolutely obliterating G2 in that matchup, and so far it's much the same.
Shot
One
be
shot from Wu.
Completely unnecessary, headshot there.
एक घंटा लगा बस को वहाँ पे उसके ऊपर शॉट लेने के लिए.
Just a body shot would have done.
Saxon Mibr now step up and step away as Heretics clock yet another one up. Happy to take that close-up fight. Rienz was clearly an acceptable loss for them there. Controlling the pace from upper on that A side.
This defense really has been sublime.
वो
He's so ready
वहीं
to
पे मर
celebrate
रहा है
up.
तो 40 बार
Again,
टीपी
just
क्यों मार रहा है उधर?
reading exactly how this A fight is going to be taken. He just
Wow,
immediately
ये सब
goes
पता उसका.
for that Omen teleport little jump
इको
up
कोबरा
spot.
बोलता है.
Kill. Run away. Post back up with the Outlaw. Very nicely
What is
handled.
crazy on chamber?
T1, they're going to be on the full buy here.
वैसे तो
They're
इको रहा
nearing damn near every ultimate in their arsenal at this point.
We're getting close to timeout territory, I'd think, for Autumn to chime in.
भाई ये लोग कैसा देखो 5 मैन पुश 5 मैन पुश चल आजा वापस ट्राई करते हैं. Run it back chat, run it back.
On the prior two attempts, Heretics have absolutely denied them.
Looks pretty similar, but Heretics have that mound pressure early this round. A defensive pop on the C side of the map means that T1 can get forward without any contact.
It is Buzz just right to this tree door, and he usually moves with,
अरे ये मेरा स्ट्रीम क्यों लोड होता है? हाँ
through with so much pace that this
सीधा आगे पहुंच गया.
slows him down.
Ravnet to follow it up here. Benji going to see the clone first and then off the Nightfall trying to...
अरे बेंजी अंधा हो गया. अच्छा है.
Able to get to the safe side.
4 मारता नहीं तो.
That counter Nightfall hit absolutely everyone on T1. They're fully stalled out in tree. They've got 4 players committed to this position.
Managed to bust up the wall, but the skill guard on how they're supposed to play off this. They've been
ठीक है
slowed
ना
up
अभी?
so much.
क्लच में उसने एम इन डीप में अल्ट किया क्या रबल से?
किसने
वाइस ने कहाँ अल्ट किया? क्या किया तो स्टैक्स के साथ चलाया उसने.
retreating, but it's going to be a re-hit. Heretics, however, no real reason to adjust off this site. 2 players ready to anchor. That's Boo up front.
Yeah, mindful of that, he goes for the trade. Benji hit with paranoia and has to give a bit of that ground league Boo on his own, but another grab here can buy time for Miniboo to set up here from upper. He'll send a nade in now and a light down on the side. Spot easy.
भाई ये क्या मार रहा है?
अरे माँ कसम मिनीबू.
You've got a juggernaut out there on A.
Stellar anchoring from Miniboo. The snap on that first shot. Perfect adjustment onto stack.
भाई एक चीज बताओ, म्यूटियर उसके सामने आया, क्राउच किया और पूरा गोली चला दिया.
But when he gets rolling,
भाई टाइम आउट आएगा.
आ गया, आएगा क्या आ गया ये ले.
Question marks around his performance.
डाला टाइम आउट डाल दिया.
But he is absolutely living up to the high expectations that he set for himself, that the community has set for him. And he said in a press conference just after that game against G2 that when it comes to the criticism, he just doesn't care. They said the same thing about me last year. I don't care.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
And that was on the way to a second place finish at Champions 2024.
कब खेलेगा अगले जन्म?
A finish in which
नहीं अभी खेलेगा फाइनल से पहले.
came across that Gen G team with Meteor on it in the decider match of their group. They swatted Gen G aside, who were then devoured by Sentinels. To now that team also to advance to playoffs. In Shanghai prior to that though, it was Gen G.
बहुत टॉक्सिक कोच है इनका, बहुत टॉक्सिक कोच है.
Meteor finding victory over Heretics.
भाई रैपर दिखाना.
From Meteor says last year, I lost on home soil. This year,
मत कर लाला, मत कर.
Strong words to say, of course, coming into a game like this where Team Heretics have seemed the better team by almost every metric.
It's a plus 100 aura on that quote, honestly. All right, out of the timeout, we're going to have
20 gram extra.
Of that operator.
In that game that
ये खुल गई, ये तो खा ही लिया.
in Champions, he went plus 28.
Mood चल गया, mini भी चल गया, GG लग रहा.
Wasn't enough. Now though,
इधर तो अभी ये
got T1 behind him.
Crazy enough, yeah.
साले
After
Masters
that,
winner
then
है.
a free agent joins up with T1, who completely retool this roster, win Bangkok at the top of the year.
काफी वाला है.
He's the last remaining player of the core of this T1 project.
अभी तो हार रहा हूँ.
Now T1 taking some early control here towards Mount, can get the overdrive in the hands of Buzz. They find an opportunity to rip that on this eco round, turn the tides.
Meteor को ये रियंस का किल मिलता है.
Deadlock utility on every side, basically.
अरे
Extreme amounts of util layered there for him. Now T1
Bro, Unreal Engine is crazy.
Early in that mound direction, but trying to get that ace side control, that rubber control.
उनके में भी replay system आ गया लगता है.
So far in this half, Woot has
क्या
had
खाया
a
Klurge
lot
भाई?
of
आज मैं खाया
impact on
चिकन
the
कढ़ाई
game just by
और बटर नान
taking extremity
और
control
चिली चिकन.
wherever this massive pack of T1 players are not.
I don't know if they're ready for this.
He can take the shot, he can teleport away to tree, just get back to safety.
Trademark now triggering, that's going to slow Buzz down. No extra Heretics play to peer into the situation. Riens is playing that baby door corner very safely. But there will be tree access for T1 now. They look to accelerate into the site.
क्या बात है? और क्या wall है?
Surely knows he just has to escape at this point, right?
He got up ropes. I don't think that's an option for him. I'm not sure.
Buzz knows that if he went 1 foot higher, he would
Operator
have
देखा?
absolutely
नहीं जाना.
So he's just going to back down.
Retreat not in the vocabulary though for Wood, is it? Riens has found Stacks. He's finally making his way to Baby Door now. Time is ticking.
These T1 players are just absolutely surrounded on the site. Look at the mini-map right now. Nowhere to go.
They can't get at Heretics. Wood keeping them at arm's length here. Meteor trying to creep up on him. DH and Meteor.
DH को लाट मारा उधर.
But ultimately,
DH ने को लाट मार दिया था.
No idea
I guess वो main पे मारा. 2v2 आ गया था.
हाँ ना वही.
Who really cares? The economy for Team Heretics is fully out of control. Benji Fishy is capped. Woot loves to play up towards rubble. It's a great position for the chamber on this map because you can put your teleport back into tree and just immediately get away to that safe area of the map, retreat to the site from there.
One more. Nice! Let's go, guys. Well played.
He has done such a great job with this map control, like I was saying in the mid-round. Really pivotal to Team Heretics' success here.
Operator in
Sheriff Collat is crazy, man.
A tour de force should have been required. 11-4 for Mibr.
Now we've got a bunch of ultimates online for T1. That dimensional drift I'll be keeping my eye on. Izu likes to go for some really bold plays with that. He'll pop out of it with no support util, just a shorty in hand to get a kill. He is an absolute maniac. Such an explosive player. We'll see if he can be the difference maker here.
T1 respecting the early hop on demand from Heretics, and now they're going to look to try and fight for the space. Wu takes a shot. He's able to get out. Riens left in his wake, though. Marked as he is, there's coverage for him from C main, and T1 are going to back out.
Heretics just did not give that up. Woot didn't give up the angle. What is the move here from T1? Gate crash from Yuzu is going all the way to spawn, so he can make as much noise as possible over on this A side, and yeah, now he just teleports back to C. How is he in B?
Wow, ये Meteor का लर्क की जरूरत थी बस.
No one watching it. Rien's clearly unaware. There could be a player so deep, but now Woot has to try and keep T1 at arm's length on the C side of the map.
अरे यार ये ranked player मेरा.
That now breaks this side as well.
देख रहा हूँ, बता रहा हूँ, viewer है chat, viewer है.
But that's another story, because right now Buzz is writing his own chapter. Rien's steamrolled as he solo tries to make his way out of waterfall. Meteor will catch the rotates. He'll snarl Boo up in place, make it costly to try and get out to that C side of the map. Eventually Boo digs him out.
Now, Boo and Benji Fishy have more than enough cash to just try to send it here. Even the damage could have future significance, but Izu denies that.
Filthy off angle. Now it's on Boo. More of a passive player.
भाई 6 राउंड के बाद पक्का ही आता है.
Fortunately, he has to step up, and it's
Come back.
Comeback आता है, ये जाएगा. 6-6 जाएगा.
That's the first round. T1 have been able to put on the board since the.
मैं बोला कि Meteor का जब लर्क निकलना चालू हो जाएगा ना, वो लोग राउंड जीतेंगे.
Meteor हमेशा भी लर्क करता है Valorant पे.
उसका जब निकलता है लर्क ना, राउंड जीतते हैं लोग. भाई ये स्टैक्स ऐसा नहीं लगता सो क्यूट क्या आता है सीधा.
Bro, actually that was a bizarre lurk.
क्या bizarre lurk.
Solid job.
Bizarre का मतलब पता तुम्हें?
There, no doubt. Izu being able to pressure towards A,
Please,
teleport away.
मुझे अनपढ़ मत समझो.
क्या है बताओ जरा मतलब bizarre का?
मेरी चैट को पता है. मेरी चैट बताएगी.
फिर सोचना तुम्हारा सेंटेंस सही है कि नहीं.
Taken down to 10.
Riens doesn't know it now, but When he watches the VOD, Brady at a Vandal, but all good. Woot again. Just unnecessary. Unnecessary with the headshots. You didn't need to just decapitate that poor man.
That's a tour de force invested in for this round when he already has a rifle to work with. Very serious presence.
Look at the setup on A right now. What is Meteor supposed to do?
उसका जो है ये है
surrounded
क्या
by
बोलते हैं
util entirely walled off. He's in an escape room.
यूटिल है बेंजी फिशी का उसको वॉकअप करना कितना इजी होगा ना
want to gather back up with him. On account of him having this space, they're just going to wait for the timing on this
wall to
drop, and then they can try to activate. Dark cover going to be placed on stairs, and the Prowler will alert Heretics to the fact that they're going to go for this execute.
I mean, you've got the exact answer here to this fast-playing duelist. Benji takes down Buzz, but trades out. Meteor right behind him, led by the Horn, and Woot finds the timing downstairs. It's effective. Rian still fighting on the side here. And it's all on stacks. Will eventually Meteor make it to
7-2.
Stunning round here from Rien's, and again, that center util slows T1 down as they try and accelerate onto A.
This composition
is any Indian playing in VCT? ये सब क्या पूछते हो भाई?
Working exactly as intended, exactly as
आज का white board नहीं, आज का white board लिखना है क्या आज white board में? मैं लिख देता हूँ white board में तो सच हो जाता है, इसलिए मैं लिखता नहीं हूँ ज़्यादा। अच्छा मारा ना बूट ने।
Rian's always fast on that rotate.
को बिजार बोला
He is just an absolute phenom of a player.
भाई बिजार मतलब तो ये होता है ना
pro from the ground up. You get Rian's.
कि क्या बोलते हैं इसको?
And simply put, it is this identity that T1 are having the most trouble with right now. Easy was able to get onto the C side on that round that T1 won. He emerges
unusual
with the
होता है ना बिजार तो
that's all well and good. But getting access to these sites is one thing. Dealing with Heretics retake on A is a whole nother kettle of fish. They refuse to give that space up.
हाँ वो negative way में use करते हैं ना और उसका लर्क अच्छा था.
He's only got 3 kills but that is really understating the impact that he's having on the game for this defense. When you just look at the value of the utility that he's getting, it's been outstanding.
कल आपकी एक mod ने disrespect किया, कौन है बताओ उसका mod निकाल दो.
Being able to play around those timings on the walls, having the sonic sensors up. It's been a critical factor in the success for Team Heretics, and it's his util also that's allowing other players to be the ones who are racking up these kills, right? So,
defense-sided है. भाई मेरे को लगता है T1 is lacking momentum.
Have some serious intentions of fighting
momentum and entry
for this A side. A lot of pings going down on the map from them right now.
They're not really getting the entries they're looking for.
Another showstopper for Mibr. We saw it last time.
That's easy. Horn actually thrown in front. There's the grab net. Sees for the fast play. Okay, there is also a wall. Heretics insistent about being deep here with that line of scrimmage on A.
Izu gets a lot of info for the team. That may prompt T1 to just try to aggress towards C. But as is the case against this comp, you're going to run into the chamber on that other side.
Mod कैसे बनते हैं? UPSC crack करना पड़ता है.
The threat of being pinched there from B-Main was too much. He was aware someone was probably tucked in that corner.
10 महीने
catches out Woot. This is about to get pretty
10,000 की membership लेनी
but he's got eyes for Izu first. Woot gets his one. Pretty compromising spot to play from, but he emerges with a kill at least.
निकल गया इसका एक kill.
Annihilation. It catches
वो बच गया.
No, it's going to be a showstopper.
वो kill निकलता मजा आ जाती.
Gravnet. Will it catch TH out? Buzz's going to move upstairs on the side of Benji.
Buzz भाई.
Now Stack's attempting a plant, but it's belated. T1 bleeding out a little now.
Just hoping they can even maybe draw a player out, but that's not going to be the case. Wise decision from Heretics now to just retreat back into halls, retain that space, wait for Boo to get over to the site. He has that paranoia, and we've seen on multiple C retakes that has been the critical utility piece for Heretics' success getting back in. They've got the man advantage on top of that as well. How can T1 possibly win this out?
Gonna be a paranoia to set them up just as you put it. Mini Boo gonna drop down. Barely fight for through the smoke, gets the job done. And after a second timeout from T1, Heretics.
हर्ष भाई बिजार को
their play around this C side of the map is genuinely
क्या बोलता है भाई इसमें मैंने को भाई मेरे यहाँ mod बनने के लिए कोई रिजर्वेशन नहीं होती कोई सीट नहीं होती समझ लो पहले मैं सबको जनरल कैटेगरी समझता हूँ भाई बू का फ्लैश बहुत अच्छा था भाई राउंड विनिंग फ्लैश था राउंड विनिंग फ्लैश
भाई बस ने देखा वो कैसा स्प्रे किया उस पे
हाँ अरे बस जो हगा है वहाँ पे भाई
Only 21 years old.
ऐसा तो G2 के अगेंस्ट नहीं कर रहा था.
Competitive player in this server.
Yeah, in esports in general.
Finals के दिन Bangkok finals.
Last 6 years.
अच्छा मार रहा था. अभी देखो क्या हो गया.
Armbro's shot out. Who's gonna have a crack through the smoke here? Of course, it's T1 on a bit of a lower buy. They've got to go aggressive.
क्या neon ult है.
for Mibr.
भाई वो जैसा नियॉन नहीं खेलना चाहिए ना वैसा ही खेल रहा है.
Comes down, he's decayed low.
अरे
Still
माँ
would have
कसम.
to back him up.
How are they staying alive? They are both stuck in the
बूट
corner.
मारता है. अरे माँ कसम.
इको
वामोस.
ना क्लच भाई ये T1 का.
Meteor
हाँ
has
हाँ इको
still
इको.
guard and he's considering it. Some discussion maybe with DH now as there's a break in the action. And that Garden is going to be deployed. They're still going to play through this and it looks like they get caught out. D1 get onto the side. DH TP's forward. Rian's clearing with a Prowler, wants to try and take this fight with the Sheriff. DH eventually cleans him.
सो गया.
Boo gives a bit of ground, needs to buy some time for Benji to link up.
And he does get that weapon back. This time, did have to use that paranoia to live. Benji has a grav net. That's all they've got to work with right now.
But this is not cooking.
Going to be a double
2v2.
push.
They can win this. They can win this. Pretty much winnable for T1.
Not long for this world. Benji with a grav.
They win this round. They win the next one.
It's
a good half for them. Trust me, it's a good half for T1.
And the two-time Pacific champion doubled up to try and win out this crucial round.
On the backside they go. Benji,
that's a good grab net.
Thrown out, catches both of those players. But T1 are ready for
this. Oh भाई DH. बोल रहा हूँ chat. बोल रहा हूँ मैं ना लड़का है. बहुत ऊपर जाएगा ये.
These rounds have been for T1, but that
हम देखें इसको.
You wouldn't think that DH is as inexperienced as he
Bro,
is.
this round was actually bizarre.
Also on Lotus against
this was bizarre.
DRG the other day. He put up crucial clutches. Got the round at 11-12 to bring it to OT. 1v2 in the first round of OT.
भाई बस का गेम नहीं चल रहा है कुछ भी. नियॉन अल्ट में भी उस खा गया वो.
Champions campaign so far. It was just on their academy
अगला टॉप का पनौती और.
But one of the most dominant players in challenges.
They're wearing New Jersey. TH की New Jersey. देख मीटियर को मिला लर्क वहाँ पे. बराबर लर्क मिला. देखो सीलोंग दो लोग हैं अभी. अरे माँ कसम. ये लोग दो लोग कैसे खुल जाते हैं एक बार. उन लोगों को सी मिल गया भाई. पूरा सी खाली मिला उनको. वो हंट करने गए थे मीटियर को.
I mean, they made the right decision. It is the open area of the
इतना क्रेजी कॉल है स्टैक्स का कि यहाँ जाना चाहिए, कमिट करना चाहिए. अभी ये लोग हगे ना, अगर ये बस हगा ले राउंड तो फिर जीजी है. इतना कंट्रोल के बाद नहीं रखना चाहिए. वूट लेट आएगा. वूट मोस्ट प्रोबेबली सीलोंग का डोर खोलेगा.
Going to have that haunt back up. Benji might have that grab.
नहीं, वो वाटरफॉल जा रहा है उल्टा. डबल डाउन कर रहे हैं वो लोग वाटरफॉल पे.
This could be quite punishing. First the C's.
दो वाटरफॉल दो सिटी. इससे प्यारा चांस कुछ नहीं हो सकता जीतने के लिए राउंड भाई. कोई फ्लैंक नहीं आ रहा है. एकदम सामने फाइट मिलेगी जो मिलेगी. देखा इन्फो नाइस एंगल स्टैक्स. मार दिया. नाइस 1 HP. नाइस बस.
Good round. Finds himself 3, and T1 cap off for the half with 2 consecutive rounds.
He's been
बस बोल रहा होगा स्टैट्स को can you even shoot?
Statement to get that final.
क्या हाल है? What's up अर्शद भाई? स्ट्रीम.
So critical.
मोड के लिए 10k लगेंगे ना क्लोज में. हाँ. Exclamation mark UPI.
Finally gets it going at the final hour.
कमबैक होगा T1 का, मैंने बोला ना. डन सीन है.
On the side swap, we'll have to see.
The staging ground that T1 were looking for. Brutal mid half of them, but they came back
and
sent it down to lose with a
happened 1 hour ago.
From Team Heretics on stage.
Et ce n'est pas un daron ni un cousin que j'ai à mes côtés, mais un frère d'un autre jeu. I'm delighted to welcome Stan here. Stan, who's a LEC player for Team Heretics. So
Team Heretics का हर एक प्लेयर एक जैसे क्यों दिखता है भाई?
Straightforward on the first question. What
is LEC
here? How much of a Valorant enjoyer are you?
I mean, I'm really casual.
Bro, what is LEC?
Sometimes in off season. Since it
was
in
France,
I came to support Heretics, support my friends, so that's why I'm here.
We're very happy to have you here, of course. Donc première question, mais qu'est-ce que tu fais là? Est-ce que tu joues un peu à Valo, etc. Donc très casu. On est plutôt là pour soutenir les frérots de l'équipe Valorant. And speaking about League and Valorant, I wanted to know if you see, some, let's say, transferable skills from one game to another.
I mean, I think Valorant is way more intense than League. But I would say team play and synchronization. I think this is what we have similar.
Yeah, definitely, and the spells also. Donc, qu'est-ce que tu vois un petit peu comme compétences qui sont transférables entre League et Valo? Bah forcément le team play, les spells, forcément la communication entre les coéquipiers.
वैसे टाइप की गेम को MOBA गेम से बोलते हैं ना?
We get to spend, sometimes with the boys in the Berlin studio. So, who's your little, let's say, brother? Who do you get along the most with the Val boys?
I mean, my 2 bros are Rians and Benji.
Yeah. I think that's a very good answer indeed, and they have a lot of fans here too. Donc, qui sont tes petits frérots chez les Heretics Valorant? Et Benji et Riens. Let's see now. Merci, first of all, and let's see now if the league keeps working for Team Heretics on Lotus.
लीग अच्छा खासा ग्राइंड किया है.
So we got a lot of Team Heretics playing from behind against G2.
भाई लीग में हैंडसम गेमर से खेलते हैं यार.
Potential from this team. It's been a different story though against T1 on Lotus so
अच्छा
far.
लीग प्लेयर था वो.
Six unanswered rounds early in that first half, put them up to 8-4. Let's talk Wood right now because our Coinbase econ report.
भाई एक लड़की ने मेरा नंबर क्या लिया है, अब आगे क्या करूं?
I can't argue with
बात
that.
करो उससे भाई. और क्या? किसका मैच चालू है? T1 वर्सेस Team Heretics है और उसके बाद Mibr वर्सेस Fnatic है.
Scoped weapon usage on this map has been significant, but frankly, I have to say across the board for Team Heretics, every cog in the machine is operating exactly as they need them to be. The way that the utility is just being sequenced out, the combos that they're setting up, the retakes that they have as a unit, deservedly so. We get back into the game, we see a little sign of the Boo brothers. The two of them have been absolutely on point. The util from Boo's Omen, perfect. Mini Boo just capitalizing.
Because something is also number 11, baby.
Boot always the last one out in these rounds. Only 5 deaths, of course, over that first half. Crucial involvement when it comes to that.
ये पिस्टल राउंड बहुत important है.
Now, of course, go to the attack side.
T1 के rotations कैसे होते हैं उस पर डिपेंड करता है.
At the B side.
Ceylon का info उनके पास.
Don't have to go and tease that out for free. Meteor caught in a grab there though. This is ugly.
He's already in.
Pin roads to the side. Meteor not ready for it, but is able to deal with a headshot. It's Rienz though on mount.
अच्छा काट के सीधा है ना
ये लोग. Open his C site, fast pivot through door from
rotation देखो Meteor का.
But does Meteor want to?
He's already on side.
Test them? Surely not. He's
backing away
now. Yeah. Just relegated to playing back halls. Should be a straight up 4-on-4
125 HP में DHB खेल रहा है.
Who's going to take contact?
और Boo Sheriff है.
Out of the smoke here, he hears these ghost shots. Playing his life for the most part. It's Buzz sliding forward, opens up for DH to take the trade, but Benji finds him in response. Here comes Stacks. Boo though crucial, wrapping around the sides. They're not ready for this at all. Stacks in trouble. Benji.
Some big round. GG.
Finishes him off.
Boo so patient with that backside wrap, but Benji locking it down on Bend. Gets the first. Looks like he gets that.
RCB and G2 जैसे do support ये साल कौन जीता ट्रॉफी साले?
But this is again an impact moment.
बोलियो मत कुछ आगे.
A lovely little tap onto Izu. And then
defending champion CEO है.
Wide open for the taking.
Who could have swung that?
These guys are so shaky on the stage.
When he heard
इन लोग के ranked game clips देखो तो ऐसा लगता है they're so calm. उसके बाद अब shaky लगते हैं.
Wrap around on the side.
GG ये खत्म.
And that's just a nice pivot into C after the plan on B goes awry. Would have had that teleport option, but goes down regardless. Meteor wants to take that fight 1-for-1.
He had his hands full, but the stingers are coming for him here. Heretics board
out.
Fast. In we go. Meteor not there to set up that util to stall things down. So Heretics get the run of the place, but Izu from top side will blow Boo's head off. Stacks is going to have to challenge it quickly. He'll probably look for a timing out this smoke, and then Wood almost brought down.
ये लोग क्लासिक से क्या डैमेज दिए हैं? सबको एक HP, सबको एक HP. DH निकाल सकता है राउंड ना? और थोड़ा सा वेट कर. अरे कहाँ जा रहा है लाली?
DH at range with the sheriff does have the stinger as well. Couple weak players that he's going to be going up against.
18 साल लगे just
saying. With the smoke, maybe if he hits a good paranoia.
उससे हमें सीखने को मिलता है कभी गिव अप नहीं करना चाहिए.
He's holding on that paranoia, wants to take this challenge himself.
उससे हमें सीखने को मिलता है कभी गिव अप नहीं करना चाहिए. Always
give him a fighting chance. Mibr was waiting for just that.
Believe in yourself.
Seemed like for but a moment there could have been some danger.
Even का comeback होगा but lower bracket.
Izu gets that second kill but overrun by the Stingers at the end of the
भाई
day.
अगर
Team Heretics have
T1 हारती है
not only
तो
beat down
उनका
G2 but still their
किसके साथ होगा?
I see you. Respect this.
इन लोग का ग्रुप क्या था T1 वालों का?
They're going to stick to it.
DRG
from a couple teams. I think it's a Sentinel.
DRG और G2 ना तो G2 से होगा इनका मैच जो हारेगा.
Stingers and bonus with the Stingers. Works more often than you'd think.
Some fair bit of pressure on all sides of the map from Team Heretics. You had Boo working out towards A. He broke a haunt. In the meantime, you have a sonic sensor going forward on B. Heretics are threatening some different areas.
T1 versus G2 hell na.
On C-side though, they've been a little bit safer, and that has allowed Izu to walk forward. Izu is also, I will say, a young that is happy to get a kill, and oftentimes stick around for more. Doesn't always go for that instant gate crash. He's very confident in his ability to keep brawling.
Heretics need to get the sheer wall out. They can't abuse numbers on the B side if they get broken up by it.
And one way to do it is to have him go past and teleport back. Right, Izu gets one, and he does want to take more, but
एक गोली और निकल जाती है ट्रॉफी होती है और कोई गाली नहीं दे रहा
होता. There were
players
players potentially threatening from B main. Izu of course gets away. Was Wood opting to rendezvous away to the Izu up on the side. Happy to hold it down. 3 for him and maybe more. Boo steps up, but that stinger at close range is deadly.
Yeah, mid-air as well, I guess. You can just jump around with it. Rien's knocked down a bit in terms of the HP. He does recover this.
Today is my birthday. Happy birthday to you, Vivek, mera bhai.
On account of him going to be getting the Nightfall with a plant or a kill. I always believe in this man.
Nice.
Buzz though. Proud as a peacock perched on top of Mound. Sees Rien's coming. Cuts that one.
सारी गोलियां डॉज करने के लिए उसने सिर्फ एक साइड स्ट्रेफ किया, देख रहे हो?
Really nice.
AD बिल्कुल नहीं. सिर्फ D.
Bit of a challenge, but backs away.
सिर्फ A.
A refight timing taken before that paranoia was
पूरा पूरा swing करेंगे हम.
Yeah, Wood did not want to hang around
यहाँ से अगर even और 3 राउंड निकालती है मैच है 3 राउंड बैक टू बैक आने चाहिए
Heretics looks like they want to burst out of
बैक
this
टू बैक 3 राउंड और T1 का मैच है.
happy to go for a lot of really big A fights.
Today
Again,
I got paid in my exams. Congratulations, it's a celebration.
Heading into this game, Heretics studying that VOD. This time it's just going to be DH on the cross. He's going in, so is Buzz.
Buzz wants to fight this fast lane, throwing up DH up on top of Rubble finds his, but
it's
all falling apart on both sides of the Rubble fight. Team Heretics has to be the dominant team.
That was a really cool refight strategy.
ये लोग को लगा ये लोग जीत जाएंगे पर
as the paranoia gets let loose from the Kobe, the teleport up top from DH to apply so much pressure. A very cool idea, an interesting set play, but Heretics just able to handle that situation, handle the chaos, find the kills.
In the marketplace of ideas has been found wanting, apparently. As Heretics have got 6 shooters. And sometimes we've seen games from them that have just depended on that balance of individual talent. They have it in spades and they've used it.
I think map में आज इनका मैच ही नहीं था.
D1 3 feet under. Not entirely out of the round yet. It's just Izu and Meteor very much distributed across the map.
मैंने कुछ तो ट्विटर पे डाला था.
Will be picking the right site to go to. It is the vacant B1. Meteor positioned over on A. Does Izu try to take a timing here?
Sonic sensor. It's going to be a pain for him. Miniboo on that corner. Izu trying to isolate these fights now. Where the sensor close by.
सिर्फ हेवन होल्ड करके रखा है वो तब तो कोई यहाँ सेव जाएंगे और क्या? भाई इसको मिलता है अगर एक किल ना.
He's going to join up from up and out. A little bit belated there. Clone goes in.
Meteor को तो पीक ही नहीं करने दिया ना जीजी.
Step up and Heretics now have dragged this to within 2 rounds for a map win.
I really want to see that whole situation on A from Heretics' point of view. Benji Fishy got hit by that paranoia. Wow, pops out and kills Stacks. Yeah, and then you had DH teleport up top. He's fighting forward, doesn't realize
रंगे हाथ पकड़ा गया
already.
2-0 बोला था यार.
Really feels like on replay.
I guess 2-0 ही होगा. But TH
into the jaws of Team
Which two teams will be in the finals?
They almost went too deep in that instance.
They G2 for sure.
They didn't expect to be forward.
The Buzz looked hasty, trying to link up with DH to make sure he was at least set up for a crossfire.
Now this is something that Buzz likes to do a lot.
And Wood did this on the defense side.
It's an early fast lane A, just
straight,
and Buzz will run it down. They'll paranoia and they'll
लगातार बोलता 3 किल नहीं हो रहा. भाई उसकी ये ऑपरेटर मैं चाटी ऑपरेटर खरीदनी चाहिए ना. सच्ची सच्ची बताओ ये ऑपरेटर लेनी चाहिए ना.
A few weapons bought in. T1 still able to buy in the next, but it's Wood taking close contact on the A side. This is a big part of the defense side as well. He will just walk up and fight the player at Rubble.
Frankly, we are looking at a map that every team going up against Heretics is going to need to respect in the pick ban.
Oh boy, गोलियां ही नहीं चल रही है उनकी वुड के अगेंस्ट.
Play this through stage 2. It's honestly hidden for the most part.
50 सेकंड है, सामने के 3 खा गया है वो अभी तक.
Wasn't even their map pick. I mean, they look absolutely terrifying here.
अगर ये साइड केयर करता बैक साइड तो इसको एस मिल जाएगा.
Have to put their heads together for round number 18, the big one. No more timeouts left for Autumn. He has to sit by and watch this as it happens.
No, surely it is but an inevitability.
Latest exclamation mark sense.
Match point. Both T1 players are on this site. Only with Sheriffs.
Miniboo chases the paint shells into the back of the site. He was going to be kept contained for now.
Need से खुद को बचाया.
To make a play off a pit, but he's the last player standing.
भाई लोग sharp है भाई.
Barely puts a scratch on Heretics. 12-5, a flawless round to get them to map point.
The util game from Heretics on this map.
Hi Arshad bhai, welcome to the stream. How are you?
Woot's chamber is a menace. Here's Buzz coming. That's also something they would have prepped for. That's a standard T1 maneuver to fight towards A. Catches Buzz, teleports away, catches another. Woot has been absolutely dominant on both sides of the map. And he has just got a fantastic game plan to enable him.
And it's been an op in his hands almost every single round where Heretics have had the money. Izu has picked one up himself now, but that's been taken over to C. Woods hoping to see the Neon at some point, and he's about to. Here he comes around the corner, slide there for Buzz. Good connection. DH trying to search for alongside
एक राउंड दिखा दिया ना इन लोग ने बस. अगले मैच के लिए वार्म अप है लोग अब.
This time they win a scrappy rubble fight.
Which might genuinely be the first time they've been able to do it. You are joking.
Genius! What is that? Back around the corner, low at 70. Rienz knows he has to go for the rifle there. What a ridiculous
comeback तो नहीं आता है.
It's hard to hit a sliding Neon when you can see them.
आदमी कुछ काम करने जाता है नहीं यहाँ मैच एंड होने पे आ जाता है.
But this is the real story of the round. It's a successful rubble fight this time for T1's defense. And again, it's Buzz and DH who just hurl themselves into the abyss.
They're going to need plenty more of those to make me a believer that they could run it back on Lotus.
Nah.
Team Heretics are going to have 6 opportunities to close this game out.
भाई वुड के पास अभी पैसा है, अगले राउंड भी ऑपरेटर के लिए पैसा है, फिर एक उसकी खुद की ऑपरेटर है.
Where does Izu put himself to make this op relevant? Big main this time.
समझ रहे हो?
Wood more often than not has been the aggressor.
Prowler gets broken by the rifle, so they expect this. No, Wood swings out off that jump peak. But it's not enough to throw off the steady aim of Izu.
Stacks भी like मेरे को भी kill दे दो, बस गाली देगा लोग को.
A couple of Heretics plays, it could be a problem. Mibr swung on by Buzz. The Benji trades into a favorable scenario now for Heretics.
बहुत बड़ा T1 hater हूँ भाई, तुम लोग को पता नहीं है. वो वीडियो के बाद से तो मैं hater हूँ भाई. वो T1 का जो वीडियो देखी ना, सारे गाली देते रहते एक दूसरे को ये लोग.
Really overextended off that teleport. That's evened it up. And just as I say it, Rienz on the jump spot angle. Stacks removed from the server.
एकदम successful jinx.
Heretics are on the precipice of just an absolute blowout dealt to T1 on their map pick.
There's time to play here. But Heretics surely very aware.
खाली गलोच करते रहते एक दूसरे को प्लेयर को गाली देते. I hope DH को कोई गाली ना देता हो भाई. नया लड़का है.
Baby door, nothing spotted.
3v2.
Calls a cancel on that now. We're down
Izu B पे ऑप लगाया है. अरे भाई तो इनके पास जब अच्छा नहीं माइंड दोनों ही अल्ट है.
When they execute onto Meteor, perhaps an opportunity for him backside to tuck, get that steel garden off, and then fight while the spike is trying to be
मैं थोड़ी चाहता हूँ ये लोग जीते.
15 seconds, but he just fights out.
He gets his one.
Now it's Izu alone with the drift, trying to get through.
How's he supposed to pop out of this gainfully? Flash now emerges from within the smoke. A 1v2 for Izu. The initial, the core of this project, what a swing! Benji torn to shreds. Now Rienz, 19 and 10, no will fall. Izu
अच्छा प्ले बनाया भाई.
Extends the lifeline to T1.
बेंजी पे जो शॉट कनेक्ट हुआ ना वो राउंड निकाल दिया उसका.
And I can't believe that they are Team Heretics, despite losing Woot straight away to Izu's
मैंने सुना है बस बहुत टॉक्सिक. कौन सी वीडियो की बात कर रहे हो भाई? इनका एक वीडियो आया था T1 का जिसमें ये लोग ना वो जो सिविलियन करके प्लेयर था ना उसको गाली दे रहे थे. उसका मैच अच्छा नहीं जा रहा था ना तो उसको गाली देते. कैन यू इवन शूट ब्रो ये वो. और उसके बाद बस बहुत गाली दे रहा था, स्टैक्स भर रहा था और उनका कोच भी कोने में आड़ी में लेके उनको गाली भर रहा था, जबकि वो बिल्कुल काम था, शांत था और बोल रहा था कि मेरे से नहीं हो रहा है, मैं क्या करूं, पूरा ट्राई कर रहा हूं. टॉक्सिक ये लोग एक दूसरे के अगेंस्ट. ये लोग सारे लोग डिजर्व नहीं करते थे जीतना. उसने उन लोग को एक तो पूरा बैंकॉक निकाल के दिया है. तुम लोग वो सिविलियन का वो देखना, पहले परफॉर्मेंस देखना बैंकॉक का. क्रेजी परफॉर्मेंस था उसका. निकाल के दिया, उसको ही गाली देते थे. सीख कुछ इशू से बहुत.
Nilzinho calls this timeout, wants to craft a game plan with the ultimates.
Saying bot in the big 2025 is not tough.
And stacking up ultimates is just the quickest and easiest way to deny
बस passionate है but बंदा बेकार है. हाँ
when you're on match point. Neil's been a very candid speaker as the coach for this team in 2025.
बहुत लकी थे. प्लॉट आर्मर था सालों के पास, इसलिए जीत गए.
Said it was most embarrassing result. I think that Heretics had ever suffered.
माँ को इन लोग से ज़्यादा डिजर्व करता था जीतना.
It's humbling that they've felt, but they've learned from it. And this is their last chance this year at Champions. Their last chance in 2025 to lift one of those VCT global trophies that has been eluding them. In this game here, a win in this series will
उसमें लोग
one
कुत्ते
step
टाइप है
on that
जिंटू मजा आ
journey,
जाएगा
taking them
भाई
into the playoffs, the first European team to get into the playoffs even. They're looking damn good on map 1, but T1 are trying to just claw back into OT as it stands.
Pretty big group.
GG round.
Main stacks
13-7.
can lock them in place here. Buzz also has that overdrive active. Definitely room for defensive pops here.
Danger on the cross. Root had the line with the op.
I've seen 2v5 clutch here from Heretics in this same situation.
Ooh,
And it's an
nice
scope
shot.
on Meteor. Whips that one right down on him, but Izu now is going to be able to get cracked out
nice.
of
GG.
Mound after going down to 18.
Wants to repost on main, and Stax is trying to get their ASAP to assist. One kill from that fade would result in a nightfall.
भाई ये DH को ना DRX में लेना चाहिए.
Position looks like the C's was short, but Rienza's shot was on the mark. Now Team Heretics have been able to get across to the site. Stax will see them emerge with this nightfall. It's going to be annoying. Decayed down, of course. Rendered death. Has to Prowler in for some information.
Buzz trying to get in right now. TH on the flank. Everyone from Heretics just grouped up at Bend.
Wood is still toggling this North Spin. A bit of a nuisance, but goes for the swing and gets caught out by DH. Now Buzz wants to run over the top of Benji, and it's on Boo. Brought down by DH. One by one, T1 are building their way back into this game. That's brick after brick, and they're not the prettiest. They are still fighting for it.
Well played by the rookie for this team, DH. Just waited at door for Root to expose themselves. Instant paranoia. Benji tries to swing onto him already. An adjustment onto Boo. I mean, this Omen isn't even DH's main agent. When he was tearing apart challengers,
throw नहीं किया भाई. Wood को लगा 20 आ रहा होगा.
Kills per round, ACS. He was pretty much playing almost all Sentinel.
Wood ने अच्छा hold किया था भाई.
And is just absolutely showing out for T1 when they've needed him most. On the side of T1, they've still got ultimates stacked up, by the way. Haven't even really needed to use many of these.
जितवा दो TH को. Let's go T1. Let's go T1. Let's go T1.
T1 are going to be able to control this A side of the map and start sending players elsewhere if they so choose. And that is the case for Stax, who's maneuvered towards this C side.
There's another layer of Razorvine there to slow things down on C.
We're just holding the jump spot with the headhunter. We got the shot. It's only the head that's revealed by the player looking over that direction. That would have been Buzz.
Teleport's ready. Heretics have to make a decision in the next 10 to 20 seconds about whether committing onto C is going to be worthwhile. They probably surmised that sheer wall is on B, and we've seen Izu take the op for contact into main a couple of times.
If they go for this A refight,
Whiteboard and starts with Whiteboard. Next match ka dete. Next match
ka Whiteboard imagine that Buzz and DH will not be giving this space up. It's not something they've wanted to do ever in the past.
Okay, here it is. Annihilation gets thrown out. And it looks of things, no catch. So still no inroads for Heretics.
This is all just to distract, so
30 seconds.
can make this attempt towards C, but they're all hit by the Nightfall. 3 players.
Sax is ready for it, but the Showstopper comes out and cleans up the fade. Meteor with a steel guard and thrown it on the side, and Heretics got no choice but try and fight through this. Boo TP's back away, tries to get his weapon online again.
But DH is in the perfect position for this rotate. Surely they don't expect the backstab. Surely he puts the nail in the coffin on this round.
The Seal Wall was going to block it for the time being, so it's going to be up to Buzz. Izu in the sights, and they have done enough.
खेलना ही नहीं पड़ा DH को.
DH's flank didn't even need to come to fruition because T1 were just so fast on that rotate through waterfall.
नहीं करना चाहिए था उन लोग को वो.
4 rounds
stick करना चाहिए था, पर
in a
साला
row.
alt हो गए थे ना, क्या ही करते.
Annihilation from Benji Fishy rendered useless. Instant trade on the Showstopper, so that's off the field now for Heretics as well.
Feels like Heretics are starting to run a little bit low on the inspiration here. They got funneled essentially into that B side.
Wood का alt कहाँ गया? अच्छा वो round ही खत्म
in
हो
the
गया.
map control game there. Heretics relying a lot on being able to successfully refight with that deadlock on A.
That was Steel Guard and Nightfall.
सही वाला अमृत ना हो जाए बस मेरे साथ.
Still got the
सही वाला अमृत हो
the Mibr catches out DH.
Nice!
But it all breaks down into a cacophony of action as Boo have to fight 2 with the Sheriff. But still fighting here at Rebel. And Boo's the only one that stands in his way, but he's been chunked down to 9. This could go either way, but Buzz will exit with 4. A Demon Unchained at Rebel. And a big part of T1 now getting to within 2 rounds.
Oh नहीं नहीं, बहुत अच्छा बहुत अच्छा. Let's go यार, T1 का round निकाला है आपने. आपसे अच्छा कोई प्लेयर नहीं है. क्या बात है यार, बस क्या खेलते हो. वाओ वाओ. आपकी वैंडल तो on top है. No HP में आपने एक kill भी मारा है.
Suddenly the team at match point wins a Sheriff Stinger round.
Definitely a world champion player, bro. Let's
They
go.
are denied by one of the most experienced Valorant pros that we've got in the scene, period. Buzz looks so good on this Neon. I think
timer का कोई फायदा नहीं, हार गए हेरेटिक्स. कोई फायदा नहीं, यहाँ से ओवरटाइम और हार गए हेरेटिक्स. 14-12 T1 wins.
Arguably, Buzz is the best as far as the kit goes. But that was just all
14-12 T1 wins.
some of that
हार गए
raw
हेरेटिक्स.
aim that he's been known for.
ये लोग चालू हो चुके हैं.
So many years.
Now, a big component of
चालू हो
Heretics
चुके हैं
winning
लोग.
these crucial rounds, as they of course have called a timeout.
अब
has
सर
been
खेलने का
moved
चांस कब मिलेगा
with an
एक दिन
operator or
जरूर.
quarter force in hand. Was able to buy up and make a big investment for that in this particular round. There is still the T1 dimensional drift and an overdrive active there for Buzz, but he's been quite happy to take his rifle into these fights.
It's so important to note that Heretics expended all of those ults just 2 rounds ago. It's put them in a position where they might not actually get any more ults for the rest of this game outside of boots from the shadows. Whereas on the side of T1,
Let's go
they
T1!
have the drift and the overdrive
Let's
still
go
accessible
T1!
to win out this full buy round.
So round number 23, and this time Heretics are on the wrong side of a comeback on Lotus.
T1 are pushing all the way out of C and B. They want to fight, but he's
Nice!
down.
Nice!
And he's done it with a rifle of all things. DH trying to make a swing.
Nice T1, nice! Let's go T1! Let's go!
The spike is loose in spawn. Buzz is fully committed. Wu doesn't want to take the fight just yet. Teleports away. Wants to wait for his teammates to be able to assist. Out of the timeout, T1 go for an absolutely mad round.
And Heretics is still clearing. They don't realize just how many players are back behind them.
Oh my god, they're ready to fight when Boo gets out of this teleport.
Picked up the spike, and here comes Buzz out from rubble. That was Boo down, Spike down yet again. Rian's up on the corner, Buzz low, makes a swing for it and takes the Neon out of the game. Stacks there could be caught, he gets away, still decayed down, and it's all on Rian's for the game. Ping catches 2, he's got the spike to hand, and off to the side he
निकलता
goes.
है, easy है. 2v1 easy है.
Maybe
Very
C
easy.
side if he wants C, B, it doesn't matter. He's got access to the
Very easy.
globe
41
right now.
2v1 है.
He's getting out of
2v1 तो
there.
हार ही नहीं सकते.
Stacks
2v1
and
कैसे
DH,
हारेंगे?
both of them on full
Rian थोड़ी
HP.
निकालने वाला है ये round.
Where do you set up if you're Rian's here?
30 seconds left.
Possibly
खराब
wanted
plan.
to play
हार गए.
falls, maybe flip the site.
Let's go T1. Good round. Good round.
Hold.
Now both fades
बहुत
should be
खराब
able to
उसके,
get
बहुत
those
खराब.
taunts back online. DH has a couple smokes. Both players coming through door. Rian's in the off angle.
पकड़ ही नहीं सकते.
Lined up for this. First,
नहीं पकड़ लेंगे मतलब easily पकड़
DH
लेंगे.
going to check the side. Smokes here for DH now. Horn thrown out. Rian gets contact. DH is
Nice! It worked. It worked.
genetically engineered to dominate the game. Has won the map for Heretics. And he's made a fool out of the comeback of T1. Makes it a fake one with his disgusting clutch.
Professional
That play touted as
Zinsan.
one of the best players active
MVP.
in the game. T1 tried their best to run it back, but it's just not enough.
All right, let's hear next, of course, from Insu and our analyst to break
Check
down
it
a
out, check it out
ridiculous
again,
map.
sir.
It's Heretics taking their map pick of Lotus.
Klurge के jinx पे count out किया.
Guys, if we're being real, 5% doesn't change anything.
It does, it does.
Nah, it's placebo. I'm being dead serious. 5% isn't a real number.
How is that not a real number?
It's a conspiracy theory. Okay, listen, guys. You know how you've never seen a baby pigeon, right? So pigeons are made by the government, and they've all got cameras in them.
Man, in my street, I have people who feed pigeon, has like 10-20 pigeons.
Bro, you're fucking like, are you part of the government, bro? Do you guys know dogs aren't actually born at the age of 0? They're born at 3.
What?
What? I'm just lying now.
क्या कुछ भी बात करते रहते हैं. देखो मैं किस चीज की बात कर रहा था बता रहा हूँ तुम लोग को. मैं किस चीज की बात कर रहा था बता रहा हूँ तुम लोग को. ठीक है.
Bangkok, I made this video about T1's
너 알잖아 쟤네. 아니 쟤네 플래시 없다며.
Toronto. But watching the video presents a narrative that viewers probably didn't expect.
라인을 왜 이렇게 쉽게 줘 영서봐. 아니 쟤네 플래시 없다며. 너 알잖아 쟤네 옐로우 제트 대시 탔을 때 아무도 안 들어오잖아 같이. 네가 옐로우 잡을 생각 안 하냐 왜 한 번도. 그러니까 라인을 진짜 주지 마. 왜 줘라. 니들 총은 쐈냐 영서봐 오늘 이번 판 수비 때.
야 첫 판에 총 못 쏜 좀 잘 쏴봐 이번 판. 누구야? 감독님 왜 저 저격해요?
너라고는 안 했어,
내고.
영서봐.
제발 저리기 걸지. 나 맞긴 해 솔직히. 알고 있네.
왜 이렇게 안 맞아 진짜? 3맵 때 잘 썼어. 마지막에 잘 썼어. 아 그러니까 3맵은 풀려서 다행인데 2맵 때 내가 본 것 중 진짜.
왜 그래 방송이 저한테.
그래서 솔직히 너도 알잖아.
그거 그런 거 아니야 또? 마우스 그 지워부에서. 아니야.
이상하던데 오늘. 아 그러니까 영섭의 기대치가 있잖아. 그냥 픽 쏘지는 거야 계속. 그래서 뭐지 했지.
어쨌든 힘으로 밀고 나갔을 때 이기는 라운드들이 더 많았던 것 같거든요 오늘.
예 막을 수 있겠어 얘들 어때?
아, 네 이거는 막을만 했었는데
처음에 템이 다 빠가져가지고.
아 근데 형은 어떻게 죽었는데?
나 연막 앞에서 비비다가 죽었어.
그러니까 어떻게 죽었는데? 총을 쏜 거야? 총을 못 쏘는 상황이었어?
나 총 쏠 수 있었는데 그냥 1대1에서 졌어.
그럼 막을 수 있었을 것 같아. 영섭아 제발.
나.
어디가 다 지금 오해하잖아. 못 막는다고. 막을만 했어. 이거 가게 연막 잘 치고 해가지고
막을만 했어.
इसकी बात कर रहा था मैं. इसके ऊपर चढ़ गए भाई सब लोग चढ़ गए इसके ऊपर. इसकी बात कर रहा था. अभी तुम लोग को पूरा वीडियो देखोगे ना तुमको समझ में आएगा कि ये बंदा कितना अच्छा था और ये अपनी गलतियां मान रहा था, फिर भी वो लोग उसको फ्लेम करे जा रहे कि नहीं भाई तू. उसका मतलब कॉन्फिडेंस ही गिरा दिया, सीधा कॉन्फिडेंस गिरा दिया उसका. सीधा उसका कॉन्फिडेंस गिरा दिया कि भाई तू मतलब समझ रहे हो कि भाई तू गू है, ऐसा बना दिया उसको कि भाई तू गू है, तू मत खेल. और फिर बैठा दिया उसके बाद और डीएच को ला दिया एकेडमी टीम से. आई एम रिटायरिंग फ्रॉम वैलोरेंट विद द न्यू अपडेट इन द बेस्ट. क्या ये कैसिडी कौन है भाई? ओए कौन है ये? Announcer male voice. The new French and English announcer was in Valorant sounds so same.
Ace d'équipe. Team Ace. Changement de côté. Switching sides. Victoire des défenseurs. Defenders win. Mort subite. Sudden death. Parfait. Flawless. Clutch.
भाई ये नया वाला जो आवाज आएगा मस्त. ऐसा लगा कीट रहा हूँ देखो. Bro doesn't know who is कैसिडी कौन है यार? मैं भूल रहा हूँ. Should look like this. Oh, hell, nice. Okay. I just hope both teams lose. For real. Riot mobile verification beta playing against Smurfs is one of the most frustrating experiences around. So part of our once we're reducing Smurfs, we are requiring certain accounts to activate MFA through. Oh, nice, bro. Wow! ये देखो अभी रिप्ले सिस्टम से तुम चीट पकड़ सकते हो. वाह ये क्या किल था है. नेक्स्ट शिफ्ट चालू हो 5-10 मिनट में चालू हो जाता है. ये और एक चीटर. What? ये तो नॉर्मल क्लिप था भाई. What? ये तो नॉर्मल क्लिप था. You'll be able to report another player for rank manipulation through the in-game reporting system. Rank manipulation. हर्ष भाई क्या कर रहे हो?
शिशी
भाई तुमको पता है एक रिपोर्ट में नया ऑप्शन आएगा रैंक मैनिपुलेशन का.
ओह
हाँ.
तो ये तो मैं सबको करूंगा मेरे ओपोनेंट में जो भी आएगा.
हाँ?
दीवार पे कीबोर्ड लगाया है और वो भी चालू है ना. दिस गाय इज क्रेजी ब्रो. और ये
Dino here of Team Heretics. Fantastic first map. It got really close and it got really dicey, but you guys managed to pull it out. So I was wondering.
By the way, Valo छोड़ दिया मैं क्या बात है reporting हो रही है for real.
On boot now with the operator. Is this
एक
something
second में
that
आया.
the team is going to be building around going into succeeding maps?
I think it just depends on the team we're playing against. Against G2, they're quite slow. They don't really give you the chance to pick them off. But against T1, the way they play, you know, double duelist, Op can have a lot of value, and Woot loves to Op. So he's got a free role in Chamber. He just kind of does what he wants depending on the team.
It was very effective, and I'm sure you're feeling good about
Hello,
Sunset,
hello,
right?
hello.
Yeah, of course. Like Sunset.
भाई मैंने
also
mic
one of
का
our best
wire ही
maps,
निकाल दिया.
Still is one of our best maps. So yeah, I'm excited to play.
Fantastic. Good luck.
Thank you.
Wow, a good loss to Op. It wasn't like that once upon a time, but we gotta say the way that they ended that map, Rians, he's just too good. He's just the GOAT at this point.
I mean, we were highlighting all the clutches before the show, and he delivers in that final moment to take it all the way.
Yeah, and like watching it play out the way that they did, watching them swing him one by one, you just you could feel it, right? It was like watching a train wreck happen. You knew this was the end of the road for them. They weren't.
I'm sorry. Is watching EMEA win a series or win a map a train wreck to you?
No, watching T1 give them one.
This guy.
Damn, I'm glad it's your last day, Doug. But let's take a look at our HyperX reflex moment. This goes to Mibr. The first half was all about this match.
Yeah, I mean, in very similar fashion, I think, to that series versus G2. Like, maybe this is fake, but I've been very impressed with his play on the defense side in particular. This is a player that has completely taken over on the defense half in that series versus G2, and in this opener with so many multi-kill rounds.
And we were talking in the green room about what felt like the magic number for T1. How many rounds how many rounds could they win and still have a shot at this in the second half? And I think if it wasn't for Mibr putting up the performance that he did, you may have had a more competitive first half, which would have led to a very different second half. But Mibr almost by himself felt like he took T1 out of the entire first half.
Yeah, Buzz tried his goddamn best as well. But let's hear from T1's coach Autumn and see what he had to say ahead of map 2.
Hey guys, Mika and Bella here, and we have Coach Autumn of T1. Now that was
अरे see वो उसकी फोटो है ना रियंस की टकली फोटो है ये तो भाई बस गाली गलौज करो भाई बस गाली गलौज करो आप गाली गलौज करो और कुछ मत करो तो पैच 11.08 कब आएगा भाई starting at patch 1.09 account identified as purchased or detected for boosting will also face bans क्या तो ये लोग साला आगे का लीक्स कैसे लेके आ रहे हैं बस receive this from a neighbor's cute birthday party top ना ये ना बात group chat or even acting for worlds अरे तेरी ओ है लमा RTX 4070 और बेटर ये कौन से गेम का रिक्वायरमेंट है भाई टार्कोव अच्छा मैच हुआ इसकी क्लिप नहीं देखनी चाहिए नाइट मार्केट बैनर नाइट मार्केट फिर से आ रहा है जल्दी कॉट द पेपर एक्सट्रीम मर्ज अनबॉक्सिंग थिंग्स पूजन मेहता हैज बीन रिमूव्ड फ्रॉम NRG ओ तेरी अब मतलब पूजन मेहता पेपर एक्स अब पूजन मेहता पेपर एक्स जाएगा 99.9% this is why you die.
Oh, was it just my aim that took him out? No. When we take a look,
I hate this guys.
99.9% of the time, this is why you're dying. So if you notice right here, I took out the neon, right? But you might be wondering, oh, was it just my aim that took him out? No. When we take a look at his perspective, I want you guys to notice where his crosshair is. If you notice, his pre-aim is like really bad, okay? He's aiming at the wall there. He's not looking hookah. He's not looking where the clove is. He didn't really clear his angles properly, okay? He cleared the angles as if like he's just going for a raw aim duel. But if you look at my crosshair placement, okay, and you look at Cloudy's crosshair placement, our crosshair placement is a lot more closer to his head than his crosshair is to ours. That's why I always tell you guys, focus on crosshair placement. That's why you're dying most.
क्या उसको पीक ही नहीं करना चाहिए था सिंपल सी बात थी क्रॉसहेयर प्लेसमेंट क्या लेके वो पीक करता अबे एनी विच वेज अगर वो स्विंग करता तो इससे मार खाता ही ना ये बंदा जो बोल रहा है दैट इज करेक्ट पर एनी विच वेज अगर ये नियॉन इसको स्विंग करने जाता तो मरता ही ब्रो व्हाट इसमें कोई कोचिंग लगती है नहीं सुन रहा था क्या बोलना चाहता है.
It wasn't. And now after a brutal map complete with fake comeback, our Masters Bangkok champions have to dig deeper and turn to Sunset.
Sunset.
Stay alive in this series.
They can rely on.
क्या बोल रहे हैं इस बार फिर वापिस आ रहे का 2-0 बोलो.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि मेदू वड़ा अभी मैं आज से बंद कर रहा हूँ. आज से मैं बाहर का नहीं खाऊंगा मेदू वड़ा. मैं आज से बाहर का सिर्फ इडली खाऊंगा.
वाह, नाइस. That is still good. Fried से अच्छा steamed.
Yep.
Round percentage win rate at 58%. Actually, for them, the disparity isn't crazy between all the maps.
इडली भी ओपी लगती है बाहर की. मेदू वड़ा को टॉप नहीं कर सकती पर मस्त.
Made that very clear in the press conference earlier here in Paris. Heretics, we just not seeing much from them. Change up in their comps. Sees the Rays now doing mini boost.
T1 are looking like they're going to go for that split onto B through 3 different lanes. Buzz all the way into Boba. Then you're going to feel the pressure. Buzz is just sliding everywhere.
Crazy wasn't affected by the relay ball, but still couldn't do much in that fight. Bowled over by Isu instantly. The charge was led by Buzz. They're open B's.
Alright. ये लोग vitality को बड़ी लगा के खेल रहे हैं.
To try and disentangle T1 from their territory.
Heretics held back by that paranoia, now covered up by the dark cover since they had to retreat.
Really got their eggs in the Boba basket right now, and Meteor is more than happy to dig in.
माँ कसम.
This is all on Boo in an impossible situation. T1 making a really good call there for the mid-rounding.
Split over towards B. It's rare to see.
Isu absorbing all of that utility over towards A main. He gets the info, and I think that's just the protocol that they have, is that if there's a very aggro push on that A main, they're going to immediately pivot into that B split all the way top mid, a player through market.
मैंने नहीं सुना कभी किसी को इडली की क्रेविंग होती है.
Through B main. It's just that instant reaction.
And it might be enough to dissuade Heretics from playing like a 4-1 setup. They might not feel
like Cloud 2 कैसा है बहुत अच्छा है.
On an island at B, if that's going to be the case.
T1 committing to a triple bulldog setup. Was fast to take a little bit of space towards B main. B site where Team Heretics are just going for a pure gamble stack. 4 players.
Yeah, no trips here to run into, so Baz more than happy to frolic in the meadow. That is the B site. Looking to get a bit deeper now, but hit by the paranoia straight away. Fast lane comes up, make it hard to see the wood for the
somehow
trees.
survived because of his dash.
Somehow still untouched amidst all of this action.
This is what I'm saying about Buzz movement. When it comes to that aspect of the Neon Kid, he might just be the best in the world. I don't understand how he gets away with things like that.
He was
so consistently.
2 players in close proximity.
I swear I see him get more slide kills than anyone else. All right, a couple players go down for T1, but it's ultimately irrelevant.
easy है T1 के लिए.
That is the intention of the round.
Start क्या करना जिंक्स? T1 निकाल रही है, T1 निकाल रही है T1.
Overall, the start that T1 desperately
पहला वाला काम कर गया था.
After their comeback,
नहीं अब सच बोलना चाहिए, अब सच बोलना चाहिए. ये टीम Heretics निकालती है.
Nice, let's go guys, let's go.
ये टीम Heretics
This look, of course, for Heretics, a far cry from the double Sentinel they brought into Lotus that really had that slowing power, the stopping power against the fast
double duelist run कर रहे हैं ना पर ये भी.
Team Heretics do love a double duelist comp though. They played it so frequently this year, as have
Ranked
T1.
composition.
Heretics are postured for some aggression towards A. Paranoia can come through main, and it does, but that is just onto Izu.
Next match.
Nade as well. Happy to teleport away. Now we'll see if, similarly to the pistol, T1 just trying to accelerate into this B site. They've got everybody at main. Trip is now broken.
मेरे white board पे कुछ और important चीजें लिखी है. आज शायद white board ना हो पाए.
Both trips actually got broken by shots, even the backside one.
Nice flash out.
Well cleared by T1, and now he's ready to fight on the
Bro,
wall. Swing around the corner.
No.
Yes, give me more.
You can't be doing that with the Bulldog full sprint. The Phantom, questionable, but we've seen people get away with it. You hate
Bulldog
to see them get away with it, with the Bulldog, man.
This crossfire
That's
is
criminal.
It's impossible to break.
It's disgusting.
Heretics just
explain. I would like to see a DRS.
It's a save.
Hello?
It's a save. And so far, we've
I've
seen
seen
2 rounds now from T1 where they just batter Team Heretics by having Izu play A main, absorb all of the utility, instant pivot into B. On that one, Shocks break both the front trip and the back trip in sight, so they get space straight away, get the entire site straight away.
Stacks definitely needs credit for how he paved the way for Buzz and Izu to hit that B side very quickly. Heretics definitely feeling uncomfortable trying to lock down. Look where they died. They died at the back of the B side, so they were well and truly anchored there. Try to fight back in behind the Yoru clone. credit to Mibr, right? Trying to re-establish some kind of control.
Man, all right, stop replaying it. I can't see this anymore. That's not how the game is supposed to be played, Mitch.
Benji कैसे मर गया बे?
And Izu makes it look like it was hard-coded from the beginning.
Benji तुक्के से मरा?
Okay. Three rounds
Benji
running here for T1. Again, they'll start with this aggression and A, but already pings up mid up tiles. We'll see if Meteor tries to work that part of the map here.
Now it's an instant fast lane, but then T1 just slow things down because Heretics are throwing those util combos at them. So that's just a baited out backup, and now we can re-clear and get back in off that Sova drone.
Heretics here, trying to bounce around at the back of the map. You can see them pop mid. They're not sure if there's going to be a split that comes of this noise cut in A main.
Normal walk up इन लोग को.
In reality,
हाथ में देंगे इन लोग
just
को
a more
राउंड.
ponderous approach.
भाई रियंस को खेलना चाहिए आके पता है. इधर रियंस और वुड किसी को तो आगे खेलना चाहिए. बेंच पे गन अकेला होल्ड कर सकता है.
Have read this situation though.
भाई 4A hold.
And a couple of them working their way into the site, ready to anchor.
That smoke and Link, though, is giving them pause for thought. They might try and fight around the Link here itself. It's going to be Origami able to take Buzz out of the game. Meteor waiting for the push up, though. Here's and it's up to Meteor now.
Papa player
Heretics ready for this syncopation of tempo for T1, getting into the A side.
भाई क्या बात है?
Make it even more difficult. Who just brings him down to 1 HP.
30 seconds left.
Heretics just called the perfect rotate there. They understood the situation, got to Link right on time, and beyond that, getting players into sight. Rians locks it down.
1 HP है वो.
It's just a
वो
good call.
इकोनॉमी बचाना जा रहा है.
Meteor is
क्योंकि अभी यहाँ से इकोनॉमी
absolutely relegated to
बचाएगा.
this save.
तो
ultimately
ये लोग अगले 3-4 राउंड और बाय कर सकते हैं अच्छे से.
He was sat plumb in the center of that A site, whipping around like a
Nice,
turret.
good round, भाई, good round.
Nice little set play Heretics able to put together towards that A main swing around the box. And a very hard fall round on the board for them. They still need to think about how they shore up that B side. But so far, the A look has been solid.
Wow.
It's a slide backside. Riaz deals with Buzz in a situation
भाई
where
इजू वुड को
Buzz
मारने
comes
गया
out
तो उसका
on
क्रॉसर
top
प्लेसमेंट
more
हिल गया.
often than not,
Nice.
getting those slide kills.
40 SP कैसे बच गया? हाँ ना 39 हिट कैसे लग सकता है?
Hands down for Heretics.
Imagine 39 हिट लग रहा है.
I'm looking over towards the B side and you can see the Benji's.
फिर तेरा भाई का 12 हो गया.
Trip over towards market instead. Maybe further back on the side. He has to vary those setups round after round.
Recons exchanged towards that.
भाई ये Vandals के underrated है
The map. Heretics go for a pure re-clear.
Yeah, Minibu dinked there, but it's a great pop
नहीं हुआ
flash out for the Yoru.
Yeah, that time it's not dense with util. It's just a swing to catch that lone player.
Shot,
Line up for Woot. Free as it gets.
And Buzz and DH just decide to
दस
stay in
HP
lockstep with
जाएगा
each
नहीं
other
आगे.
to their detriment.
Phantom से लगता है ना 39. अच्छा.
Throws this round to the Sharks for T1. Meteor now
Phantom से 40 नहीं लगता है.
Util's gone, fair enough. Makes his way through.
क्या बात कर
Sound
रहे
cue
हो?
off the
Phantom
cyber
से
cage.
4 गोली
There'll be one in
156 जाता
Stacks'
है.
way.
Alexa,
Was relocated
what is
to B main
156
after
divided
those
by
kills
4?
came in on the A side. Nicely held by Benji. Stacks walks into the trip, gives himself away. Pings at the back of the side, a double swing!
39 ही
That puts
जाएगा
Stacks
भाई.
out of commission. Gets Heretics one round away from parity.
That one felt like it was just over before it even started, honestly. But I think this is a good adjustment from Team Heretics over towards that main side. A bit lighter on util and more heavily focused on the gunplay as a timing re-clear.
मैं पहले वुड पार्टी टेक दोनों एक ही टीम में खेलते हैं.
Let's go. Again, I like the sort of the movement of those tripwires by Benji after that 2K from Wood.
वुड की जगह पार्टी टेक.
T1 though, winning the pistol, winning that bonus has got their economy in a great position. So despite 2 round losses in a row, they are able to get another full buy online.
Calculation करके बता दिया.
Close to a lot of ultimates and
कि
playing with some
156
pace
4
towards
गोली
A.
से
This one
जाता
could be
है.
volatile. The paranoia has come in though at T1 and it's thrown him
Nice
into
ult.
A.
अरे!
Showstopper just lands in their midst. DH taken low. Minibu thinks twice about trying to fight there solo in elbow. He backs up to the side. He's going to give this to T1.
And he can, right? Team Heretics have already accomplished what they set out to do. They got that opening pick. DH very low on HP as well. The rest of the Heretics players on the rotate towards this A side. Minibu going forward with the dimensional drift. Going to get all of this information. Once he gets into elbow, all 3 spotted.
I mean, the noise cut there gets seen straight through by Heretics. They got the info on Minibu.
Oh, nice! Nice! Nice!
3 for him in the round. And Meteor left on the outside, looking in.
1v5 निकालेगा Meteor.
Wood fallen by his hand, but this side is absolutely crawling with defenders.
बू से मरेगा,
Eventually,
बू से.
Benji will be on the wrap.
I must wait a moment.
Meteor has no choice but to simply fight for this. taking his weapon out of the round, virtually a non-option. Rienz is peeking for this, Mibr off his contact, would have stepped up where it required. And we have an even game, folks. Heretics started to get a feel for the pace of play that T1 have brought.
Often feel required when it's Rienz on the angle.
अरे
Heretics nets them that one kill, they back up.
भाई उसने
much like one of the prior
बस को टारगेट किया और उसने बस को पीछे से मार दिया.
And they re-hit, a re-hit. Then again, Heretics are
अल्ट अच्छी थी.
And T1 feel that they need to accelerate when the dimensional drift gets all of the information. And they just walk themselves straight into the crossfire because of it. Obviously,
Mibr मार के चला गया ना उसको.
This idea though of falling back with the double duelist comp and then re-hitting with it to try and get value off those pops, off that offensive utility, really throws T1 for a loop there. Into lobby we go. Stately pace for T1. Their buy is not good.
Now Buzz is looking to get real deep backside with this Bucky. Play around that fast lane. Dimensional Drift going to go first. Ping out these players, 3 of which are here from Heretics. Hunter's Fury even comboed with that drift.
He's just going deeper. He's in Boba now. Can he emerge and make a fight of this? He emerges indeed, and the Bucky plays Benji. Somehow it's Buzz though.
It is just pandemonium. He doesn't know where to look, so gets out to stay safe. T1 have gotten that opening kill, but still low on weaponry as they plant the spike.
Heretics are with 4 up and ready to take this retake. They're fortunate not to take any further casualties from that push.
Boo does have a paranoia to get back in, could certainly hit multiple players. Everyone from T1 entrenched on the site itself.
Flash here as well for Mibr. Plenty of utility for the retake now, and that is easy off the map. He tries to get in ahead of the game. It's not going to pay off for him. Rienz again, fighting. Beautifully done by Heretics. With the better weapons, a patient retake after only losing the Cypher.
At T1, you could see that desperation, the realization that they didn't have enough control over the map to actually win that out. Izu trying to leap into market, but just straight to his death with the shorty out.
ये मेरा Fnatic थी और टीम Heretics थी. और कौन सी 2 टीम थी? मैं तो भूल ही गया भाई.
Let's go! Guys, T1's lack of map control really their undoing.
That's such a big round. Look at all the ultimates used there. There was a Hunter's Fury even in the mix.
हर्ष भाई और कौन सी 2 टीम थी? ये मेरी Giantex और
get their 4th consecutive win now in the lead.
Fnatic. ये नहीं Giantex TH Fnatic और
a half buy with multiple ultimates used from T1 into the conversion attempt. Buzz fast up mid, dark cover on the right so he can pass.
He tries to get out of smoke, eventually belatedly sprays Buzz down. He takes some damage for it, but damage done indeed.
What is the decision from Izu and DH's backside? What on earth? Takes the isolated duel.
Alone, virtually alone. Rien's going to try and dig him out here, but there's a lot of threat here for Heretics. Look at the player back in Boba. Izu in a position to disrupt. Rienz has to fight on multiple fronts now. And he has the composure to take it away. 2 kills for Rienz. Izu takes another hit and finally is brought down.
1v2.
Damaged by 3 separate players in the round. Leaves Meteor out on the site. And
Spike
he's got to expose himself to get this spike back. Will he wrap around?
Expect करना चाहिए. भाई देखो इधर.
He goes. Woot and Boo. Not ready for it yet. Meteor surely not. He's made a quick push of this. Does he actually have a timing? Woot not turning his head around. Boo got to be spotted first. He'll be dealt with by Meteor. Now Woot aware of Meteor's presence, but both players have drawn a bead on one another. And Meteor has to cut this up piece by piece, expecting a wrap around the pillar from Woot, but that's not the case.
30 seconds left.
Woot is holding his ground, and now Meteor's going to step out into that sideline. But Woot flubs the first shot. A bit of a whiff now as Meteor tries to test him. An inch around the corner and then duck back. Meteor going to drop down, made noise doing so though. That's information that Woot is certainly going to capitalize on. Knocked him down to 23. Then there's just no time. There's got to be a spike recovered. Meteor has to find Woot, but he is impossible to dig out of his foxhole. There's enough time for a plant. Woot knows this. He has to challenge.
Nice, भाई साहब. क्या fight था ये 1 घंटे का?
Heretics to 5.
I feel like you could even see in that 1v1 how much these guys respect each other as players, mechanical stars.
किनका defense निकल रहा? अच्छा तो निकल रहा है.
I mean, what was that? A 30-second 1v1 goes down.
अच्छा लग रहा है Buzz और Izu मार खा रहे हैं ना.
8 seconds. Meteor feeling forced to plant.
And Meteor, Mibr rather, the wild card of this team, right?
भाई 1 घंटे तक चला इन लोग का फाइट था जो 1 सेकंड में खत्म होना था.
दोनों विस्की है भाई क्या प्रेशर में खेले.
T1 from getting into Boba.
अरे बट ये दोनों ने एक्सपेक्ट ही नहीं किया उसको सीटी.
Finds what he was looking for.
जबकि सोचना चाहिए था.
नहीं पता नहीं भाई वो स्मोक के साथ क्रेजी टाइमिंग किया.
नहीं उसने स्मोक किया और उसके निकल गया.
somehow his
What
life
time
is
does
just
सोचने के
always
लिए?
worth 2, never a 1
तो
for
0-3
1.
तो 5-3 और नहीं तो क्या?
Such a problem, and there were players in B main pushing the
निको
side.
समझ गया मेरे अंदर का
He's
tactic
inside Boba.
कि
Rian's
कैसे
going to
जितवाना है
any one of
किसी
those
टीम
angles and still comes up with the right answer.
को. Skin care routine देख
Remarkable
रहे हो
not only
क्या?
that he did it then, but how regularly we see this from him. Feels like as a player, so incredibly
Korean
well-rounded.
genetics.
So he steps up his teammate, but also when the time comes and push comes to shove, he can take the fort, take the round with his own hands.
His teammates who have just been so quick to support him in these situations. The benefits of running double duelist. Mibr is
TH.
always going to be able to teleport right on over and help.
Meteor, of course, in that clutch. Said that Genji Meteor was
ठीक है
a
भाई,
killer
लोग
on the
बस
loose, bit
attack
of a loose
आएगा.
cannon, so to speak.
Team Heretics
But
का
now
भी
it's
attack
Meteor
आएगा इसका.
2.0, someone that makes the right calls, is patient, and has the game sense to back that aim up. It's a close clutch, but unfortunately has to make noise. He has to get the spike and gives Woot the edge.
T1 now on the half buy in this round. Gathered up towards A main early. We're having
A main
happy
push.
to fight, but a very different look from them defensively. Woot just having the judge playing backside. Buzz has been sliding there a lot, so it is a little counterplay.
अच्छा पोजी लेके बैठा है जज के साथ.
May not make a difference. Okay, onto the side, a lot of noise made. Benji's the one that steps up here. Woot aware that there's players now encroaching for either angle. They're going to be pinged out as well. Benji though!
Benji अकेला ही मार रहा है.
Winghead's able to find one with the Hunter's Fury, and finally Woot sees a player he can shoot. DH, the unlucky one. Dealt with by the judge.
What a cheese setup.
सबसे बुरा लगा भाई DH के लिए. कोई नहीं मरा जिससे अकेला मर गया.
So Woot can just be a little gremlin backside with the judge behind the cages. That is so silly.
भाई कैसा होगा ना Woot भाई जज लेके बैठा है.
Oh my goodness. Covers the side, throws a little theft in.
भाई जहाँ Woot को 4 मिलनी चाहिए थी वहाँ उसको 1 ही मिला है.
Rians gets a nice Hunter's Fury into support
4
as well,
मिलता उसको
just
बराबर.
in case things began to get out of control, but it never happened.
But read अच्छा था.
Benji had
Alexa
that on
fan 2.
lockdown.
6-3 now. 6 rounds in a row. It's been an avalanche from Team Heretics Mountain.
वो अल्ट आ रहा है.
T1 have struggled to stand up against it, but now at least they've got a buy to work with in a fast play on
अरे नाइस. अरे यार क्या बात कर रहे हो. Good flash.
Meteor is down. There's still more to be done. Now Boo opts out of the fight in elbow.
Just blinded up, didn't have the
वो इसको
opportunity.
pick करने नहीं आया.
Three players here from Team Heretics T1 are constantly finding themselves hitting into stacks.
And no one's looking at the Owl drone though. They've only got eyes for Buzz, who lights up the stage, steps up,
Bro,
finds
no
his third.
way यार.
And that's an overdrive, well employed.
यहीं पे swing कर जाना था ना उसको मिनी बुक को.
Ponderous trudge across the map for the lone Cypher. It's T1, a side teaming with 4 of them.
Benji Fishy.
That was Heretics having 4 players on A site, and that was not enough to stop T1.
90s again.
Looked like Woot was honestly going to
in
get away with a
2025.
couple more back in main.
For 1v4.
Has this habit of stepping in the
आसपास
middle
क्या
of
करेगा
Buzz's
आज?
fast lane and just
Woot
shooting
हुआ,
his
blind
first
हुआ
player
क्या
he
उधर?
sees.
हाँ? अरे नहीं हुआ, फ्लैश नहीं हुआ वो. उसको लाइन ऑफ फायर में नहीं मिले सब लोग. अच्छा था
हाँ, क्योंकि वो जंप करते साथ शूट करने लग गया शायद इसलिए.
T1 are able to finally get themselves
उसको
around back.
5 गोली इसमें एक्यूरेट करने में लग गई.
On Buzz. Go for this fast play, and they look like they might have lined up there for Woot.
अच्छा फ्लैश था ना उसका.
This was just a
वो जो बू का फ्लैश आया था ना बाद में उसमें फाइट लेते लोग राउंड निकल जाता.
Isolate a kill.
Play off the clone as well. Stunning.
It's so sick.
Yeah, really slice the pie is the term that obviously we use. But challenging those angles one at a time.
Team Heretics looking like they want to challenge A main yet again, and they've got a bunch of ults to do so, with Showstopper being the crucial one. Not going to be ripped though by Woot.
This is a fake. Most of the attention here, I think, for T1 is over towards B.
DH teleport all the way in spawn.
Expect कर रहे हैं
Heretics are certainly aware that this could be his location of choice, as the rest of the T1 side opt to get through B main. You can see the gate crash going inside. What a timing!
Does he expect the second go? Benji is at least there, but it's still a split. Look at the B side. That has pulled everyone from Heretics off that side entirely, and now they're going to set up at Boba.
They want to push for more. They want to take the fight to TH.
Flash out of the smoke. Nice. But no, it's going to be Boo and Rienz and shut them down. This now puts Heretics at a numbers advantage, and Woot is on the wrap.
That is a pacey fight right now from Woot. Did T1 try to fight elsewhere? What is the move? They'll post up in main. He expects it. Stacks taking a duel.
Woot tries to step up. Meteor shuts him right on down, and it's on Rienz again. Shock darts to work with, and Stacks is low and subject to them. Meteor is going to be tucked here. Sees Rienz coming a mile off. Picked out by the cam. There's really just not enough time for Rienz to make this happen. Stats can step up, surely not. Surely not, we don't just stick this down, there's got to be an answer, and of course, it is the Hunter's Fury from offside. Rienz got it to half, but it's all he's going to get in this round. cool, calm, collected. Stacks picks up another for T1.
Yeah, the percentage play from Stacks, one of the long-standing titans of the Korean scene, just plays it to the numbers to the time. That is very well done. Somehow Rians again makes you a believer in every single situation that he finds himself in.
बच गया नहीं तो हो गया था बेंजी ने खेल कर दिया था
It comes really down to the gunplay, which at T1's core, that is where they excel. They were just such a DME, scrappy fighting team when they won at Bangkok, and that is always an aspect of them that is so dangerous.
And they get themselves the double duelist matchup that they were looking for. Yoru clones thrown out by both sides, but that's Meteor shot straight up mid.
Was that just spam through smoke?
Maybe above it?
Cover there? Oh, looks like he got pinged, so I guess there was some damage on him. He spams back, all right, and then DH just gets a second on a mini-boot through the smoke. Was he pushing through? What is happening in mid? It's chaos.
This spreads Heritage so thin across the map now.
They've opted for a fast pivot towards A. Smoke up onto Link, so Buzz with some safety can get through onto this site. It's just Boo on the anchor. But Buzz is so crazy with the movement.
Big win there, though. Really slows things down and then get the heck out of dodge. Boo on the side still.
That's the Izu special.
The signature look from him. Wood speculates there with that showstopper and doesn't catch anyone. Benji being pinged, he doesn't realize he's walking. Realize in fact that he's walking in the danger of Link as well, but Meteor finds the moment where Benji's back is turned. And that is a pretty frenetic back and forth first half here of
तुमने वो रेसर जैकेट देखा वैलोरेंट का?
6 attack side rounds.
वो जो नया वाला आया है जो जैकेट पहन के बैठते सब लोग.
नहीं देखा.
नहीं देखा, देखो ना भाई क्या बाप लग रहा. और TH ने खुद का भी निकाला है अलग से. तो एक मंगवा लो ना प्लीज. लव यू. Zero 4266W I guess.
किधर देखो?
वैलोरेंट के शॉप पे, ट्विटर पे किधर भी देखो. वैलोरेंट शॉप, TH शॉप को मैं देखता हूँ.
ये किधर देखने का? वैलोरेंट
वही है करेक्ट खोल रहे हो.
ये
नहीं ये कौन सा शॉप है? अरे हेल ना, ये क्या वैलोरेंट स्टोर खोल लिए?
वैलोरेंट जैकेट.
हाँ बस सर्च करो, बस इतना ही सर्च करो. रेसर जैकेट. हाँ रेसर जंपर जो ये वाला. हाँ नहीं ये मत सर्च करो ना. बट है ना, चीज है ना वो.
क्लर्ज भाई तुम्हारे को बच्चा भी हो गया
क्या? कैसे?
तुम्हारे पीछे बच्चे का आवाज आ रहा है.
हाँ अबे नीचे से आ रहा होगा.
नीचे से इतना जोर से
सुनो तुमको बताना था. आज एक मैं आ रहा था ना वापस, तो मैं केले वेले लेके आ रहा था, तो एक बंदा मिला, बोलता है कि भाई मैंने आपको ना कुछ वीडियोस में देखा है. तो मैंने बोला अच्छा किसके वीडियोस में देखा है?
केले वाला?
हाँ नहीं मैं केले लेके आ रहा था, नीचे था. तो देखा है. तो फिर बोलता है आप हर्ष भाई के दोस्त हो ना, आप हर्ष भाई के साथ वीडियोस बनाते हो ना. तो फिर उसके बाद मैंने बोला तो अभी तो ना बोलता है इधर क्या कर रहे थे आप? और फिर उसके बाद बोलता है मैं आपको ना रोज देखता हूँ, पर ना मिलता नहीं हूँ. मेरे को सब पता है आपके बारे में, ऐसे होता है. तो मैंने बोला नहीं एक्चुअली ना मैं ज़ेप्टो डिलीवरी बॉय हूँ, केले देने आया था इधर.
भाई
और वो छोटा बच्चा था पता है, बोलता है मैं आपको बहुत कैप्चर किया हूँ. बोलता है
कैप्चर बोले तो
फोटो खींचा हूँ बहुत. बोलता है
ऐसा,
बोलता है कि एक दिन आपको मैं रिवील कर दूंगा सब.
डेंजर
आदमी हो गया ना भाई, क्रेजी. क्या बोलते ये आप?
Let's run it back, folks.
अबे तुम्हारा माइक किधर यूज
Team Heritage still chasing that first.
अरे हाँ, हेलो.
क्या बोलते ये आप? 2-0
पता नहीं ब्रो.
वो रिकॉन देखो उसका.
हाँ वो बहुत कॉमनली रिकॉन डाल रहे हैं, मुझे समझ रहा नहीं वो कैसे रिवील करता है सब कुछ.
First team from the Pacific. to have 2 titles.
छोटू से धमकी अबे 14-15 साल का बच्चा
right now, but he's too sharp.
खिड़की के बाहर देखो लटका हुआ बच्चा वो साला मेरी बालकनी के नीचे एक दिन क्लर्च भाई भाई यहाँ पे ना 2-3 लोग रहते हैं जो देखते हैं हर बार अभी चैट में भी आते हैं ना उस दिन आए थे कितने सारे
Feels like, frankly, things get disconnected there for T1. Was the plan to get out, to stay in? Buzz made the decision in his own right to just send it, but no one was really there to assist. So that'll even things up as Heritage they make their way towards this very open A site.
T1 want to group up, play death ball here in the mid. There's late explore. Boo has the utility to slow this up, to stall it, can even, God forbid, one-way this phone box. Make it challenging, but someone needs to sniff this out first. So oh, that's brutal. Knife between the shoulder blades, and now T1 can quickly pounce on this A hit. This leaves Heretics in disarray. They're not quite ready for it, but Boo emerges, finds DH, and out on the side, it's Miniboo alone. Wood.
No way, man.
Boo has to do it solo as well, and Izu exits around with 3 snappy kills.
Heretics couldn't even break the trip. They were just getting stalled out by that. Pretty sick.
बेंजी मर गया था ना तो चारों आ गए वॉकआउट किए
मिड से वॉक down mid through tiles. Heretics had no idea what was coming.
And as the mid rounder, Boo just decides it's so unlikely that there's going to be a wrap from T1. And this is how T1 are getting the rounds on that attack side as well. Right? They're throwing more and more deranged things at Heretics.
उस बच्चे को अपने घर पे ला दिया? नहीं, अरे नीचे खेल रहे होते हैं ना बच्चे. मैं फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे रहता हूँ.
I think the most impressive
मेरे बालकनी के सामने क्रिकेट खेल रहे होते हैं.
Yeah, well, the timing I don't think that Heretics could have accounted for. Say that's an important pistol round in the context of this series.
वो 14-15 साल का बच्चा था भाई.
अच्छा
है ना?
The best
अच्छे स्ट्रीमर को देख रहा है.
मत सिखाओ भाई उन लोगों को कुछ भी. और मेरे को पद्दूराम बोल के गया भाई वो. मेरे को बोल के गया. आप पद्दूराम उसने पहले स्टार्टिंग में ही बोला था आप पद्दूराम हो ना.
Teams with fantastic
उसको लगता है कि तुम मेरे को पद्दूराम बोलते हो. मेरा नाम पद्दूराम है.
DH just ready to let this paranoia loose and the swing out from Buzz. They're fighting together and cleaning up everyone. Beautifully done.
Confidence there, of course, for DH to step out of the smoke. Paranoia was there to set Buzz up, and the rest, as they say, is history.
And what is the move from T1 on this bonus
भाई भींगा सही था भाई वो.
Are they going to go for another crazy aggro look? A push down mid like they did on the pistol round, perhaps? Some kind of trap play off the relay bolt with a flash from Izu.
नाम नहीं पता था, पता उसको मेरा नाम नहीं पता था. मेरे को बोलता है आप पद्दूराम हो ना. मेरे को पता है आपका नाम पद्दूराम है. मैंने बोला नहीं वो ऐसे किसी को ही बोलते हैं. बोलता है झूठ मत बोलो ऐसे बोलता है. भाई कैसा होगा?
Izu tucked for now, might look for a timing, walks up, spots Wood and a number of other players. Will be getting out now, door brought down.
He just teleports to now
what is Paduram?
Mid. As Heretics are all grouped up here, who loosely watching over on that A side where your standard one-ways are getting cycled by the defense.
This is
T1 opt for a double push out of this smoke mid. Do they flash and stun? Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they don't want to risk the chance of them just walking by and getting up mid, but Boo seems to be ready for this. That one smoke, T1 out of hiding, they look to challenge. Nice. It's only a couple Bulldogs and a Sheriff now left for this specific team.
Sync
up the flash with a paranoia plus that relay bolt swing out.
वो लिखेगा भी मेरे अपार्टमेंट का नाम या कुछ भी लिखेगा तो वो सारे वर्ड्स बैंड है मेरे चैट में तो वो ऑटोमेटिक हिडन हो जाएगा.
Team Heretics with just far too
किसी का
many
चैट नहीं आ
players in
सकता.
the vicinity and Boo just lights them
मैंने
up.
हर एक वे में जो एड्रेस रिवील हो सकता है सारे का सारा मैंने वर्ड बैंड कर रखा है.
Doing a good job of collecting the orbs on the past couple rounds too. That is of note.
There's a deep hold on B here and constant checks of mid.
This
shouldn't surprise T1 too much. Now this belated look at the A side. We're down to 25 seconds in the round, so Heretics do need to be expedient about this. Nothing though for DH to see here. Oh my goodness, Meteor! Oh,
Rian's unlucky yaar.
Rian's was trying to put that spike down. Benji now going to look to try and take the fight, but DH is still healthy, still ready for it.
भाई वो क्या डिंक कर रहा है सबको? सबको डिंक कर रहा है.
Spike down at least.
अरे माँ को सब 3 player लो.
Everybody on Heretics getting a taste of it. And now Meteor wants to step up and get the job done himself.
सब एक shot है, सब एक shot है.
Miniboo at least has to swing off his contact and so it stacks.
भाई Miniboo को round निकालना पड़ेगा. वो 1 HP है. नहीं 42 है.
No reason to overextend if you're Heretics.
Boo's still on such low HP at the moment.
He's looking, searching. Stacks gets to half and he's going to stick the defuse. Surely not! just in the nick of time. Shut down as he went for that defuse.
Someone leaked
And Heretics
code
come
in the
back. That was
language.
a bonus for T1.
Oh my god, it doesn't get close to that. As soon as I saw him start spinning, oh no. How many times?
करके देखो.
How many times have we seen?
कोई भी करके देखो.
As soon as you just needed to, turn the DPI up a little bit, get that to.
He missed his first shot because of that, bro.
Huh? कौन सा?
I think you're pretty happy with that for T1. That's your bonus there. A number of Bulldogs were committed into the round, and you
भाई
went
उसने
down
सबको डिंग डिंग मारा ना?
3-5 very early off that poke into mid.
No, certainly of note, Izu has picked up this operator for
Hello,
T1's first full
Shit,
buy.
मेरा बंद हो गया.
Posted over on
सबको
that
डिंग
B
डिंग किया
side.
ना?
हाँ वो डेंजर था.
We'll have that gate crash all the way back and spawn to get to A
Lakshmi
link with
नहीं
some
हुआ.
haste
Hell
and
no.
spawn even. Buzz ready to play off the paranoia that DH has.
हमारे इधर
Needs to
buildings
be
के नाम
dynamic
जैसे
here
नहीं
on the
होते
outside,
ऐसे.
but Minibu shuts.
Or a
Pops
nice.
the pincer down and Woot slams him.
It didn't connect onto Woot somehow. How did he sidestep that?
He's just ahead of it in the end. That's devastating though for T1. That's a lead now. They might be forced to concede. Meteor somehow isolates one player amidst 5 of them.
God, he's so sharp. And he wants more.
Sticking around, but this is a dimensional drift. Minibu gonna go deep for info, and Minibu gets 2 for that. That's big, and he's given T1 a real shot at this round.
Stacks को कोई देख नहीं रहा.
Clear all.
केयर कर 2 kill निकालेगा नहीं तो. Oh nice.
In the timing, Benji knocked down to 47, but that's all he's gonna get.
Now it's Zizu with the operator, who's certainly going to be saving at this point. Meteor tried his best, but that light little trap setup, with Buzz taking contact, paranoia, man, if that hit Woot, have to think DH probably gets 2 there.
Yeah. I mean, that's the volatility that gets introduced into this early round by T1, who always want to be
Well,
popping
nearby
a
shops
part
will
of the
spot
map
up
on
के वहाँ पे
defense.
direction in
But if
left.
one thing goes wrong,
Right.
if one
Hell
form
nah.
of util isn't lined up properly, Heretics are going to punish you for that smallest of mistakes. They will fight you in much the same way.
मेरे को बहुत
Look at how
लोग
Woot
मिलते
was just
रहते हैं भाई.
walking out into the fast
State
lane on his
में
defense side.
बहुत लोग
Both
मिलते
these
रहते हैं.
teams are primed to fight. They want to take those early engagements.
मेरे घर
They
के
want to prove
पास द वॉक
that
है.
they've got the better
द
gunmanship.
वॉक एक कॉम्प्लेक्स टाइप का एरिया है. काफी चिल रहता है. तो मैं ऑलमोस्ट हर शाम उधर जाता हूँ.
Buzz losing
मेरे
that
को मिलते हैं
duel.
बहुत लोग.
And I just need to see this from Woot's point of view, as to what happened with the paranoia. I'm just curious what that looked like from his point of view. That was really the critical moment of the round in my eyes.
Minibu, okay, it's
क्या ये बाइनरी कन्वर्ट करके
Is
देखो.
able to sidestep that.
It's late. I mean,
तुम बाइनरी वाला किसी ने
comes up
बहुत पहले
Minibu,
से
he then
सोचा
gets
था.
flashed after it, but DH is left in a 1vx scenario.
Now the inroads for T1 on this round 17, where they're on the bad buy. Operator saved by Izu. Can he find an opener with that? And also Buzz having the Bucky, but 1 away from the overdrive.
इतना बड़ा होता है
Already had that
binary
really
to
sick 3-piece with the ultimate. We'll be looking to get that active. And it's him doubled up with DH.
Uncle
over
का
on that
playstyle
inside again
sexy.
towards elbow.
Just the clone this time around. Okay, Meteor. Has already been able to open up here with the Sheriff.
Buzz is about to get his ult as Heretics make this foray into the B side. They have to contend with Izu.
भाई इसकी ऑफ
Unspotted
बस
by the
निकाल
drone.
लो.
Back on the angle and does get his, gets away.
ओए मार्केट
And now on the flood back
उसका
in,
रिपोजी
having the
मार्केट गया.
overdrive, this could
नहीं
absolutely be a round win for
मेरे को
T1
लगा
despite the
मार्केट
bad
था.
buy.
Yeah, this is the operator held over into this round by Izu, and it was a
Nice,
wise
देख
save in the
लिए.
end.
Stacks
क्या बात
just
है
so
दो बैक
much
साइड.
far
10 पे अल्ट है.
ahead. So much more far ahead than the rest of the team gets caught.
Minibu.
अरे
Buzz doesn't have much to work with. It's just a bucket. His smoke might assist him to some degree. First a
was
relay ball,
gonna.
then in he goes around that dark cover, but surely they've heard him here. The
Nice.
overdrive is cut short. A short circuit here for the Neon. But Izu
अरे
is
क्यों
waiting there
पीक
on the back
कर रहे हो
side. Minibu's
उसको?
gonna take a challenge. 20 health on Izu. Minibu now
Pick कर
in
दे.
contingency and escape route.
Oh!
That almost got him killed for it. But now he knows. He knows full well where Izu is waiting.
बिना टैप के पीक मत कर मेरी जान. बिना टैप के पीक मत कर गरम खून.
Slanted against the Yoru of Izu.
How can he possibly win this? Has to connect this op shot right now on the Minibu swing.
Minibu patience, knows he's got time,
Nice.
makes the swing, sees the knee. Minibu, crucial 3K in that round. And Izu an adventurer no more apparently. Once more, Heretics get their nose out in front.
Bides his time perfectly. Buzz going for that overdrive too late.
भाई
If he had
वो
already
शॉट मारा ना
caught that on
उसने.
the entry back in,
बाप
he
रे
might
अच्छा है दूसरे साइड
have gotten the
एक्सपेक्ट
kill
किया
there,
उसको.
maybe even 2. And prior to that, Izu gets the kill and gets out, but then Stacks positions back in the site before anyone else was there to assist.
भाई इसने मैं बताता हूँ क्या लिखा हुआ है इसने लिखा हुआ क्लच में शर्टलेस हो जाओ पक्का पक्की बात है
Now they don't even have the cash for this operator. It's all rifles on this one.
The wave of ultimates from TH is about to crash down on them as well. There is a heck of a lot in the arsenal for Heretics.
नाइस यार 4 और राउंड
Notice the Cypher util again.
ये वाला राउंड वो लोग को खा जाओ इको पे आ जाएंगे
Looks like they want to keep it simple
सेव भी
around
मत
where they
करने
have
दो
4 ultimates.
5 man
Just slam into
elimination
this B site.
नाइस आल्ट नाइस आल्ट
Straight away, Wood trying to get in there.
खींच उधर ही खींच अरे बेवड़े
TH find himself in Boba now, ready to reinforce. It's only Meteor left in the site. Can he do anything as the sole anchor? Easy's going to get in now as well. He can play off this. The flash is good. Relay board is there, and Easy emerges with the shorty. It's TH following up on it.
Nice Riens! Tap!
Keeps the Ninos in the round, and they have a spike to deliver elsewhere, I see.
How does Izu get away with this? Every single dimensional drift. He pops out with the shorty for
बस को 1 घंटा लगेगा
Now Boo is isolated on the site.
आराम से रुका
This timing against
एक फ्लैंक कर रहा है
everything.
There's no way
Izu.
He's not looking. He didn't look towards
Oh hell no, it's 1v2 for Boo
recover.
the captain, the IGL, the savior for TH
On Izu for Riens hurts him.
Izu एक गोली है बस एक गोली
and Riens in the same sentence. That doesn't add
दोनों
up.
साथ में खेल रहे हैं
Can't
अभी
really do the math on that one, but it just happened. It's all in the hands of Boo, the IGL.
Sees Buzz first. Breaks up the 1v1.
Nice! He's low, he's pretty low.
They've got to go for the spike. Izu again has to clutch from low health. Gets it to half. Boo. Does he have a sense for this timing?
Nice!
Man, a few words, but clutches up when it counts. Boo gets Heretics ahead by 2.
The unlikely hero for this Team Heretics side. A squad
TH को
with some
सपोर्ट
of
करने
the
लगा
best
अबे मैं बस
shooters in the
T1 को नहीं
world,
जीतना
but
देखना
it's the
चाहता
IGL
देख
Boo.
पहले मैच मेरे को पता है पहला मैच मेरा कर्स लगता है मैंने T1 को सपोर्ट किया हार गई ये मैच TH को सपोर्ट दूसरे मैच मेरा सही हो जाता है अमृत
अरे रियंस पागल है वो क्या वैल्यू निकाल रहा है
हाँ
भाई
ना swing tap
coming into this tournament how he feels
सेकंड राउंड जिसमें उसने ऐसे 2k किया है और राउंड निकाला है
2k नहीं 3k मारा है वो उसके पीछे डब्बे के पीछे रह के ना
इंसेन ब्रो
स्लाइडिंग नियॉन को एक गिराया था
हाँ
वही ना भेंडी हर्ष भाई मेरे को मेरी शक्तियों पता चल गया पता है पहले मैच में जिसको सपोर्ट करूंगा वो टीम हारती है ठीक है और दूसरे जिसको सपोर्ट करता हूँ वो जीतती है मतलब मैप पहला मैप
ओके
तो मैंने पहला मैप जानबूझ के T1 सपोर्ट किया दूसरा मैप TH सपोर्ट किया 2-0 और ओवरऑल हाँ
क्यों ऐसा
अरे ये टॉक्सिक लोग है ना वो गाली देते हैं लोग
नहीं बता रही क्यों ऐसा
यार तुम फिर वही बता रहा हूँ ये एक्चुअल है ट्रू देखो जीत जाएगी TH स्टिक रहता तो हो जाता अबे तभी भी उसको शायद आधा अगर वो स्टिक करता तो राउंड निकालता क्या
Everything is coming up T1, but then somehow still
Next map किसको
wrangled
support?
back by the European side, who are so close
चक्कर में
to
G2
making
के
it
लगवा
into the playoffs of
थर्ड मैप चल रहा है
champions.
सेकंड मैप
They just need 3 more
थर्ड में
rounds
भी सही
on
रहता
the
है
board. And surely
हर्ष
this
भाई
one
wanna be
has to
nonchalant.
be a gimme. It's up against majority sheriffs, 1 hero guardian
लिया।
for Buzz. They need to convert this. Heretics' economy really isn't
लिया है
off
बस।
the ground either. So they are in, some level of danger, even if they just drop a lot of guns on this round.
Still fledgling. They want a clean round win if they can get a Meteor with the double stack. That one could have gone either way. Woot's almost collided.
40 HP for Woot. He is susceptible to just a sheriff
मैं
body
भी
shot
यार
from
उसे
someone
FNC
else
किसको
now.
सपोर्ट
Some serious
FNC को
control
full
assumed here
support
by Isu. Well and truly pushed up in the lobby. Rienz is going to have his wits about him here.
And he still has the gate crash active back in Boba, but it's, I was going to say, it's expiring soon. So now he just needs to straight up get a kill.
No! He committed, but before he gets pinged out by the Neural he's able to take a kill. Flash around the corner. This guy does it all. Rienz steps up though and finally shuts Isu down, but damage has been done.
Don't cover now over main.
Rienz
So Heretics
टेंशन ही
don't feel
नहीं
like they
रहता ना
wanna get out onto the site right now. Man, I was just waiting to see if he was going to connect one of those body shots onto Woot, who was scrambling, just mashing his keyboard to stay alive.
The H has got such good intuition though for this swing back across the map for
Ranji
Heretics.
round
So
निकालते हैं
he's
वाला
gotten himself in the site in advance.
Now here's that Cypher util. Going to take a moment. The rotates are here, but he's going for it.
Woot may not be connected though onto by Decimo. All of them
देखो ऐसे भी होता है कभी
Bought
कभी
time though. His teammates are here. There's 15 seconds to plan.
Here it is out of Elba. They're going to go. Hunter's
गया
for Rienz knows the TH is in the back of the side. It's Benji.
क्या बोला क्या बोला था
They navigate some
क्या बोला था मैंने
extremely rocky ground.
क्या बोला था मैंने
T1 putting the every turn.
Somehow every
Benji
single
round
bullet
निकालता है.
fired in Woot's direction just threads the needle. He's dodging everything. How on
Called it, huh? Called it. Straight up called it.
earth did he live for this long? He was fully blinded in elbow. DH.
Amrit!
That was ridiculous.
Amrit!
At 3 different points, I thought T1 were about to win that round. Feels like some level of divine intervention, keeping Woot alive and Heretics alive in that round to bring them to 11.
Team Heretics economy stimulated after that round, but still 2 more. Away from that valuable series win and qualification to playoffs. Buzz has pinged out, but had already retreated back to the site.
Heretics have just baited out very important.
lag हटा ले. अरे यार वो 2x करता हूँ तो उसके बाद एक बार lag होता है यार.
Meteor catches Boo on the offense, getting up mid. As the pivot from Team Heretics attempts to go into this B site, currently held by multiple players, and the spike is down.
Rion's on the move. Benji can't salvage now either, and Woot is looking a little uncomfortable out there in the open. T1, so disruptive, so hard to predict. It was Boo that tried to make a TP play back towards Boba, but that is sniffed out and snuffed out instantly.
Meteor is just ice cold in this situation. Reads out the Boo and
देखा भी वो अरे फिर lag होता है 2x करो तो.
Deletes Benji.
Why not support Pacific?
Global event winner.
अरे एक रीजन है ना T1 को सपोर्ट नहीं करने का. अभी तो बताया कितने बार बताऊं.
The only one from Pacific and one of the only 8 in the world. Meteor has just been one of the all-time best aimers we've seen in Valorant. Trying to now lead
13-11 THW. ये देख ऐसा ये घूमता है ना फिर अगर 2x कर लो एक बार.
Team to be the first Pacific team to win a Champions Trophy should also just complete the insane 3-peat of trophy wins for Pacific this year. By the way, I think he's really the guy who has ushered in this Pacific era of dominance. You know, it began last year. Genji wins Shanghai. They had a dip at Champions, and then this year it's just been all gas for the region. It starts with him at Bangkok, PaperX follow up at Toronto. And now one of those teams from this region just gunning.
Meteor only the decent player in T1, humble and kind.
Right, to see a team like Genji not even be here, despite how scary they were looking, of course, out in Toronto. But when one Pacific team falls, there's always another ready to take its place. RRQ still very much in the mix as well. Still a dangerous prospect if they can find a way into playoffs. Right now it's Heretics. 2 rounds away from that very qualification. And you mentioned the economy was still fledgling in that previous round. Who's only got really a sting amount of work with this team.
Players अच्छे लगते हैं but कोई अच्छा नहीं लगता. मेरे को सिर्फ एक अकेला बंदा अच्छा लगता है उसमें वो है
this round. They are going to be sent down to an eco. This is worth 2 for T1.
I support EMEA teams only.
Must win. This is their map pick.
लगी इंसान हो यार. Supporting EMEA teams only has to do something with your future, brother. आप शायद जर्मनी जा रहे हो पढ़ने.
For this match, are at peak, as high as it gets.
The economy was good enough for Izu to get this operator online. He's controlling towards A. The rest of T1 just posted up on B.
Now Woot's gotten into his little corner, but he's very low. Sees a little bit of Meteor's hat there through the wall. And now VH down, he finds his way out of this position. He had 2 players looking straight at him. Sight littered with smokes, and he still navigates it with finesse.
Mibr, the last player remaining, staring down 5 from T1. That was the economy on the line for Heretics. It's cracked.
Staring down the barrel of an eco. Next round.
अरे बट मेरे को समझ में नहीं आया जब ये वुमेन स्मोक देता है
keep a hero rifle in his hands around
22 से स्मोक आया ना वो
around that if unsuccessful would see T1 even up this game at 11-11.
ठीक है कोई बात नहीं GG नहीं.
I wonder if to some extent Heretics just felt like they should hit B because there was some aggression.
What is the best Euro player in VCT? Something and Jogamo tops. That's it.
But if that was the case, misread on the situation.
Klurge भाई इंडिया को कभी देखेंगे ऐसे VCT में जब इंडिया में प्रोफेशनल वैलोरेंट प्लेयर पैसे की जगह जीतने के लिए खेलना चालू कर देंगे तो पक्का फॉर श्योर 110% पोटेंशियल बहुत ज्यादा है.
It is an easy lane.
But all they need is money.
Yeah, that's even with most of the Cypher troops being placed in market and sort of top mid now because they're so easily cleared by that Sober Dart. Even so, I wonder what the composers like there for Heretics.
He's playing some other game.
It felt a little forced onto that B side after losing
Right
the
hand
first player.
left name looks so weird to me.
Round number 22 has managed to keep a hero rifle for Heretics, but the rest of them have to pay the piper.
Wow, that's crazy timing for Meteor to just decide to shoot. Pure intuition. This was a nice little
अबे वो इसका स्मोक था खुद के प्ले के लिए बनाया उसने भाई अच्छा स्मोक था ये
It felt like
ये कैसे गंदा स्मोक था
funneled into that 3-man setup. And now it's 4 sheriffs. Hero Vandal saved by Miniboo.
ठीक है, कायाक चैंपियंस में चला नहीं है अभी तक.
And I think really the most critical part
Miniboo के पास जो गन है ना,
20 players are
उसको हेवी फाइट करवानी चाहिए.
There's
देखो,
the potential for them to be used here.
ये इजू को देखो.
If Heretics collect a couple kills with some clean headshots off these sheriffs.
भाई रुकना चाहिए थोड़े सेकंड. इसका टीपी आउट नहीं रहेगा.
Next round where teams are tied
No
at
one speaking
11.
mid.
Yeah, that one is going to be
extremely
explosive. Pretty insane position from Izu right now. His gate
Sirf
crash
TP
is
choda.
fired, so he has to send out another that's going to go towards that A link side, which is quite fortuitous given all of Team Heretics are in A main, and DH is about to find out about that.
Can play off Buzz here. Paranoia for DH and Buzz. They've played perfectly on this angle. Combined nicely. Buzz unaffected, but Miniboo ready to swing.
एक गन रिट्रीव कर लेंगे अभी.
He just runs in dry.
एक गन आ गया, ठीक है. वुड के हाथ में गन है. वुड के एक और में अल्ट है. पता ये किधर है. नाइस किल. अल्ट है वुड के पास. डेड है. ओए! और डीएच पागल प्लेयर है भाई.
Meteor at 23 and 15 will finish the
job. DH का शॉट मार रहा है.
South very quickly.
Oh, they were living on the edge in that round. Narrowly pushed off the cliff, but saved by Izu picking up that fight in lane, and then DH getting right into backside. Meteor from spawn. Woot popping that ult, but getting denied instantly. So now they're lacking that on the buy round, and they can't fault Woot for trying to go for it.
और DH का राउंड निकाला ना. DH ने जो शॉट दिया उसको वुड को अल्ट के बीच में. भर दिया उसको सीधा. बीच में तो जीजी था. मुझे FNC MIBR देखना है मेरे को भी भाई. मैं बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड हूँ FNC MIBR के लिए. लाइक कर दो स्ट्रीम को. लाइक नहीं किया है तो
DHTP into
DH.
T1 were on the attack side now. It doesn't exactly smack of Boo's style, but he did go for that aggressive solo play up top mid. Tried to TP towards Boba. We know he's got it in him.
I was going to say, aside from that play, we haven't really seen Heretics try to exploit top mid and actually go for some kind of big rap execute.
क्या चल रहा है? 11-11.
In their playbook.
Make a wish.
As I remember.
Now it is Heretics economy still. It's struggling.
FNC को देखने में मजा आता है. अरे MIBR भी अच्छी लग रही है. वो गेम इंटरेस्टिंग होगा.
It's about to get hot and heavy.
Dimensional drifts for
आज statistically MIBR जीतेगी, right?
With T1, they have that Hunter's Fury in the
नहीं,
hands of
FNC.
Izu operator ready to post
Statistically Fnatic जीतेगी.
The gate crash to escape.
इसकी ऑपरेटर निकाल दो. लाले लोग अल्ट खींच. स्विंग मत करना वुड. स्विंग मत करना बिना.
Seems to always be the case.
Get ahead of the drift inside the side.
No, he got dinged.
Through on the Benji. He does go down to 9, but kill is a kill. And Izu is the
बहुत
chance
अच्छी
now
अल्ट
for a
चलाया
dimensional
आपने
drift
स्टाइल
of his own straight into enemy territory. Still Kent at the back of the side.
अब कैसे शॉट ही मारेगा?
Izu knows there's already Heretics playing on their doorstep, and Wood doesn't even ring the bloody bell. He's here to throw down.
Nice Wood!
That's paranoid. Has to take a beat. DH also with a smoke in his way. Heretics haven't been able to plant. They don't have the space yet, but they ping stacks
क्या
out.
बात है? क्या बात है? Keep pushing.
Now Meteor and DH at the TP forward has been pinged out. Wood though fully aware of this. Now they can make use of that info!
Nice!
And Wood for 3, still in this now.
Meteor 1v2.
2v1, but Boo's position is going to be revealed.
Yeah, Meteor gets the info off that neural theft. 70 HP, doesn't have a
Nice
down. It's intuition from Boo.
Big round.
Unreal timing there from Boo. And yes, an important round win for Heretics. Match point now comes up, but it was costly for the Wyatt. They spent
13-11 G3 देखो 1-0 चल रहा है 1-0 T1 is up 1-0 इधर एक खुजली MIBR को जिताने की लग साले मेरे को जिंक्स ही समझते हो ना एक नंबर का.
But Heretics, they're ready for that flood. That's the win con of the double duelist comp on defense. You want to be flooding back into these sites, so they wait on the plant, they fight together, and they deny the re-entry from T1. Who have to rally on this final round to stay in the game on their map, bring it to OT, or they'll be knocked down to the lower bracket.
Stacks pinged out, but no risk of Hunter's Fury from Heretics just yet. So he'll walk away. Again, it's Izu who wants to take contact here right in front of B. And in the meantime, look at this mid control.
I just want Wood 3
tucked up in courtyard corner. Smoke to top mid to imply a potential split
Wood
on B.
मारता है उसका ult आ गया समझ
He's
रहे हो.
about to get his doorbell rung too.
So now Izuku
भाई ये कितने ओपन पोजीशन में खेल रहा है.
Position on a more
ऑपरेटर अभी भी बी पे लगा हुआ है. प्लीज बी मत जाना.
towards this A side when the dark cover one way fades, it's time to
Nice, please walk up more, walk up more.
T1 are patient at the moment.
वुड को स्पेस लेना चाहिए और आराम से वॉक अप करना चाहिए उसको एल्बो.
Any fast play. And with no noise in
No
B
fast
main,
play,
T1
just
are
walk up, just walk up.
This foray towards the A
Nice.
side from Team Heretics, and they are correct.
I like this, I like this.
Everyone on the European side stacking up
Keep
over
going,
there.
keep going, keep
No
going,
ults
keep
to
going. No
play
need
with
of
at
flash,
the
no need
moment.
of flash.
Benji may be an opportunity for that.
Too much
Merle's
sound.
late, but nothing to get into the site with, and there's trips on either lane.
Im duels बस, im duels. पांचों इधर हैं. 3v5 आएगा fight. Just straight for trade and they win the round. They win the game. Easy series.
By all of T1.
Fight CD together. Fight CD together.
From that same spot. Good catch. Paranoia comes through.
There's only 12 seconds to plant right now.
Minibu trying to get across the site. Spike in the hands of Riens now. He should find a safe place to plant at the back, and T1 are going to allow it. He's going to
Who
play
is
for
still
retake.
not aware of DH?
Buzz, one kill will have the overdrive. T1 are stacking up towards spawn. DH still with that paranoia. Hasn't let it loose yet, but Heretics want to fight forward into Link. They want to take the fight to T1.
Minibu wants a tightening here. Going to try and go after the Sova. Riens at the back of the site. Pinged out by the recon now. It's about to get messy. Riens back.
Nice Riens. Nice Riens.
Minibu wants to push up
Crazy,
towards that
bro.
spawn side. TH in trouble behind the
Fire.
spot. Stacks gets
He got the vandal now.
rifle. Manages to take care of the recon as well. Around the corner
Nice.
he goes. Minibu gets the better of him. And Youngster up from Academy. DH has it all on his shoulders now. On the other side of the box is Riens. Gives him a tap. Lets him know.
Freaking MVP
He's
Riens,
taking account
bhai.
of his presence. And there's just not enough time here for DH. Minibu here can get to the spike. Shows up, but DH fights for. But they say all it takes to start a revolution is the whispers of heresy. Los Niños have advanced to playoffs at Champions 25.
And they're able to do it in just 2 maps, stealing away Sunset from
Crazy.
T1 in this upper
W
bracket,
game,
the
bhai.
first European team
Told
to make
ya,
it
told
into
ya,
the
chat,
playoffs
told
of
ya.
Champs 2025 on home soil in Paris. And a bit of revenge against Meteor
क्या
from
बोला था
last
मैंने?
year. The
बोला था ना
second time in a row.
पहला मैप जिसको सपोर्ट करूंगा वो हारेगा, दूसरा जिसको सपोर्ट करूंगा वो जीतेगा. जिता दिया टीएच को. चलिए फिर इसी बात पे लाइए कुछ दक्षिणा. दक्षिणा तो बनती है. भाई हर्ष भाई रियंस MVP है भाई, MVP.
भाई रियंस बहुत कड़क खेला.
पूरा मैप ये वाला बचाया है भाई उसने.
It's just top to bottom, fantastic.
ये वाला इजू क्या लॉस था बे. देख रहे हो बैक साइड 2 किल, बैक साइड भाई. चैट होल्ड अप, होल्ड अप, होल्ड अप. इसने सेकंड मैप पे कितना मारा है? 1916. ठीक है भाई. इनसेन, प्रीटी इनसेन भाई. नाइस. ये देखो ये 14-10 मीटियोर ही मारता है इनका. सिर्फ मीटियोर मारता है. फेकर वॉच लिख रहा है एक बंदा. हालात देख लो. स्टैक्स नो. नाइस. कर्मा हिट्स.
The one and only Minibu.
मिनीबू का इंटरव्यू सुन लेते हैं. How does it feel to get eliminated by T1 twice in a row? Not happening this time, buddy.
Pourtant, dernier seed, GMEA et les Heretics sont les premiers Européens à valider leur place en playoff. Congratulations, Minibu, for making it to playoff, and thank you for joining me. The first question I want to ask you is, we've seen, like seed 4 teams traumatizing the whole tournament since you guys arrived. So I wanted to know, do you think it still matters, or is it even an advantage for you to regain that status of underdogs again?
I mean, I think we are doing good when we are underdogs. Like, that's how we played the last year. And yeah, I mean, people doubt us constantly. Once we have one lose, their voice has gone, I mean, but it doesn't matter how people think we are. It just matters how we in the team think about ourselves. So we are thinking good. Like, I think this is like our prime in the whole 2 years.
Yeah, in terms of mentality.
बाप रे प्राइम बोल रहा है उसको.
Definitely. Donc première question.
तो Cyber had itself पूरे congratulations Lala, keep grinding. What is this hairstyle called? इसका hairstyle.
Ceci dit, ou est-ce que c'est même un avantage d'être si 4? Et ben il le dit. On est historiquement meilleur quand on est underdogs et je pense que ça se voit. On est à notre prime en termes de mentalité avec l'équipe et on s'en fiche un petit peu de ce qui se dit sur nos
teams to qualify in a single day.
I wanted to tell you that we can see, your improvements from this year, both as a player and
Fnatic जीतेगी next
as a
game
person.
2-0.
But I wanted to ask you the question, on which aspect do you think Miniboo, you, Domi, has improved the most starting from 2024?
I mean, as a person,
क्या पता आप वो दीदी का भी पूछ रहे हो.
Resilient.
दीदी का हेयर स्टाइल भी हो सकता है.
Last year it was tough for me mentally, but I think this year I'm doing way much better.
भैया साइड से छोटे कर देना, पीछे से भी छोटे कर देना, ऊपर से बड़े छोड़ देना और उसको कलर मार देना.
Of understanding about the game and picking.
कैसे हो यार क्लोज भाई? अच्छा हो यार, आप कैसे हो?
Yeah, decision making also, definitely I agree with you on that. Donc deuxième question, on a vu son amélioration à la fois en tant que joueur et en tant que personne et il le dit du coup, de quoi est-ce que tu es le plus fier? Et ben je trouve que je suis devenu plus résilient, j'ai aussi un petit peu plus de game sense, je sais quand il faut prendre des duels et quand il ne faut pas les prendre et je pense que ça se voit clairement, and making it to playoffs means you guys might get a little time to enjoy Paris. So I wanted to know, like, do you have any plans, anything you want to try so far or maybe that you want to see?
I mean, we've already went sightseeing like 2 or 3 times. Paris is like really good. It's better than expected. And I think we're gonna go to Disneyland as a full team. I've never been to any Disneyland, so I'm really excited.
Oh, nice. It's going to be a nice experience too. And you need to get some good French food too, on a friendly advice. Donc, dernière question, faire les playoffs, ça veut dire avoir quelques jours off. Qu'est-ce que vous avez prévu?
Disneyland जाने का.
Aller à Disneyland en équipe et on verra si le team building arrive à carrément.
Heretics
en playoffs. Thank you very much, Domi.
Yours is the strongest of फालतू क्यों बोलते
क्या? And now we're going to discover in a few who will take their spot in playoffs between Fnatic and
हर्ष भाई, जो अभी क्या बोलते हैं आगे जो टीम क्वालिफाई करेगी उन लोग का ड्रॉ होगा कि वो लोग ऐसी मैच हो जाएंगे?
ड्रॉ हो गया मेरे को तो लगता है.
ड्रॉ होगा ना?
हाँ, प्लेऑफ्स में तो ड्रॉ होगा ना.
प्लेऑफ्स में ड्रॉ होगा, सही बात है. वाह यार, काश मैं भी कभी ऐसी फोटो स्टार. ओए ओए, ये तो वो है ना फनाटिक हीरो. फनाटिक हीरो है ना ये पीछे फोटो में. Hi, hero MSP moving at the. Oh shit भाई, ये हीरो ये ना है ना. मेरी नजर उसके ऊपर ही हो गई भाई. टीम हेरेटिक्स सिक्योर प्लेऑफ्स विद 2-0 सीरीज ओवर T1. तो अभी तक कौन सी टीम क्वालिफाई हो गई? पेपर एक्स क्वालिफाई हो गई, एनआरजी क्वालिफाई हो गई, हेरेटिक्स क्वालिफाई हो गई. एनआरजी क्वालिफाई हो गई, हेरेटिक्स क्वालिफाई हो गई. और मैंने हेरेटिक्स और T1 दोनों को नीचे डाला था और G2 ड्रैगन रेंजर को. तो अभी G2 ये जीतेगी परसों और T1 से खेलेगी, ये जीतेगी क्वालिफाई. ये बारी G2 पेलने वाली है इन लोग को, याद रखना. 6-7. Which 10 rupees pen is the best according to you? ये वाली हॉजर बेस्ट पेन, और ये वाली भी अच्छी है. G2 से DRG शीश मजा आएगा ना प्लीज. ओह वाव, नाइस ब्रो. सीधा FNS की वॉच पार्टी खोल के बैठ गए बीच में. Okay.
What I'm playing, bro? Damn the dog! I.
तेरी दीदी मारती है. तेरी क्लीन शेरिफ भाई साहब, क्लीन शेरिफ. Here are Heretics' favorite Valorant champion skin. ये क्या भू थोड़ा सा भेंगा है क्या? ये 4 लोग ने अच्छी स्किन चूज करी है, इसको अकेले को यूनिक बनना है. फादर एंड सन. No. Cleanest river. Last round 1v1 for the bread.
Deploying drone.
Down you go.
Nice,
Good kill. That's a huge kill.
Let's go.
भाई नीड शॉट की क्लिप्स देख के हंसी तो आती है. लाइट तो बंद करते. कौन सी लाइट बंद करनी है? हाँ अभी एक ऐड आया वैलो फ्री स्किन का आपके चैनल पे, वो ट्रू है या स्कैम? भाई मेरे चैनल पे ऐड आया मतलब भाई स्कैम है भाई. मैं मेरे चैनल से रिलेटेड कोई फ्री स्किन नहीं दे रहा भाई. There is awkwardly single in a couple photo for casting height. आपकी सर्वर की मीडिया देखो. सर्वर की मीडिया कभी कभी शॉर्ट्स लग जाते हैं. बहुत सेंस भाई मेरे सर्वर का मीडिया इतना क्रेजी क्यों है? और अतिरिक्त इसका क्वालिटी कैसे बढ़ाऊं? ओह शॉर्ट वीडियो क्रेजी मारा बे. वाओ हार्बर किल ट्रैकिंग वाज क्रेजी. मूवमेंट एज वेल. इस नो इस हेला स्कैम वाले ऐड सारे भाई पता नहीं वो लोग चला तो कोई भी सकता है. क्रैश सीरीज बोलो फनाटिक हुआ क्या? 1 year ago today I irreversibly altered the timeline. What hell now be? I hate when I'm joking and people correct me. Benji Fishy name ain't really Benjamin Fisherman. Today, 2 players in the conversation of GOAT go head for playoffs. Chronicle Fnatic have already made a final this year and looked in fine. Ace हो गया ट्रस्ट में ना. When the score is told, but you are a PaperX fan. Here is looking primed. भाई इसके ट्वीट डालते ही हार गए होंगे ना. Especially adding a checksum to avoid this, locking down access to set match participants only, then see it be bypassed by a simple manual but somehow well-timed file replacement on disk. Now I can't believe this is my VCT struggle debut. Scroll so fast I thought this was LX1 like oh shit. After his 5th shit. Upcoming talent no crashes. Picture of his mouse used to rank 1 NA phase. Oh three. ये क्या बात हो गई? Personal opinion one thing. I think all of champions deserve to be somewhat of a tournament to end out the year. NGV shared the last year. Okay. Logitech has blocked you. Wow. और कुछ बचा नहीं है देखने को. Wow, Fnatic का गेम चालू हो गया. कौन जीता? 2-0 TH. आप फर्स्ट मैप पे MIBR पे सपोर्ट, सेकंड पे FNC. ओके ठीक है. इसके लिए शगुन लगती है ऐसे नहीं. FNC.
Wait, hold on a minute. When was the last time you played against Aspas? Do you remember?
It was 2023 login.
Yeah. No, it wasn't.
Champions.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, what happened?
We lost.
Yeah. So you got a bit of fire in you. You know, you got to get that revenge.
Nah, I don't have any fire to be honest.
Fire.
I like Aspas a lot. He's
my
really good friend. So when I play against my close friends, I don't get fired that much to be honest.
Maybe not for Alpha, but you gotta be thinking for Aspas. He wants his bad.
Yeah, I was gonna be like, maybe I changed my
मैंने बोल दिया
prediction.
इतने
This
में
guy
मैंने
doesn't
डन
wanna win. What's going on here?
मैंने ऑलरेडी बोल दिया भाई मैं I called
I'm not gonna lie to you. He might
wait
dap
chat
him up on the
I called
outside, you know, before they hit
2-0
the
on
stage.
Fnatic
You know once he hit the server, you know the kind of player Alfie
पहला वाला जो सीरीज होता है मेरा वो हमेशा जिंक्स होता है और दूसरा वाला रियल होता है तो ये वाला जो सीरीज है ये रियल है Fnatic 2-0 MIBR is real trust me it's real
In this opener versus BLG, you got to remember that Osboss
147k
worst tournament of his life.
147k
the resurgence. It was the whole different story here the other day.
And like, but worst of it was, I mean, like, I want to say, a series he went -20.
Anime redemption arc incoming.
Historically abysmal.
Yeah, look at those numbers. It's not -20. It is plus.
Yeah.
Is he back?
Yes.
How back is he though?
I mean, I would say pretty back.
Okay.
That was domination.
Double world champion. Double world champion back.
We'll have to see.
Wow.
I need more out of him. We were talking about the GOAT conversation earlier on, and to me, the definition of that comes down to the consistency. So one game does not define whether or not a player can be back. Everyone can have a good game. I want to see Osboss come in here against Fnatic, who are contenders, and show that similar level of strength.
Well, his teammate Shannon actually spoke about how MIBR have stepped things up in our Omen player mode.
Stop looking at other teams with fear. They're human, one head, two arms. It's
O sentimento é muito bom, finalmente estrear com uma vitória no campeonato internacional, de coisas que a gente ia mudar, e voltar a fazer coisas que estavam dando certo no começo do ano. Começou a dar certo de novo, preparação boa, bootcamp. Então, eu e o Aspas, a gente tem uma sinergia muito boa. Muitos motivos que a gente é bem proativo, a gente comunica bastante. O que plays reativas, começo de round. Então, eu e o Aspas, a gente tá muito conectado nisso, principalmente quando jogo de homem, jogo de Astra, qualquer boneco. A gente sempre tem uma coisa citadinha ou outra.
Yeah, I'd argue 4. I mean, our team wasn't there a ton. Oh, I love this set! Oh, it's beautiful! Osboss gets 3!
Cara, o sentimento de Toronto foi um sentimento que a gente não jogou no show, que a gente não foi o Mibr, que a gente apresentou nos campeonatos anteriores. Então foi bem frustrante pra todo mundo. Mudou bastante coisa, a gente tá vendo bem melhor agora. E aí a gente veio pra cá pra provar o porquê a gente tá aqui e porque a gente merece estar aqui. Esse é o Mibr.
I mean, they've got to be one of the biggest surprises we've had at Champs. And speaking of, when we have these combos about fragging IGLs, did you ever think we're going to be talking about Verno versus Boaster?
I mean, Verno, yeah.
Verno, absolutely.
This guy plays super aggro, and I love it. But Boaster channeled something special in his debut here. This was a Boaster that I think back to like the Boaster operator back in the days. This was the fragging Boaster showing up on the big stage.
Yeah, we haven't seen him in a little while, and he looked incredibly comfortable in that too, which almost like I'm inclined to ask, is he going to be able to do that again? And I almost want to lean towards yes, but Verno, we know the kind of player he is. He's been insane, and he's been able to perform prior to his calling role, and then even in this as well, it doesn't seem like he's missed a beat at all.
Yeah, I mean, he comes in and sets the all-time KD record on Haven, right? Absolutely monstrous performance out of him. So this sets us up for a very fun matchup, but where I come in, I say, yeah, Boaster has a great game. I'm probably not expecting that to be the bar for him to be setting. But Boaster has the absolute EXP advantage over Verno. You look at the history of these two players. I mean, Boaster, over his whole career, has just been Fnatic the whole way through. Verno's even changing jerseys within this year and stepping into the IGL role just towards the latter half here.
That's the question though, right? Because I think at this point, everyone's pretty familiar with Boaster's calling, how he likes the call, how comfortable he is on our attack side. But what about Verno? What's he like as a caller? Do we even have enough info about that at this point?
I mean, it's sort of hard to say because they did kind of, I mean, it was like this weird experiment where sometimes he was calling, sometimes he maybe wasn't, and then, you know, it was maybe not so set in stone, but I think the signature of how MIBR play is they do set up their individuals a lot to take the fights they want to take. Even just Verno himself, this is one of the most aggressive players you're going to find in the initiator role, and he gives himself that permission in the same way he's going to give an Osboss permission to seek out those fights, in the same way he's going to allow the other rookies on his team as well to take the initiative when they find those timings.
Yeah, I think, and it makes a ton of sense too, when you would expect this out of an experienced caller to...
Sorry. एक और ऑर्डर आई है। लक्ष्य चौहान ने
have a lot of storylines here, but also at VCT, you know, we got a little something for everybody, even for the hate watchers. So please enjoy Mika Fabs' catch up with Crashies and Verno. So the hate watch power was too strong, I heard. You know, like Pujan physically cannot see two of his former teammates on the screen at the same time. So
I didn't hear that at all.
yeah, he came in and sabotaged us. I don't know if we're gonna get that clip again, but it's kind of cool to see that two.
Last player standing.
You disappoint me.
One enemy remaining. Klurge.
Nice one. Muted? Oh shit.
Crashies, Fnatic has been looking great, and Verno, you've been putting up the numbers for your team as well. I want to know why this is the best timeline for you guys. What in your team makes it so that you're able to put up these performances? Crashies, we'll start with you first.
I think I'm just very experienced at this point. I know what my teammates expect out of me on the server, and I know how to set them up. So yeah, it's just like a recipe for success, honestly.
This isn't your first champs, of course not.
I think my team has very good players, but we lack experience. But I think that allows me to grow, like be a leader and grow and play to my strengths.
Constantly evolving for sure, which is what makes you guys very, very exciting.
भाई ये सुंदर है
This bump for you guys.
और ये sharp है.
Is this the best timeline? I know, Doug, you've been a long time fan of Ostinio, Crashies, Roberto. Is this the best timeline you think for him?
I mean, it's hard to argue against it. I mean, he's back here on the global stage.
Chronicle won the first champs trophy
for a champs trophy, and he's like a different guy.
Harsh
I think the best timeline is you get to play with Chronicle on your team.
Chronicle पहली champs trophy हार गया था ना?
Absolutely took over in that opening series. Closes out
Gambit में जब
44 kills to
सबसे पहले वही थी ना
21
final में
an absolute beastly opener, and this is the Chronicle that everyone knows and loves and wants to see on the global stage.
It actually annoys me how
सबसे पहले हारा था ये
stupid.
It annoys me how flexible he is in terms of playstyle. Because if you need him to be passive, he's passive. If you need him to be aggressive, he's aggressive. He just can do it all.
He'll play a Sentinel, he'll play Initiator, whatever.
And the kicker is he's done it for years at the same level. Like, this is not just like a recent glow up for this guy. He's been continually delivering like this.
But clearly not enough for you to believe in him.
सब लोग Fnatic बोल रहे हैं.
Okay, let me say this. Prior to playoffs, after we knew that MIBR was going, I was very unpopular in saying if MIBR are able to get comfortable again, there's a real shot. They didn't change anything in their roster. We saw how good they were when they looked good. They looked like they could beat anybody. And so I thought, okay, what happens if they figure it out again? It's only been one series, but they may have.
Well, I hope for your prediction you are right, because we have a lot of historical narratives on this stage today. They meet again for a spot at playoffs. It's time to welcome our players to the stage for MIBR versus Fnatic.
Fnatic versus MIBR.
Wow.
Very few can live up to the rivalry of Aspas versus Fnatic. This is for a spot at playoffs in Champs Paris, but this time around, the players next to Aspas are not the familiar ones we're used to seeing on Loud.
It's a completely different story. This is a squad of rookies that was built around
ये लोग करोड़ खेलेंगे पक्का बैन कर दिया Bind Abyss or Haven
2024 and now we've got map select.
Yeah, my fear for this MIBR squad going into this series, we take a look at the maps, Bind Abyss, and then if needed, Haven. What happens when things start to go sideways? Are we going to go back to seeing the MIBR of Toronto in the first couple of weeks of Stage 2? Or is it going to be the MIBR prior to that and the one that we saw in the first series?
Bind
I think
Fnatic
those
map
teams could not be more different.
I'm not going to lie, looking at the maps, I actually think MIBR have a really decent chance. Them being able to get Haven and Abyss, I actually thought maybe they would pick Haven and Abyss could get floated in the third one. But I think this is really smart. What they've done, I'm surprised that Fnatic would allow them to have both of these. I think this is the best chance they're going to get in terms of map pool.
Yeah, I mean, even just if MIB are able to get that third map, they're going to be feeling so good. They absolutely smoked Billy Gaming on Haven, and maybe have some ideas how to counter out Fnatic's game plan here on Abyss.
If they start slow on Bind, I have a ton of questions for the rest of the series. I know the rest of the maps on paper favor them, but again, when they've looked dysfunctional, they've looked so lost. It looks like they don't really know the left hand from the right. And if you are going into a map that's significantly more comfortable for Fnatic in Bind to start the series off, what happens when you're on a back foot? And how do they respond? Given that they're surrounded by rookies, given that they've gone through the gold earlier this year for them, I'm not necessarily brimming with confidence.
What I love about Fnatic's Bind is, you know, they were running a similar comp for a while. They changed the comp, but they don't change the tackle. It's not like they move away from an alpha tackle, which is insane if people have never seen alpha play tackle before.
Yeah, I mean, he's a beast on that one for sure. And what it means for MIBR is you can't waste any time when it comes to retaking onto the site. The tail utility, everyone knows, is so annoying to deal with in the post plants. I think that's going to be a major concern for them, on top of the fact that it just adds that extra layer of scouting on the map, which a lot harder for MIBR to take the timings and walk-ups they want to go for.
What on earth do MIBR play though? What do they go for?
I mean, it's been a while. This team was boot camping and trying a lot of new stuff.
Yeah, and so maybe they go double duelist. I can't imagine they pop the Waylay. I would expect like a raise and maybe Yoru, something like this.
I think the last time they were playing this was a double duelist on a Yoru.
Mind पे तो jet ही खेलता है.
But I
double duelist run करते हैं ये
feel
लोग.
like a lot of America's teams were not really playing the Waylay. So I almost
Aspas
like to see that come in. So yeah, this is the same comp they played previously.
Yeah, and if you think about back early days on MIBR, they were some of the early, at least teams in Americas to start running the double duelist comp. So this is not necessarily out of the norm for them. I think Aspas on Raze.
Varno थोड़ी call करता
same way. He's been able to be successful on other maps. I think that's a real question that needs to be answered as well.
I know both had a really good series on Abyss in the last game, but on Bind, on defense, on B, I need him to not get caught out placing down stars and util. The amount of times he gives away those first death, especially against this comp, he needs to be careful.
The thing is, America's teams don't play the
Yoru
This is something MIBR, Astra, Teo, like what is this
I guess
nonsense?
यही comp खेलते हैं वो लोग.
हाँ, double duelist run
The
करते हैं.
Astra operates very differently. Placing those stars down in your default
इसे IPS 15K नहीं भाई के भी भाई बहुत खराब कोई.
अल्फा तेजू ही खेलता है क्या इस पे?
हाँ, Fnatic का यही comp है.
New and advanced coming in, but it very much changes your play style.
Yeah, and I'm reminded of obviously
Varno
against a
IGL,
different
Varno
team, but
थोड़ी
I'm
IGL
reminded of the last time Fnatic
भाई
took the international
का IGL कौन है MIBR का? Cortezia है ना?
against a team and played on Bind, and we talked about
मेरे को
that
तो Cortezia ही
earlier
लगता है,
today,
लेकिन जिस
against
हिसाब
G2,
से
and so this is a
वार्तालाप
map
कर रहा था
that's
तो
very
वर्नो लग रहा है.
comfortable for them, and yes,
कोई
there are a couple new
तो बोल
faces
रहा था
out
भाई
there,
इट्स
but
बोल्स्टर वर्सेस वर्नो या कुछ.
हाँ वही मेरे chat में वही चल रहा है.
Fnatic with this comp on
नहीं
this
chat
map.
में नहीं है को कास्टर बोला था.
Appreciate that Alpha is a genuinely good tackle
chat में बोल
player.
रहे
He
कि
makes
Varno is
smart
IGL.
decisions and it's not all
Varno
just
है
about-
IGL.
Yeah, he's the kind of player you slot
Varno
on.
IGL
होता है IGL.
That's the beauty of Alpha
क्या?
here
Cortezia भी नहीं
as a
होता है,
5-tool
but
player.
शायद अभी वर्नो है.
तो Artisan Yoru खेल रहा है ना, वो कहाँ से IGL होगा अब?
हो सकता है.
There's an
Duelist
overwhelming
IGL, okay,
when it
bro.
comes down to the fight, and these maps always get brawly, they always get scrappy.
Like I said, it's a fun day. We're delivering everything you guys want, and
Varno
I know
IGL,
you're
okay.
going to want to see these two guys casting. It's Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Very
Kaju
excited
मारेगा,
to kick this one
सबका
off.
game
Aspas
खत्म.
up against Fnatic. We haven't seen it since 2023 champs.
Varno
Rolling
है,
back
damn.
the years,
Crazy.
but now on MIBR, fresh
भाई मेरे को
off
अभी
the first
15
win
के अंदर
for the
ना
organization
165
on the
hertz का जो
global
भी मिल रहा है
stage.
अच्छा.
Let's see if they can back it up with a
MSI
second up
BenQ
against
ये
Fnatic.
सब.
Yeah, I
अच्छे
think
हैं.
most people look at this game and go, okay, you've managed that first match. Obviously, all of the teams from China had their struggles in the opener. Fnatic were not one of the teams that struggled, so it's definitely looking like a different beast, a finalist in Toronto, but at the same time, the squad we saw
Fnatic
play
is
from
defending
MIBR
first.
looked very different to the team we got regionally. So hopefully we're in for a real treat.
Yeah, Aspis and Verno were definitely the highlights of that matchup as well. I'm curious to see how they're going to perform now here today. On the other side, though, for Fnatic, Boaster had an absolute life game. We know that Chronicle's a consistent factor for this squad, but Boaster hitting that form twice in a row, looking unlikely, I'd say. Who knows, though?
I've seen his operator come out on this map and be fairly fierce. At least for now, though. Start from the defense was a little bit of early B control. However, MIBR seeming passive. Still an opportunity for an immediate rotate from Artsin. But he's going to try and put some pressure in to hold players to this side of the map.
We talked about that utility over on the desk, and we're saying Fnatic have so much util to go and take those fights. They haven't gone taking those fights just yet, but what we are seeing, the push up coming through from Chronicle. He's fully cleared Bathroom and Exodus of the A site now.
map control है Fnatic के पास? They're stacking up B now.
For the hit that MIBR are about to go for.
Nah. कितना बेसिक सा मैप कंट्रोल दे दिया उन लोग को.
They saw a player teleport to the other side of the map. Maybe
Aim duels पे जाएगा पूरा मैच.
A little bit more open. That's not the case though.
ये मैच में लोग ऐसे ही घुसेंगे अभी.
Not a bad start though. kortizia is going to get the opener.
Now they've come in.
Chronicle.
First blood. Now the pressure mounting for Fnatic. The remaining players on the site, though, still have plenty of backup. It's a messy fight for Kayak, and he goes down with the punish right after Crash. He's managing one, and Alfie are still flying under the radar, but he used his util earlier. They'll know that he's here. Finding the players a different story, but MIBR making a good job of it.
Already.
Chronicle's flying comes through. A pain in the side. As MIBR
he planted.
Only one left,
nice. So good.
Clean it up.
So good,
Fnatic,
Chronicle.
they made the read early. The push up from Kron gave them the info, and the stack proved too strong to crumble.
Yeah, honestly, from the position they
जैसे क्यों दिख रहा है? मालिक है ना वो
it didn't go too badly for MIBR. Like, I thought they were going to get slaughtered on entry. Like, you walk into a stack of 4 players with one flanking you, but it was that
उसका kill दिखाने की जगह अल्फा का दोनों kill दिखा दिया.
Most already about
the pistol round.
My son, my young boy.
Nice.
भाई उसको उसने बच्चा बोल दिया.
We are going to have ourselves a little bit of pause to the action. Some issues with the in-ears, but hopefully that will quickly be resolved. Someone else I want to talk about, like we talked about the highs of the last game. You said it, Aspas, Verno, I think the Boaster and Chronicle, but it was Kayak. There was a little bit of a surprise for me, a very underwhelming first match in the server. I think if they are going to be a challenge for the whole tournament, a contender, he needs to be on point, especially when they've been at their best. He has been, well, people have said, oh, well, he replaced Durka, but he's already outdone him. He's already gone past. And
well, we have
up here on the cast list, so I'm not going to say that's true. But at least when it comes to champions, thus far, it's not really been the case. So I think especially going head-to-head with, I guess in this case, not just Aspas, but also Artsin, he needs to prove that, okay, I am that guy. I can take over games.
Yeah, I mean, EMEA viewers have definitely seen that face to Kayak. 100%. But on the international stage, here at Global Events, it's not being the same. For him, maybe one of the biggest challenges is I look at MIBR and we say, okay, well, for Fnatic to touch base again. Boaster, unbelievable life game on a biz. Consistent factor, and if you've ever seen a global event, you know that. But for MIBR, we know that Villain Saga देखिए तो उसमें एक prince होता है. The foot off the pedal. That's all gas, no brakes. So for Kayak, you know, already having a poor debut, there's a lot of pressure on him to show up here, and it ain't going to be easy to make that bounce back happen. But we know he's got the level.
Yeah, and I think that's always been the good thing with Fnatic in general is you have so much depth of talent. Like, we haven't even mentioned Alfie yet, but everybody knows what he can do on an international stage. So I don't think it's like the good thing for Fnatic is they still managed to win without him necessarily being at his best. But again, we're looking at the overall tournament. I think in this match, when you have someone like Aspas, who we already know can be the best player in any server, that's the head-to-head I'm going to be looking at.
Take fast.
Of course. It is only our pistol done, but we are going to be getting back into the match nice and quickly as the timer begins to count down. And obviously for MIBR in this round, the main talking point is going to be damage. Can you drop any of those guns? Or in this case, mostly SMGs.
Interesting as well, Boaster was on his feet in that pistol.
I don't know उसकी calling कैसी है भाई. Last map तो अच्छी किया. Varno is good. अबे तो उसमें जो होता है ना वो प्रिंस वो आगे जाके राजा बन जाता है.
It's like trash talking only when you win.
और उससे सब लोग डरते हैं.
You got to be consistent with it. He certainly
तो Varno वो character है.
As you said, MIBR They come in with next to nothing.
कि वो जब MIBR में आया
a lot of SMGs.
तब उसने बहुत वैल्यू निकाली भाई.
Buy that gives Fnatic.
Last game ही देख लो BLG के against.
The map that's in it. Good potential for the next. Well, there's the first for Chronicle. He's under a lot of pressure.
Bowlings भी अच्छी थी.
Hit by that Seize and with the reload underway for Crashies, he couldn't quite help out. From here, well, I was going to say it'll be difficult to find more
impact Booster for Papa MIBR actually.
With numbers for Fnatic. You can see Booster Papa here to back up his buddy, but Crashies has been hit pretty low. There's still a chance for this to become a costly round if Fnatic aren't careful, and that's why you see this quite timid approach to denying the plant.
Yeah. MIBR actually playing this well. They're trying to bait in any of that additional utility. Try and maybe force someone to make a mistake, reveal a position.
TP option.
They could, yeah, back out of this if they wanted to. There is now nobody on the other side of the map, although both salvos are online to potentially try and deny a more valuable plant spot, but...
किसका भाई बूस्टर IGL पापा है, मतलब IGL पापा.
Try and get some players to
वो
peak
रोल का
more
पापा बूस्टर है.
But Fnatic are being patient themselves.
Yeah, even just creating that gap though, it's worked out so far for MIBR, being able to get boots on the ground and back sight, but with 14 seconds left and Fnatic finding another, this is looking increasingly unlikely, but there we go. The different plant position ends up dodging the salvos. Verno finds Boaster. Remember, Crashies is still very, very low, and he'll fall at Verno's hands. This is already a great round for MIBR, and a chance to build even further. The snake bite down doesn't quite catch Kayak on the edge of the spike, and, well, you can see the gamble is that he wouldn't stick it with that utility in play. A slight missed piece ends up causing them further damage, but still,
we got some
3 kills from that position. I don't think they can be unhappy with that.
Lamzu Maya Fnatic edition.
It also means that going into this next round, you're unlikely to have any of the light shields and the extra credits that you garnered. And the other thing as well is that normally you see those rounds where it's like, okay, two players had a pistol, some had rifles. For Fnatic, that wasn't the case. It was a singular rifle, and then the rest were mostly SMGs. So they're still not going to have a particularly good bonus. But on a map like this, you are going to have opportunities, especially with a lot of these close range fights, these tight angles that can definitely work for those weaker guns.
Already making good use of the early aggression on Fnatic. Kayak covering that bit of space towards bathroom, allowing Crashies to pick up the orb, now 1 away from the Nightfall. Quite a few weaknesses, the fruit of their labor on MIBR in the previous round. It'll be a slow default. This can't be one that they throw away. Fnatic are saving up that money for next. They'll have a full buy, as you'd expect. In a lot of rounds, you'll see like 2, 3, maybe even 4 rifles brought in by the team that's 2-0 up. With these weaknesses, it has to be a round that the attacking side secure.
Well, yeah, the main thing will be gambling on positions.
ये वाला duel काफी अच्छा होगा.
Crash taken. Already adding 1 and a nice double opener in towards that A site. The spike though is heading in the other direction. With Alfia being spotted,
they're gonna TP. They're gonna TP. Bro, they're going to TP.
Walking back into where the rifle is would be risky, but now winning that fight makes all the difference. Verno putting Alfia in the dirt.
अगर वो लोग TP करते तो round हो जाता.
All the danger of this round are dissipated. It is still Chronicle, it is still a Sheriff, but I think from this point onwards, maybe even just dying to the spike is the right call.
With 2 players towards the A site, I agree with you. You know, a lot of the time you'll see teams go for the TP before those 2 kills come in on B, but when it's Aspis and Verno who've walked all the way up and long, and
Chronicle भी Prince जैसा दिखता है भाई.
Second guy probably doesn't. You're pretty confident they'll take that fight every time. For Chronicle, okay, it's a rifle picked up.
कोटेजिया बैठा हुआ है.
Starting to build. Rotate from Verno. He's going to challenge him in the TP, but this is exactly what Chronicle's expecting. Sees has caught him. Door open.
Oh, he gets 1.
It's not going to be quite so simple a play. Not running blindly into the TP instead.
I like
allowing the players outside to fight through the door. Lovely. 2-1 now. MIBR with a pretty decent round 3.
Yeah, it's about the minimum you want to be bringing through.
दूसरे मैच में ना मैं जिसको सपोर्ट करता हूँ वही जीतता है.
Come back in with a solid purchase. Operator already being put onto the board by Fnatic as well. Kayak going to try and fight those extremities.
बता रहा हूँ ना, Kayak चलेगा, Fnatic जीतेगी.
When you look at this map,
show a prediction for this match.
You're going to see
अरे मेरी बात पे बस भरोसा रखना अब तू.
Attack sides coming out of Fnatic, but last time they played it was also an 8-1 defense, so a map that they feel incredibly comfortable on. And for MIBR, last 2 times they played it, really struggled on that defense. Artsin though, a sniper of his own and some light shields. In fact, on the majority, that's a huge opener.
Nice shot.
Response, though.
Nice shot.
Yeah, doubled up as well. You think once that op fires off that he'll back off. You'll get at least a little bit of space for the life you've traded out instead. Doubling down on the disadvantages with Crashies. Oh, that's a little greedy from Kron. You know, you want to see the jump peak there, grab a bit of info, and he goes swinging out wide. Ends up going down to 46. Look, there's still a serious chance. And as you said, the shield's in play. This is a double barrel operator. Chronicle's fallen now on the attempt to cross on backside. Crashy's almost losing his life. And it's Sheenom up top to drop him. The spike back under MIBR's control. They don't know it yet, but they're not even looking that way. Fighting for every inch of ground
players are swinging for no reason.
The Outlaw really stealing the day for that attacking side. I think Kayak's already called for.
Could have gone back to spawn, could have rotated, but they should also know that the operator's online with him getting that opening pick, so it is just going to be the save. And for MIBR, of course, their economy's not in an awful spot, but it's not at a stage just yet where they want to be trying to hunt down every single one of these weapons, try and run down that operator and risk losing their own economy. Instead, they will just be TPing out of there at the last second, just wanting to make sure there's no cheeky plays being attempted by Kayak. And MIBR already are going to put themselves 2 on that board. That said, though, the expectation is they need to have a fairly solid attack side, especially with this comp.
Wow. I say, oh, short diya na.
Could start winning that round number 4.
Ye to short diya.
Picking apart this defensive side. Every peak they went for punished, and I do think the Outlaw playing such a big role. They can't even trade shots. So once that first bullet lands with light shields and some players stripped low.
भाई काया की ऑप को पीक हो जाए तो मजा ही आ जाए.
They come into this round and they know they're up against it. They know that was carried through, but for the most part, it is very little danger. And what danger there is can be very easily avoided. All thanks to that Yoru ultimate being activated. Never mind. Artson has gone down. Chronicle finds one. That's a weapon retrieved for Crashies. With the Nightfall in effect. I mean, they're not even back to starting positions. Obviously a man down, but look at where Aspas is.
That's the trouble. He also got hit by the ult, so it's not like this is a massive surprise. The worst thing that can happen to you this sort of round is ending up being isolated. I'm looking at the position of the spike. It's very far away from the rest of the troops. Just making an alert play, maybe checking if there's any sort of flank, but it definitely feels like
B पे अकेला होल्ड कर रहा है और
Crashies as well, already managing to add another to the death toll on Aspas. He's kind of stuck in the mud, but still manages to get 2. A quick double to make this round look a lot more palatable.
Fnatic having a show in their hand. 35 seconds and the op is still on this A side. They know about Alpha here. Soon they'll know about Kayak as well. That position spotted. Aspas thinking about the deep swing. It's all down to the shot, and it's supposed to hit it. It's third of the round. This man was isolated, caught by a Nightfall, but he became Fnatic's nightmare. The third round looking locked in already. This will finally be put to bed, but it's too little too late. Surely a rifle retrieved for Alpha, but he's all alone. They know where he is. The time is ticking, and not in his favor. And with 2 players to root out, and no information on where they've gone.
1v2 और दोनों योल खेल रहे हैं भाई. This is so much winnable for our fire.
Wisely out of the question. And as you can see, time, as you can hear, time is ticking away. He is trying to bait them into a fight. They've seen he's not defusing, but he's isolated one as a result. Alpha playing this masterfully, but the clock, his biggest enemy. If not the shots from the other side. A 3-2 scoreline locked in for MIBR. They're showing some serious resilience early on Pine.
क्यों ऑपरेटर को स्विंग करके मारा ना वो आसपास?
The way it started off, does well. A second pick taking down Shenum as well. It made things so difficult. And you look at where that utility is put into place. It's basically just to disrupt everything Aspas is trying to do. But while walking backwards, he just manages to dome one of the players. We talk about this guy in terms of having that highest peak skill, but at this round, you can almost single-handedly attribute to him.
Without a doubt. Again, the fact that he's able to have so much impact, isolated in lamps, when the op is sitting around as well, even holding the angle that he swings wide on.
ये कायाक को थोड़ा जागने का है भाई,
on the
मारना
trigger,
अपना
and a
चीज को
timeout
2-3
called by
झापड़।
Fnatic, as they are certainly feeling
Good
that
morning
pressure
करनी चाहिए
mount
उसकी।
early on. And as you said, MIBR, they need a good attack side. But for Fnatic, they've had a few chances to already make that a complicated affair. But those chances not capitalized
मत
on.
भाई तू।
It's certainly something that Milan and Scott in the coaching booth won't be happy with.
Yeah, I think as well, this is a round where I would kind of look at it and go, okay, you got the advantage. There's a part of me that thinks maybe you can just hold. But the way they played that, I'm not mad. Like the salvos, they knew where he was. The salvos were put in to actually just go, okay, you've now got to move. It's just that Aspas still hits that shot. And that's always that characteristic of like, if you started to stop peaking because he's doing that, you've lost. Like, you've already lost the game.
बूस्टर अपने डिफॉल्ट सेटिंग पे वापस आ गया।
If he's going to keep doing stuff like that, you may need to adapt.
Well, the barrier's going up on a buy round for Fnatic. Big ulti's online. Kayak's had that dimensional drift for a while, but he has a big challenge coming. Heavy traffic. About to swing right into him. In fact, not swinging. Walking up inside the wall. He's spotting one. And he gets out for free.
Good kill,
That's a beautiful opener for Fnatic. The response is Showstopper fires through. Aspas doesn't find his mark with it, though. He won't even get Lambs for free. Still has to brawl Chronicle, who is forced back. Seized in position. Can no longer hold on to control there.
Use करो ult कायाक का।
Fnatic don't need to with the man advantage. That's quickly
नहीं,
faded
what is your
away,
player?
though.
अरे माँ कसम MIBR।
Grenade is live.
Yeah, what?
अरे क्या टाइमिंग ले रहे हैं भाई ये लोग।
Again, this was Fnatic in the right place at the right time. They had a
Shar
stack
और
up where
यूहल
look
का
at the blue
pick
X's
इतना
on the map
correct,
around the A site.
इतना accurate।
It wasn't like they were fighting alone. It was just that the duels being won by MIBR. The only one going the way of Fnatic is that opener that took down the Yoru, the player that's supposed to gather you up the space. Even though Showstopper did nothing. I'm all for Boaster.
पीक ही नहीं कर रहे सिटी।
You question the potential of that flash in the pan performance. It's not been the same. And the
timing
couldn't be
wow.
any worse. It was actually mentioned on the desk by Sue that
भाई हर्ष भाई सिर्फ टाइमिंग हाँ।
Almost comedic timing how bad that was.
Yeah bro, that was crazy timing.
तुमने देखा नहीं वो जैसे ही यूहल फाइट करने गया शार से पीक आया दोनों का और वो शार फाइट करने गया तो ये कूद गया आसपास ऊपर।
But even then, they had to brawl for that space.
आसपास ने क्या पीक लिया वो ऊपर?
हाँ वही तो बोला।
Fnatic backed off. They
शार
respected
स्विंग
that
करने
they
का टाइम ही लिया
avoided the
सीधा।
immediate response, but
रिप्ले सिस्टम का क्या फायदा है क्या पता भाई।
Cortezia off to a flyer by the way. 8-2, playing on that Viper. Jenna maybe not quite so lucky. That's an immediate pick for Alfie. Bear in mind the only rifle currently on the board, but Verno's reaction is almost immediate. That advantage hasn't lasted for long. Kayak realizing this fight was not one he wanted to take.
आसपास किधर है?
Once again,
आसपास राउंड निकाल लेगा भाई।
they know that those salvos are likely to be coming. This time though, a little bit too late to disrupt that plant.
Well, yeah, was sent to the corner to push Aspas out in the open. A decision they might be regretting now as he finds one from his newfound spot. Looks for a bit more up in heaven.
और एक उधर ही खेल रहा है वापस और एक
no surprise. The weaponry advantage starkly in favor of that attacking side. Verno highlighting it with Chronicle all alone. He'll at least find one. Aspas is low,
yeah,
although I don't think you're going to win the wallbang fight with that stinger. And he's been taken down by Verno. Verno and Aspas both firing through some terrain to take him out of the play. It's 5-2. MIBR lights out starting this map. Remember, Fnatic won the pistol, the follow-up, and nothing ever since.
Have you ever seen a kill through that wall? I feel like I've not seen it actually work.
With a node? Like, absolutely, but yeah,
like this is just
rare.
Like, I don't think I've ever seen anyone try and spam. Obviously he knows he's there, but it's just the confidence that he currently has at the moment, and that trifecta at the top of the board. Verno, Cortezia, and Aspas. Not what you wanted to see if you're a Fnatic fan. Early Viper's Pit to lock down at B long control.
Cortezia with G2 buddy.
But for the majority,
वो लोग region represent करते हैं भाई.
I guess the real challenge for MIBR coming into this now. Those ults from Fnatic have been saved up, as the credits have. It's going to be a very strong response. That's just enough space to sneak his way out. In the meantime, though, Crashies through the teleporter. and out of the round just as quickly. MIBR, they're playing this so well. Just pumping the brakes, finding their advantage, realizing that, of course, with one player TPing, the A side has to be a bit weaker.
कोटिसिया कैसे टाइप को दिखता है डरावना बिल्कुल भाई मेरे को तो गैंग लीडर लगता है ना ब्राजील में गैंग लीडर होगा वो ऐसा लगता है.
Feel comfortable sticking around on A for a while, but it's come in. He's here with the op. He's holding towards bathroom though, and that Viper wall will stop him having any impact in shutting down the main body of this force.
Info आएगा एक बूस्टर का अकेले का. ये लो दो लोग पता है कि ही खेल रहे हैं.
Plenty of ultimates to play with. That
30 सेकंड है आराम से भी रोटेट कर सकते हैं पूरा हुक्का खाली है. लियो बूस्ट शॉट काजू.
Will at least find the trade, but that jump up from above.
Was gonna pick him.
Watch for it instead. It's another wallback for Verno.
So good, just go save. Go save, brother. Go
really
save.
Much the remaining two can do. Bear in mind, Chronicle is still within his pit on the other side of the map, and for Kayak, he's not going to try and retake this solo with an operator. Another round for MIBR, and I want to touch on the mention of the calling, because this is Verno, the 19-year-old American IGL and the Brazilian team. As of right now, calling a great game.
If I'm not mistaken as well, didn't they say that during the season he swapped to calling at the start of the round and not mid-rounding? Like he's been finding his identity in terms of that IGLing, and even coming into this event, we didn't know how it would look, but he is back to full calling, start to finish. He is on Kayak, looking to hunt him down. He's found his prey, but Kayak bites back. The op will be saved, will be carried through, as will Chronicle's rifle. He's been quiet over in his pit on the B site, on B long. He's chilling this whole round. Another one up for MIBR. That's in a row, and don't forget we've already had a time. Oh, we want to see a timeout.
They called it
about now, but
3-2.
Yes, 3-2, and it's been 3 in a row. Since then, it's been advantages found by them and thrown away, or in fact, I wouldn't even say that. Like Cortesia has been stealing those advantages back at times. No, like if you want to have a chance in the second half, you can't be calling that timeout here. You gotta trust the boys to find those solutions. Alpha already in the TP. And you may bet that might be our no. He ain't going anywhere.
I guess the assumption.
मैं बूस्टर को यूटिल करता लॉन्ग से प्ले करवा दो तो अल्फा के लिए कितना अच्छा होता वहाँ पे अल्ट करने के लिए.
Baiting.
लोग केयर ही नहीं कर रहे टीपी के बारे में भाई.
0-9 for Boaster, by the way. Yet to find his place onto the board. Alpha does strike, but he's running back straight into the arms of another enemy. Shenum waiting, and now here's the TP. Chronicle tries to respond.
Timing
will be able to force him out, but the reactive smoke gives cover.
Crashes अभी पीछे से आ ही रहा है.
I don't know what's happened.
Nice यार Chronicle.
Miscommunication, it seems. That's left him out to dry, and the spike.
जाना चाहिए था side सीधा.
One of the better opportunities for Fnatic, but they are all isolated.
Leo crashes भी आ गया.
From Genum, I think it's going to meet the exact same fate.
Recovery.
क्या बात है Chronicle और crashes बहुत अच्छा है.
Left alone, op in hand, and he's found one. Over to the rifle. Both players isolated as well, playing opposite sides of this. And he certainly knows the Crashies was around that area. But now, of course, it looked along. Oh, it's going to be a deep play from Artson. I like the idea, but Kayak was patiently waiting for
something to order and sweet, also like Google or something else.
From Fnatic, breaking the 6-round streak MIBR
have some
put
fried
on the board.
chicken.
Yeah, I kind of look at this one though as quite a bit of miscommunication. Like Verno having his back turned. I think it was the same when Genum died as well. Back turned. The last kill, back turned. Like this was all players that. Okay, this one, there's no way he could have had the information, but it seems like they lost control of the map. And of course, Fnatic, you need to give credit as well to Crashies for taking that amount of space in the late round as well, but
यही नहीं पता चला कि साइड पे कोई है ही नहीं.
It's not what we've seen thus far from MIBR, of course.
उधर ही
No
बैठे रहे.
problems for them coming back up with a buy still, having the Viper's Pit, but that has been online
यही तो miscommunication
for a
होगा.
while. And once
Double
again,
thinking.
Crashies going for the same push-up.
फालतू का डबल थिंक किए.
As well.
बहुत सिली मिस्टेक्स करेंगे ना तो Fnatic कैश इन करेगी. अभी ऐसे पिक्स देना चालू कर देंगे ना तो Fnatic कैश इन करेगी और 6-6 ऑफ हो जाएगा और उसके बाद बाइंड VCT में statistically speaking अटैक में ज्यादा फेवर करता है.
Walking up, and he will get the jump on Cortesia with Verno down as well. This round seems to have no contest from MIBR, bar the little bit of damage done, and now look at the position of Chronicle. He's
अगर सिर्फ Watchparty कर रहा हूँ तो नहीं तो 430 से.
And he even manages to secure a little bit of space. His teammates rushing to his side. There'll be no further fight from him until the numbers are by his side.
Crashies. Will have a 1v1, but he's won it. That leaves Jenem alone. Other side of the map, and that will be close to being able to close that one out. A flawless round from Fnatic, and it seems like the success they're finding is off that little bit of aggression. Mibr, when it comes to these early fights together, having these rotations back look very good, but these last couple of rounds have been a little bit more in terms of the solo fights, and I was just about to say, I wonder if we're about to see a pause out from Mibr. We are.
Yeah, I think just getting a little bit too sloppy there in the early round, offering up picks, going ahead of the wall, peeking wide into the op. As I said, just being spread that little bit too thin, even getting caught off guard by Crash. He's going for the same push. It will be a moment for Mibr to go to the coaching staff quickly, course correct, but already 6 rounds on the board. The thing is, as you highlighted coming into this time, the defensive side you have worries about. For Mibr, this half ends up 6-6, especially with the strong start that they
डिफेंडर साइड अटैक साइड जो होता है ना वो ना भाई सिर्फ अपने रैंक गेम्स तक चलता है, समझ रहे हो? जब ये प्रोफेशनल स्टेज में खेलने बैठते हैं ना तो वहाँ कोई अटैक साइड डिफेंडर साइड नहीं होता.
100 Thieves and NRG, they were both very close games.
जो ज्यादा दिमाग लगा रहा है कैप्टन, मतलब आईजीएल जो ज्यादा दिमाग लगा रहा है वो जिताएगा, कोई भी हाफ हो.
And for Fnatic, we already know that, especially with the amount of utility they have,
like split कितना ज़्यादा डिफेंस साइड होता था. सारे आईजीएल्स स्प्लिट को अटैक साइड मैप बना दिए थे. 9-3 हाफ्स, 8-4 हाफ्स, 10-2 हाफ्स. फिर सामने वाले कमबैक भी अटैक नहीं करते थे स्प्लिट में.
They win this one, and the 6th round for them may just be in the bag with how low the credits are getting for Mibr.
यहाँ पे कॉलिंग, तुम्हारे रोटेशंस, ये सब पे डिपेंड करता है.
Going up in a big round for Fnatic. 4 ultis to play with. Haven't got that Viper's pit back online, but
they're faking the TP. Nice. That's a very good position to hold.
By Alphair. We've already seen the impact that those salvos can have if well placed, and you might see what happens when it's combined a little bit later on.
निकालेगा Fnatic, मैं बोल रहा हूँ.
Alive for a retake if Fnatic need it.
बहुत अच्छी कॉलिंग करता है बूस्टर, उसको बहुत ज्यादा, उसको तो बहुत हेवी करता है, सपोर्ट करता है बाइंड का अटैक.
They get some aggression. This was Artson sent out to catch that bathroom push, but a very
क्योंकि बूस्टर के पास 4 बाप शूटर लोग हैं.
Yeah, I guess expecting a change.
बहुत क्रेजी शूटर लोग हैं.
Delivering one of their own, but also again, look how many ultimates are available for Fnatic. They can take that little bit of an extra risk, and it won't cause them too many issues. Though saying that, Chronicle has taken a fairly severe amount of damage. Rotation coming in from Alpha. That Armageddon has been online for a long, long time. And the counter already being thrown in to try and deny that showstopper, but it will not be denied. The response, though, from Crashies is huge.
Hooray, boy, Crashies!
He'll find 4 before falling.
Oh my god.
And Artson attempts to drift to another dimension, but he is sent straight there. A one-way ticket to round 12. As 6-5 is locked in. The climb back from Fnatic impressive. Not just in this map so far, but in this round. Crashies dug so deep for that play. And they had lost a lot of control. Kayak being baited out by the decoy. It was a free kill for Artson towards the bathroom. Removing that operator that has been such an annoyance when it comes to pushing that A site. It seems like Mibr did all the difficult work, and then they found an unexpected roadblock.
Yeah. He had to react quickly. It was his ult.
बूस्टर कॉल इतनी सेक्सी होती है, उसको मारने की जरूरत नहीं, तो वही बोल रहा हूँ. उसका दिमाग ही इतना बड़ा है ना भाई. बूस्टर अगर 0 किल भी रहे ना तो भी उसका दिमाग बहुत यूजफुल है भाई.
Mibr are starting to slip. They've still got stuff to play with in this round though. That Viper's Pit has been online a ridiculously long time, and with the dimensional drift available, it's going to be Artson trying to take the space, and he's successful. An opener, a second going their way, and this time Crashies is not close enough to respond. They are, however, going to try and utilize that Teo ultimate, but no avail. It's only delay.
Yeah, it buys them time, but there's a minute on the clock. For the Viper's Pit down as well, that retake's just becomes so much more difficult. With Alpha going down, they've lost elbow control. The flank from Crashies is still so far away. When Chronicle stepping to spawn, I mean, they're still going to be wary of that position.
My favorite team versus favorite player. Let's go,
the decoy go past, but you can see Artson has one job here. Stay close to that pit's edge. with a shorty in
Crashes
hand, and when it falls,
duel
he
हारता है
goes
ऐसे।
swinging in alongside
भाई सच बताना VCT इसमें लिख रहे हो ताकि अपने गेम प्ले पे अप्लाई कर पाओ क्रेजी प्लेस ऑफ PCT ऐसा नहीं है भाई रैंक गेम पे नहीं कर सकते ना
Using his ultimate for space.
वो 5v5 चलता है और मैं 1v5 खेलता हूँ
wonderfully for them and for Fnatic with the amount of death toll that they had already taken. It was just too difficult to get back into the round. Still, pretty solid recovery for them. Nonetheless, we've got a very special guest down on the stage who is standing down there with Lou.
Et je suis ravie d'accueillir la belle-sœur du GOAT, Aspas, back to family interviews now with Aspas' sister-in-law, Rafaela. Thank you very much for
Aspas
being here.
Bhabhi.
Welcome to Paris, first of all. And the first question I wanted to ask you is, I think you know how popular Aspas is in the Valorant community. So how does it feel, you know,
नहीं Aspas की साली है ये
in the family?
भाई Aspas की साली है
For me, it's very cool. I really like his have
skill.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can see that he's one of the best players in the world, definitely. Donc, qu'est-ce que ça fait d'avoir une superstar comme ça dans la famille? Elle sait à quel point il est connu. Bah, tout simplement, il est trop cool, il a trop la classe, et je suis très fière de lui. Second question: there is also a big love for FPS games in Brazil, right? So, what makes Brazilian teams like Mibr so interesting to watch?
Maybe because they have aggressive,
GG supporter
and very happy to watch.
Yeah, they're like cheering and stuff.
Yeah.
उसका English सही
I think
नहीं
that's indeed a very solid answer. Donc, qu'est-ce qui donne un petit peu envie de regarder les équipes brésiliennes? Qu'est-ce qui fait qu'elles sont si intéressantes à regarder?
Support
Ils
तो है
sont
भाई
très
आसपास को
agressifs et sur scène, ils sont
हर
tout le
तरफ
temps
से
heureux, ils sont
support
tout
है
le temps là en train de se cheer up. And finally, a little bit less serious question, but what is the best food you've tried so far in Paris?
French toast and hot chocolate.
I think that's a very good French breakfast indeed. Thank you very much. Donc forcément, les toasts français avec du chocolat chaud, c'est son plat préféré en France. Thank you very much, Rafaela. Obrigada. And I think it's already time for us to get back to the game.
It is indeed, Lou. It's time to get back into Fnatic versus Mibr. Half one, 7-5, and we had lots of standout players and standout moments, but stealing the show, I think, with that big play was Crashies with the 4K, but Aspas delivering round-on-round success for Mibr has given them the lead.
Yeah, you could look at it in the Coinbase Econ report. Like, he is definitely had his moments. I think he's had the number of Kayak as well, we spoke about that, sort of the battle of the two. I still think Kayak had a pretty decent first half overall, which I think going into the second is going to be important. We know that there's going to be a lot of aggressive utility, especially off the back of the likes of Alfia and Crashies, to put him into position. Bolster as well from the backline, going to be putting down those stuns. But the man who needs to take the space is going to be Kayak. And if they can get into those post plants, that is always where Fnatic have been fantastic.
Wow,
the good thing though for MIBR is double duelist. You're going to try and disrupt that. You're going to try and get ahead of any of those executions. And we'll see if they can make that work on their defense.
All this pistol round could bridge the gap for Fnatic or send
MIBR
way into the lead. Slow start from Fnatic. Who could have guessed? Their attack side, for those of you that don't know, have you ever watched Valorant before? But they really like to play this slow, methodical. For MIBR, I think that's going to be one of the challenges in this series. But I think it also comes with an element of readability. Difficult at times, perhaps, to sit in their positions and put together the pieces of what Fnatic are trying to do. But already we're seeing some utility put out on B. The info goes back in MIBR's favor that no one's actually there. No one's taken long control. They might start to get itchy feet on this B stack.
But that's the thing. It was those 4 players set up initially, although the one on the other side is Aspas. So if anything, you kind of feel like it's a balanced setup. But his job is basically to just try and pick some people off and then maybe use those paint shells to deny. It's all a ruse, though. It's a fake back in the other direction. The push-ups already come in. MIBR are in a fantastic spot to try and deny this space being taken. They've had to double back because of how far the Chronicle managed to get into that A site. He made the realization, but now that spike has been dropped on the deck. This is looking fantastic for MIBR. 15 seconds. There needs to be a huge play, and in fact, the plant probably not even going to go down. Artsim from behind has already shut this down. Chronicle, 1v5, no chance, a flawless pistol for MIBR.
भाई हर्ष भाई जो भी रीड किया ना वर्नो ने भाई पागल रीड था भाई क्या ही रीड था भाई ये
with a 2-round advantage, but here the proactive early aggression. But it's not even that early. It's not like they started the round. Oh, let's push down on
like
short.
30 seconds.
Yeah. They're waiting. They're running that clock down and realizing, okay, Fnatic should be going for a hit soon. They should be looking for space. Let's see what we can find. And this is what I'm saying. Like, it's very difficult to play against Fnatic the first time. But if you know how they play, you know that you have to search for those gaps. And MIBR have already cracked the code there in the pistol. See if they can continue to do so. This one should be an easy follow-up. Big investment from the defensive side. They've already lost one player with only one pistol carried through. Anything else for Fnatic is a bonus. And there's Shenum gone as well.
Yeah, they also have to somewhat wait for that other player to get back in to even retrieve one of those guns. Timing should make it fairly easy.
Phantom's up top.
There's also a Guardian to be found. Are they not going to get anything? No, they at least managed to get the one. Did they get the Guardian as well? I don't think they did. No, they didn't. So that's at least one gun drop. Not the worst, but obviously on the other side of things for MIBR, they're still going to come in with a few to play with. They've had some of those individual moments of brilliance, and
time to jump.
If they get one in this round, if anything, they're on the path to taking their opponent's map choice.
Oh, Abyss up next. See how that plays out. Boaster's having a tough run of it, and he was a big factor in them finding success in their previous series up against RRQ. He still has just that one kill he closed out the last half with.
Yeah, I like what we just saw from MIBR. So that was the haunt over the top into the smoke with the flash behind it. They were hoping to try and put Aspas into a position to find an Opera on those players who are waiting around Fountain, but nobody there. It is Fnatic playing in such that passive style that it starves the opponents of information, but we've already seen that MIBR have done quite well in the first couple of rounds to react to that. And with Artsin only having a pistol, he's happy to play up close.
The lack of over-rotations as well. A lot of teams will make that push-up, see nobody, and just go flying towards the A side, assuming that the hit's elsewhere. But used to the slow approach, ready for it at least. Artsin, is he going to go through this wall?
वर्नो रीड कर रहा है बस वो बस समझ रहा है कि बूस्टर का गेम प्लान क्या है
uses the decoy to push them back, and it's a lot of stoppage.
बूस्टर निकाला
MIBR keeping Fnatic down to 20 seconds before they've got boots on the ground. Aspas falls with
अरे
the wall
यार
bang. Verno doing a
क्या recon था
he'll take down Kayak, and he leaves Boaster, Alpha and Crash. He's all very low.
भाई तीनों एक HP है
just misses.
नहीं नहीं
The plant will be secured still.
if he spams that box,
opportunity.
Mind.
Alpha regenerating his health and dropping Verno. They could clean up the rest of the kills on the site. In fact, Alpha even gets challenged deep, and it ends up in a 1 versus 1. Cortesia alone. And no idea where Alpha's gotten to, thinking maybe that he's fallen back, but Alpha's close on the side, in that corner, just to his left, crouched down. The read is there! Down for MIBR!
Papa players!
A seeming death sentence for Fnatic. As double digits secured by America's number 4.
भाई साहब इसने इसको रीड किया
Cortesia again.
फिर से ये इधर ही बैठा है
Brilliance, but I want to give the credit. I just
यार हर्ष भाई अगर आसपास जिंदा रह जाता ना तो राउंड उधर ही खत्म था पता है क्या रिकॉन डाला था वर्नो ने
But Verno knows, okay, if they're
तीन
going
मार
to play
किया
slow, I'm going to keep this to the end. Still had a Prowler, still had a Molly. Even still had the clone to throw out. They're literally holding everything until the last 35 seconds.
क्या पता मे भी वो ये वाले सिचुएशन में बहुत ज्यादा खेला हो
You add in that little bit of individual brilliance once again from Cortesia. That now puts them 5 rounds into the lead.
क्या करने जा रहा है भाई तीन
Trades to start this one, but that's a big weapon for Fnatic. You saw the Guardian in hand for Alphayer, but look at the rest of the pieces.
Alphayer.
2 Stingers and 2 Sheriffs, at least site control for Fnatic, but the spike is miles behind. It's being caught by the Prowler. Boaster's got to run for the hills, and he's trapped in the corner. The spike secured now. The defensive side can't get there too easily. Crashy's embedded in the sights, being spotted. Shenum dealing with a major
ले spike पर कोई बात नहीं है
threat.
और ये काजल हुआ था ना अच्छा वो ओ तेरी स्पैम देखो
so much presence
अरे माँ कसम भाई
in the spams. it's given the presence away. But I like the fact that my main worry was that Cortezia was a little aggressive on B. Now he's backed off. He's given that space. There seems to be nowhere that Fnatic can go with favor.
IGL diff, young IGL.
No steps.
Young IGL calling better than Boaster is just crazy.
He's alive at this stage of the round, I'll be honest with you, but I don't think there's any chance of him winning it from here. Even a cheeky little glass back jump from Aspas. 11-5.
Bro, whatever Varno is up to, वो पागल हो चुका है भाई. Boaster को दौड़ा के मारा.
Okay. They beat BLG.
देखो ना उसको लोग off guard ले भी नहीं पाए. फटफट भागा.
But I think a lot of people have sort of slept on that as a result because China as a region has been suffering this event. But they are proving that was not just a singular performance.
कोई बात नहीं भाई, but
and what you mentioned,
I don't think so. उन लोग का mental इतना easily break होगा Fnatic का.
I'll be honest with you, Mitch. I feel like it's a little late.
11-5, yeah. I mean, for Fnatic, 11 is the magic number on the other side of the stage.
That's 11-3 though. They got too many rounds.
Yeah,
doesn't work.
Damn it, actually. Yeah, the code's being cracked. Give them a few extra, and then what can they do? But this is going to be a frustrating start for Fnatic. The next one up is Abyss. As we said, somewhere the Boaster was a major factor in making that a strong map for them in the last matchup they had against RRQ. He's having a slow start here on Bind, and most importantly, they came in ready for this, and it looks like MIBR's prep is standing for them a little bit better.
Yeah, but also just look regionally. Over the last 3 months, Fnatic have been 4-1. Their only defeat was to Team Liquid, who were the best team in EMEA at least coming into this tournament, and it was an OT defeat. This has been one of their best maps.
काजू भाई 9-11 क्यों जा रहे हो सामने देखो वो 17-9 13 10 11 7 10 11 एक नेगेटिव नहीं गया एक नेगेटिव गया बस और वर्नो भी ओडिन निकाल लिया है भाई ये मैप खत्म है ये मैप खत्म है भाई वर्नो जो रीड कर रहा है ना बूस्टर को खत्म है देखो अभी पकड़ सकता था बूस्टर को आसपास B-long information लेने जा रहे हैं बस
boot camp, but it seems to have completely changed the look of this team on the defense where we
यूज नहीं किया उसने मॉली छोड़ दिया
yeah you know did they have
करेंगे तब यूज
7-5 even with a pistol
बाप रे
but arguably this half has looked stronger for them so far than what we saw in the previous
कोई यूटिल वेस्ट नहीं कर रहे
the pause called this is the moment to put the pieces together. But so far, MIBR are the ones with the greater vision.
Why is this guy not scared about Hookah?
I've seen an Odin plenty on this map, but I don't know if I've seen much of it over on the B side. Is he going to swing? He's swinging with an Odin.
Good trade, yaar.
That's not what I expected, but I guess his teammates managed to get the trade. The Odin has been sacrificed in order to clear Kayak.
They're going Hookah now. Alfier अकेले यहाँ पे बैठेगा, क्रैशिस बैठेगा. इधर वो लोग बी फेक करेंगे या फिर ए पे फेक करेंगे और वो कप करने का ट्राई करेगा. आसपास और इसका पोजीशन बहुत अच्छा है भाई. अच्छा खासा साइड क्रॉस बैठा हुआ है उनके पास.
There's still the nade, there's still both flashes, there's still a molly. Like none of the utility has been baited out just yet from the side of Fnatic. They are running into the blender. Cortezia up close. Has already managed to drop Chronicle. They have 10 seconds. They have to go through a molly. They're not baiting out any of the utilities. 6 seconds. And if someone swings this, it's all but over. The round is gone. Fnatic are just capitulating.
Hard on the side, bro.
They are making this far too easy for
MIBR. जब कमिट किया तब यूज किए भाई.
As they have every single piece they could desire, all the way to the last 15 seconds.
मैं कहा था ना फर्स्ट मैप पे मत सपोर्ट करो
यार लास्ट के 5 सेकंड बचे थे टीपी कर लेना चाहिए था फनाटिक ने
still makes it difficult for the defense often if you don't have the numbers but that utility buff
बट हर्ष भाई तुमने एक चीज नोटिस नहीं की वो जब लॉन्ग फाइट आ रहा था तब वो लोग ने यूज नहीं किया तब उन लोग ने यूज नहीं किया बिल्कुल भी यूटिल यूज नहीं किया और उसके बाद बचा के रखा कि कमिट करेंगे तब यूज करेंगे दैट वाज सो स्मार्ट.
You probably can, but a lot of people will anyways. But they do it twice, and there's no talk of a fluke anymore. This team has leveled up
बारीकी से भाई साहब बारीकी से.
Their reward now, seemingly seconds away. Showstopper on the boat.
Booster damage भी नहीं दे पाया उसको भाई.
For Fnatic's IGL, and a 5 versus 4, the Fnatic are facing into.
कायाक भी नहीं खेल रहा है खत्म. कोई भी टीम को कुछ नहीं बोल सकते, साले सब अच्छा खेल रहे हैं। अबे कोई कुछ भी कर रहा है ना भाई। अमेरिका को गाली पड़ रही थी, बाप रीजन बन गया अमेरिका भाई।
Smoke down to delay. Nade still available, C still available, snake bite still available, orbital strike, Molotov. Like there's so much to slow Fnatic down. Orbital strike even just going to be sent out a little early. They know what they've got available, and 3 players on this site. Nightfall used to clear. Molotov to make things awkward. But still they survive at the back of the site, and the smoke is going to slow them once again.
देखो वरना अभी उसको स्पैम चालू कर दिया तो पोटेजे को स्पैम फायर नहीं पड़ेगा। आसपास के पास डीप ए शॉट इंफॉर्मेशन है। मां कसम यार, एक सीटी ऑलरेडी इन्फो हो सकता है, चेक करेगा वरना उसको आराम से चेक होंगे। 3v4 वरना में प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। जीसस ने गेट डाउन ब्रो। अरे भाई साहब खाया पोटेजिया, 2 खाया।
Cortesia again delivering when he's needed. Alpha popped the ultimate, but I mean he needs time here. It's not ticking quite quick enough, and 2 players to find Pop a long way. Artson to seal the deal. MIBR 13-5. It's decimation on map number 1. A big bounce back needed from Fnatic in the next. They said you find strength in your scars off the ball. Fnatic have got quite a
19 साल का बच्चा टीम को लीड करके प्लेयर्स को सही पोजीशन पे खिला के बूस्टर को डिफ कर दिया।
Look at me, Alpha! You like to say that? Okay?
भाई कोटेसिया
वो किसको बोला था?
वो मोनिएट को बोला था ना। मोनिएट को, लुक एट मी मोनिएट। ओह शिट भाई,
बर्दीस बनता है।
हाँ अबे भाई जो भी बोलो भाई, वरना को डाउट नहीं करने का भाई, कुछ भी कर दिया।
वो लोग ने वो नहीं किया, मतलब फनाटिक ने ना ये कर रहे थे क्या, ऐसा स्विच कर रहे थे, स्लो फास्ट वो लोग हर राउंड स्लो किए ना।
हाँ वो अपने स्टाइल पे ही खेल रहे थे भाई, बट ये है ना इस पे मैप कंट्रोल गिव अवे नहीं कर रहे थे ना। ये लोग देखो ना कैसे ए शॉट फाइट करके आगे लेके बैठा था आसपास लास्ट राउंड भी, और उसके बाद हुक्का पुश मिल रहा था। बीलोंग का कोई इन्फो नहीं दे रहे थे, कोई यूटिल वहां पे बर्न नहीं कर रहे थे भाई। ये लोग गेम प्लान के साथ आए थे। हाँ लेके आए थे ये लोग गेम प्लान। इतना स्लो रिस्की है नहीं बे, रिस्की नहीं है वो चलता है, वो गेम अच्छा था। द थिंग इज जब वो लोग खेल रहे थे ना, जब वो लोग खेल रहे थे वहां पे, तभी वर्नो ने ऐसी कॉल्स दिए कि भाई हुक्का पुश होना चाहिए, ये बारी शार पुश रहना चाहिए, अपने पास ए शॉट का पूरा इन्फो रहना चाहिए। तब जाके बीलोंग जब ऐसा फेक आता है ना, तो वहां पे वो यूटिल बर्न नहीं कर रहे थे। समझ रहे हो, हैवी चीजें थी ना। फनाटिक का पिक था, बट ठीक है भाई, दे वर रेडी। MIBR वाज रेडी भाई, तभी वो लोग ने बैन नहीं किया। That was very smart भाई। Maybe he is the prince of Valorant।
टाइम लेने नहीं दे रहे, सीधा मुंह पे कूद रहे। ट्रू नीलेश भाई, बैन मत करना।
नाइस ब्रो, बैन करने के लिए है क्या? अब इसका मैप है FNC और MIBR का, बट FNC भाई फनाटिक अभी अच्छा खेलती है ना।
हाँ सेकंड राउंड में कूद जाती है। रोस्टेबल चेटअप, ओह नो दिस इज नॉट रोस्टेबल चेटअप, इट इज सच अ नाइस चेटअप। टाइम टेबल के अनुसार बे यार लोड नहीं हो रहा है।
हाँ क्या कोरियन?
इज दिस रियल?
नो
बोलोगे अभी हमारी भाभी जी को ऐसा?
ये क्या कुछ भी
ऐसी तो दिखती है यार।
कुछ भी हाँ।
तुमने इज रियल।
तुमने देखा है?
नहीं मैं बस गेस कर रहा हूँ।
तुमने देखा है मैं बोल रहा हूँ।
अच्छा ठीक है, हाँ ठीक है देखा है।
तो ऐसी दिखती है?
ठीक है नहीं दिखती भाई। अबे यार क्लच भाई मजे भी नहीं लेने देते। हर्ष भाई वीडियो देखना, नीचे स्पॉइलर में आंसर लिख के दे रहा हूँ। क्या
कैसे आदमी हो हर्ष भाई? ये बंदे को जिसका नाम यूज
ये
हाँ क्या है? कौन है? तुम ये 3 लोग के नाम बता दो हर्ष भाई। ये जो नीचे जो ये जैकेट पहना है और ऊपर जो 2 है।
रुको बता दो।
बताओ।
गोजो है। नहीं है गोजो नहीं है।
हमारे ये एनीमे देखते हो आप?
अरे
एनीमे देखते हो आप?
वो कौन ऊपर वाला कौन है बताओ?
नाम क्या आपको? क्वेश्चन पूछता हूँ, इसका नाम क्या है?
ये सोलो लेवलिंग का है भाई।
अबे वो हर्ष भाई हेल ना ब्रो है।
पॉपुलर और मेन हीरो
हेल ना
गोकू है।
हेल ना
सेकंड थर्ड इसमें 3 जने हैं। 3 जने 1 2 3
तीनों नाटूरो है भाई।
फोर्थ दिख रहा नहीं तो पास लाता हूँ।
नहीं वो दिख रहा नहीं था।
फिफ्थ
ये भी ब्लर है। ये बहुत छोटा है।
7th
मंकी डी लूफी माय गॉड ब्रो।
सोलो लेवलिंग बोलते हैं भाई।
9th
ये कौन है? ये कौन है बताओ?
मुजान।
पर लास्ट डीमन स्लेयर का है। मेन कैरेक्टर नहीं है, साइड कैरेक्टर बट मेजर कैरेक्टर। उसका नाम बताना। डीमन स्लेयर देखा है ना आपने? बताना इसका नाम।
ए भाई देखा है ये क्या नाम था इसका? विंड हाशिरा है भाई।
बताना। दिख रहा नहीं रहेगा ये देखो। और आपको एक सजेशन दे रहा हूँ, ये वाला गुड डे चंकीस भाई मस्त है। आपको कोबरा पसंद रहेगा ना? कोबरा खाना मस्त है।
कोबरा
कोबरा
ठीक है चल। हर्ष पाजी ने 40 रुपए दिया, लिखा है भाई बिग फैन, क्या मैं आपके साथ शराब पी सकता हूँ?
ओह शिट,
क्या लिख रहे हो यार तुम लोग ये सब?
ऐसा क्यों चाहते हैं भाई लोग? तुम्हारे साथ शराब पीना चाहते हैं हर्ष भाई लोग? मतलब उनको लगता है कि तुम बेवड़े हो।
भाई एयरपोर्ट पे उनको लगता है मैं चोर हूँ, चैट को लगता है मैं बेवड़ा हूँ। भाई होड़ देख के बोलते भाई आज कितना फूक के आया। भाई रियल मी को कोई जानता ही नहीं है। मेरा अंदर वाला इंसान खो चुका है भाई। सब लोग जज करते हैं, ये पूरी दुनिया जज ही करती रहती है भाई।
अबे तो हरकतें सुधारो ना।
और भी कुछ तो हुआ था, रुको और भी कुछ तो हुआ था यार। रुको याद करने दो। हाँ, मैं मॉल में गया था ना क्लर्ज भाई, रेनकोट पहन के गया था, ठीक है। ब्लू टोकाई मॉल के अंदर है हमारे इधर। तो मॉल के अंदर जा रहा हूँ ना, तो सिक्योरिटी वाले ने रुका, बोलता है डिलीवरी वाले हिकडून नाही मागून या। उसको लगा मैं डिलीवरी कलेक्ट करने आया हूँ, क्योंकि हाथ में हेलमेट, रेनकोट। भाई भाई जिस दिन ग्लो अप आएगा ना मेरा, मैं ऐश्वर्या राय के नीचे सेटल नहीं होऊंगा।
ठीक है, डन सीन है,
समझ रहे हो?
डन सीन है।
मजाक से हटके भाई, पूरी दुनिया जलेगी जब मेरी वाली मेरे साथ चलेगी। देवांग भाई ने 20 रुपीज दिया है, लिखा है जीएफ गुस्सा है, लाइव देख रही है, प्लीज हेल्प काला आदमी। प्लीज देवांग की बंदी, आपको मैं कुछ कहना चाहूंगा। देखो लेकिन वो अभी लाइव पे बोलना सही है।
अपना Fnatic
आप
को MIBR से हरवा दिया।
डीएम करिए, वार्तालाप करेंगे अच्छे से। एंड जी हर्ष पाजी थैंक यू फॉर द 40 रुपीज। देख
कोडबुक से लाइन बोल दी थी,
लगता भी पान वाले जैसा है।
पान वाले जैसा। छी भाई, शिट
Bro, no one knows me, bro.
ये सुन लिया, अभी स्ट्रीम पर पिटाई हो जाएगी। पान वाले जैसा बोल दिया भाई। Oh shit.
ट्रैफिक पुलिस वाले को लगा मैं गंजेड़ी हूँ।
थैंक यू फॉर द
घूम रहे थे क्लर्ज भाई अपन। क्लर्ज भाई तुम थे? अच्छा नहीं, तुम तो ट्रेन
मेरे
से
को पता है, पर मेरे को पता है। आयुष भाई थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द 5 रुपीस ब्रो। ये क्या कर रहे हैं? अरे ये सब क्या है लिख रहे? आज चिकन सुक्खा और भाकरी खाने।
भैया ऐश्वर्या राय 51 इयर्स की है, मतलब आप बुड्ढियों से शादी करते?
उसके नीचे सेटल नहीं हो गया अर्ज भाई, ऊपर ही जाएंगे।
क्या ही हो रहा है यार? कौन है क्लच भाई?
हाँ फ्रीकी ब्रो। अरे फ्रीकी भाई।
अच्छा फ्रीकी है भाई, मेरे को लगा क्लच भाई के घर पे कोई पुल अप किया है। और फिर क्लच भाई माइक म्यूट करना भूल गए, और फिर क्लच भाई पानी मांग लेते हैं।
अरे
वेद भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 40 रुपीस। मेरा कल का कपड़ा हुआ या नहीं इस्त्री वाले? और
शिट अर्जे का और डेफिसिट में है। व्हाट इज योर पीक एंड फर्स्ट प्लेसमेंट? फर्स्ट प्लेसमेंट इज आयरन 1, पीक इज इमॉर्टल 3 270 RR।
हाँ
किचन में अब इसको अभी
ये किचन अलग है कोई तो
भाई, बीच से गायब हो गया।
नहीं ये किचन है और ये डाइनिंग टेबल है
भाई। 1 रूम किचन सेटअप।
क्रेजी 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 गोटेड।
चल
काजू ऑन वेले क्रॉनिकल ऑन ब्रीच।
मजा आएगा चैट। ओह शिट भाई हंसा हंसा कि मार देंगे एक दिन भाई।
Fnatic was able to win the last time. Yeah, and it looks like this is a comp that we have seen before. You know, very very familiar. Do we like it?
अरे माँ कसम सीधा 4x ही कर दिया ना, लाग ही हो गया। सपोर्ट MIBR नाउ प्लीज। बेटा 2-0 हो जाएगा बता रहा हूँ। बोल रहा अपनी टीम बना लो। अच्छा
Yeah, I think there's a ton of really good delay with the Molly, a ton of really good delay with the knife too, and so I see the value with it, and obviously as we talk about Aspas on Jet, the flash.
बाप रे सपोर्ट MIBR का पावर उल्टा चल रहा है। खत्म है 2-0 खत्म।
Certainly helps with it.
2-0 खत्म।
This is a tough setup here for Fnatic. I think
Booster 20 मारा था ना?
We talked about it in the interview as well.
उस दिन 20 मारा था बूस्टर में।
And I think it's playing out that way. Like they wanted to work on confidence, they wanted to work on
chemistry.
He showed both in that interview, and I think they know where their strengths are.
Yeah, I really think that this map is going to come down to how well Fnatic can use Chronicles Breach into the thick of things. I think you're putting a lot on fighting utility, and if Kayak is not able to capitalize on that with the Waylay, then it's going to be a 2-0.
I think it comes down to not trolling, but you know, that's also good.
I like how simple you are with it, and honestly, you're not wrong.
Thank you very much. But for MIBR, though, they're on the cusp of qualifying for playoffs, so let's get into map 2 and send it back to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, Yinsu. You know, in darkness, the faintest glimmer of hope shines bright. And for Fnatic, maybe that's supposed to rip out another 13 and 1 half point turnaround from that first map. For MIBR, the squad comes in as an organization not winning a game on the global stage when they arrived at champions, but now they're looking to set the record straight. 4-0 in opening maps, locking themselves into playoffs. That is possible. It could be their future. Hell, based on
नीचे जाएंगे तो इनका मैच।
But Fnatic, we know this is a team you cannot count out until the last round.
चैट Fnatic का ग्रुप क्या है? हर्ष भाई Fnatic का ग्रुप क्या है?
They could send the China #1 and the team that finished
खत्म कर दिया
second
भाई।
at the previous international event into the lower bracket. A great start already. Alfio was meant to be the anchor of the site. Instead, Aspas has eliminated him immediately and looks to carry forward.
Nice stuff from Cortesi as well. Seems like such a safe pair of hands. Lurking out on mid, picking them off one by one till Crashies is the last man standing. A 1 versus 5, an ace needed. His first already chalked up, but Aspas takes him out clean. 1-0 start for MIBR. Pistol under their belt, and a big talking point here for Fnatic is going to be finding their rhythm again, getting back on the horse early. Well, that's denied right out the gate on Abyss.
A lot of what we've talked about with this map coming back into the pool is sort of like the variation that we see. I feel like going
second match में support करता वो जीतता है तो बोला ना MIBR जीतेगा.
This was one of the comps that was initially run.
मैंने बोला second match जिसको support करूँगा वो जीतेगा. देख ले MIBR जीतेगा.
And then throwing the Astra in for a little bit more global.
अभी तो पहला Fnatic को support किया. क्या मजाक लग रहा था?
They're quite happy to just contact into things, and when you have a tip of the spear like Aspas, it becomes so difficult to play against. Now Fnatic in this round have already got very aggressive, but Cortesia is hearing all of those steps. The first should be free and will be, and now the rest of his team have just gone into A.
चैट ये ग्रुप क्या था कोई बताएगा मेरे को? और दोनों टीम कौन सी है जो एलिमिनेशन मैच खेलने वाली है?
Instead moving back towards main with 2 to cover off that flank.
I can't get out of plat lobby. Improve your aim.
Be careful as he goes back towards the spawn, but he's only got the ghost. And why not farm up another one of those
fired up
a 4-1 start for him. And remember, back in the previous map, he was lights out as well, especially in those first 5 or 6 rounds. With a flawless in number 2, there seems to be no stopping MIBR.
अरे इनके ग्रुप में RRQ और बिली है भाई.
Of course, this is now their map choice.
वो any which ways qualify कर लेंगे ये लोग.
We haven't seen them play it since the beginning of the year.
ये दोनों टीम क्वालीफाई करेगी
3-1 in 2025 when the map was in the pool, but
भाई दो राउंड हो गए हैं और ये लोग ने सिर्फ एक किल दिया है उन लोग को.
Obviously seen it once already this tournament, and the attack side was where they really showed their best.
अच्छा फार्मिंग होगा ना फिर अपना. Cortesia का फार्मिंग हुआ है.
I'll be honest, they don't look.
We are winning before GD6 होता है.
So far today, MIBR have seemingly had their number, and they come into this round, Mitch, with a buy that I dare say it's equally as strong as their opponents.
Region Shield के साथ खेलना पहला round is crazy,
bro. Spare, right? This is what we were talking about in the previous map. That you'll see this so often, and I think on a map like this, it's even more relevant. With so much space, you need those weapons to challenge on range. MIBR picking up the pace, already moving towards the A site, and they have pushed Fnatic well and truly off of the site. Plant being secured. Just a moment.
Mibr cook कर दी. 5-13 स्कोर है देख लास्ट मैच का.
Yeah, Althea not wanting to overface. He was within the site initially, but has fallen back for the retake. A very passive position.
Booster गिर ना जाए बस यहाँ से.
All the way back towards the spawn, just setting up utility. Cortesia, however, a much more aggressive angle. He's looking to play contact, a slow thrown through.
अरे आसपास body block दे रहा है उसको.
Gives that early trade back. A one-man advantage, but look at where the remaining 2 are. They are sat all the way back. They've got so many angles left to clear, and the spams might just be enough. A solid start already. As Chronicle goes down, Grabwell available. There it is, pulling them out of position. They need to push. They need to fight these players because that spike is already taken all the way. Somebody needs to be on it. And now the spam going through. I don't even know if there's enough time anyway.
Varmilo!
Sacrifice themselves, but in a bonus round, who gives a damn?
Shit!
Oh, they've got credits to burn. Hell, a 3-0 start. You'd trade every dime
जब
for
आप थे
that.
पहली में तब मैं था थैली में.
Especially when it starts out with Fnatic playing so passive, but finding their pick, trading out every opening engagement, and running back into a 3 versus 2.
भाई उधर आसपास ने Cortesia को बॉडी ब्लॉक किया था.
This is looking like a complete diff on one side, and Fnatic have got to be feeling locked out. 5 rounds in that first map, none here, and they're left to pistols. A likely 4-0 start for the attacking side.
Yeah.
And this is MIBR's map pick. Do not expect them to let their foot off the gas.
No, I love that post plant as well. Like, you have the close contact, so that even once Fnatic have cleared those players aggressively, you have everywhere else to clear on the site. You have to go through everything. You maybe expect even there to be some more players,
will win this for
but then
sure.
you have the 2 that had the util to do the damage in the end, sat back in main. That 1-2 punch causing the knockout the first buy round.
मेरे को नहीं लगता कि ये हाफ में तो उम्मीद है. Fnatic जो भी करेगी अटैक हाफ में करेगी.
No escape for Kayak. It feels like a one and done unless there's a serious mistake. And well,
what is Varno doing, bhai? हाथ में ड्रोन लेके कूद रहा है.
Actually did 0 damage there.
ना. Cortesia.
Those are some thick walls. As you can see across the map.
No way.
Good damage.
No way.
By Fnatic to start with, but that spark is going out. Alpha's the last one standing. The rifle he retrieved from
आसपास मूड में no chance of Fnatic.
All the way back to this B side.
आसपास मार रहा है ना. ये देखो.
Cleared up top, but
भाई इनका confidence down हो गया है पूरा.
हाँ.
ऐसा डुअल नहीं था कभी.
पहली बार देख रहा हूँ हाँ कि Fnatic का इतने जल्दी mentality break हुआ है.
Opportunities, but
ये देखो ना वर्नो क्या कर रहा था ड्रोन हाथ में लेके.
I genuinely think that Verno might have entered the Matrix there, because he was getting ready to put a drone out and then managed to just dance his way out.
111 से कमबैक किया Fnatic ने डोंट अंडरस्टैंड. वो डर का था. यहाँ पे कायाक है. कायाक नहीं चल रहा है. लास्ट 4 गेम से नहीं चल रहा है कायाक. ये चौथा गेम है उसका जो अच्छा नहीं जा रहा है.
Make a response.
न तो कायाक कितना अर्ली राउंड इनको वैल्यू निकाल के देता था.
Toronto Grand Final. It's not like the regional performance was not off the back of a huge
keyboard कौन सा?
Run.
I guess that's a booting with a different ये.
They had the extra prep time, but so did MIBR.
देखो अभी भी आसपास का इन्फो नहीं है.
We said that boot camp working wonders. Fnatic
सिर्फ silent jumps, सिर्फ silent jumps.
MIBR just kept
और ये लोग
walking
के
up on
पास
them.
3 mid है और ये लोग भी 3 mid है. ये mid fight crazy होने वाली है.
MIBR is so patient. They seem ready for this play. The reveal not matching Cortesia, but he'll be pushed back, stunned up and gunned up. Kayak does well. The bow pulled for damage, but Crashies and Boasters still drawing breath. This is a huge early advantage from Fnatic, but that didn't stop them from losing rounds on line.
RRQ और बिलीबिली के winners के साथ खेलेंगे और वो लोग आगे जाएंगे. मतलब जो उन दोनों में से जीतेगा वो प्लेऑफ्स में क्वालीफाई करेगा.
That's not the expectation. Bomb will go through, but
3v5 हाँ.
Slightly repositioned the kill.
कभी भी राउंड पलट सकता है. कभी भी किसी भी सेकंड राउंड पलट सकता है.
Position of Artsin. He's going to force the fight, but Alfia will win it. A 2v5. The only thing that genuinely terrifies me here is that Odin just sat in the backline with the opportunity to spam. If Verno can dodge those shots, there's a chance. Already fights the first. Aftershock goes through a second for Verno. He's looking to do it all with the Odin. Only 2 remain. Verno's still on the corner. Finally,
बचा लिया Chronicle.
Put an end to the absolute madness that Verno was trying to deliver.
First sit down after second round of भाई क्या बताऊँ.
You're about to betray NBA.
अबे नहीं वो अलग ही कीबोर्ड है उसका भाई.
Third spray, I was
almost निकाल दिया था वर्नो ने ये राउंड भी.
Insane था भाई.
Odin stonks going up, but no, it's the same 2 players. It was a 2v3 last time. Now a 2v4. The difference being Chronicles here this time, locking it down. Those players trapped in the corner, they can't get out.
Just swinging them dry.
And that was a problem over on Bind as well. Fnatic giving a lot of individual fights, not playing together, and we saw those same glimmers shining through here. That's info. Sticking around a bit too long. Kayak almost goes down, but it's the Hunter's Fury on the back of it. These players trapped in a narrow alley, but they will just about
आसपास ने
make
कितना लो
it
किया
out with
उसको?
all 5 players intact, and a deep push from Cortesia is spotted.
He wasn't just sitting there
उसको
while
spam
the
fire
rest of the
नहीं
players were
आया.
under attack, but
अल्फा
he has
कोई
been dealt with.
check नहीं करे तो
Alfia,
अल्फा.
well, he's gone completely unchecked. Not expecting the aggression to be through and not the Odin spam. Oh, it's eventually starting to find attack.
Wow.
On the other side.
आसपास क्लासिक से मारा. ओडिन भी लिया आसपास को. क्रैशेस का पुश बहुत अच्छा है भाई. मस्त पुश किया उसने.
At the flank, already coming in, but Crashy's not overstepping the mark. He's just going to hold, just going to block them in. Well, last pass with an Odin, yeah, I was about to say, it's not something I ever expected or wanted to see.
You've got a 2v2 on either side. I like the fact that Fnatic are showing this patience. I think this was missing when it came to the previous.
Nice. Fnatic आ रही है, वापस आ रही है धीरे-धीरे.
With 30 seconds, he has almost no chance. Do his best to isolate these fights, but that's the end of this round. Nice. Great stun thrown through from Kayak. Good PC utility. Locks in a second for Fnatic to climb back. Well and truly underway. There's still plenty of time for this to spiral back into MIBR's favor.
This was a much better looking round for the side of Fnatic. He had the set play initially that, although didn't necessarily go exactly as planned, the other players on the team were still making a move. Like Alfia taking so much control over on the A side.
Let's go, boys.
And more importantly for me, it's Crashy's control. Like not only in that flank at the end, but more importantly, making sure they didn't lose complete control of middle, because that was a huge gap that could have been exploited.
There might be our ults online. I'm looking at Artsin in particular. This opens up the play towards the A site. You can get rid of those trips, and that's exactly what MIBR are going for. The blitz into heaven, and it's Boaster under pressure. He'll deliver them. He finds himself one, backs off. The problem is the player he dropped can be brought right back into the fight. Those trips have been destroyed towards the site itself.
अक्सर इन्फो नहीं है बट खाली है
5 versus 4 with damage done to Boaster.
बोस्टर के पास अल्ट है रीटेक करने को
The fact is though MIBR's post
तो टेजिया पे भी अल्ट है इन्फो लेने को
fearsome. I'm already
बॉडी
looking back
कितनी
at
दूर है उधर है कुछ नहीं
no, no.
3 सप्रेस 3
Finding
लोग
out that
सिटी
there's
फाइंड किया
3 players
उसने
in that defender position, the close
बताओ कोई
crossfire.
लर्क नहीं आ रहा क्रॉनिकल अभी तक होल्ड करेगा
There's the dash through and the
अरे
information,
भाई
but
साहब
Arsen just
आर्जन
ignores it. That one was
ओ भाई साहब आर्जन
a 3-for-1 combo deal with Chronicle
This is
nowhere
specs,
near the
exclusion
action.
specs.
He revealed them initially,
Already
and then he
seeing
puts
membership
them in the
लूंगा।
grave.
ये क्या बात हुई
Very well
Kill
played.
time भी आ रही
Target
है पापा
selection as
जैसे
well. Kayak going in there. A lot of players will swing wide, looking to take down that close
Kayak
player,
is
but you
not
got to be
having a
ready
good time.
for the waylay. We know how this plays. Go in, find info, get out. Fortunately, by the time that refract was finished,
वो टेजिया का कीबोर्ड देखते हैं भाई कौन सा है अच्छा दिख रहा है
really well handled. Look at this. Doesn't even look at the reveal to start with. Full confidence in that swing. Let's go.
Melgeek made 68
It's really good target selection. I feel like it's a very underrated skill of just, sure you might be able to hit the headshot, but are you picking the player that's the biggest threat? And I think that's what
Damn, artisan type
Arsen
ने
did
माशा भी यूज
perfectly in that
करता है
moment.
Nice
A couple of rounds
अच्छा
on
ही
the
है
board
उसका
for Fnatic. That might have been enough in their last series, but it's a very different
पागल हो गए
looking
MIBR पागल
opposition
टाइप मार
against
रहे हैं ना
them.
भाई
They're getting aggressive once again.
मार सकता है आसपास को
Refract online. Can't stick around too long, and the Cloudburst fight just enough time for Aspis that he doesn't have to take that fight. That he can avoid the reveal that was
आसपास भी
thrown
जिंदा
through as
निकला
well.
वहां
It's
से
very
कायक
nicely
भी जिंदा
played.
निकला
Good reaction
आसपास पागल तो
on
हो
the
गया सही
attacking
बात है
side. And again, this default that they're
उसकी पूरी
playing, they
टीम
have taken
पागल
a
हो गई
lot
है
of
भाई
space towards the B side.
सबके सब कुछ भी शॉट्स
You look
कनेक्ट
at
कर रहे हैं
Arsen, and a lot of teams will already be looking to capitalize on that space. But the spike has been left for 30 seconds or so as they wait for a reaction. Fnatic realizing we've lost B. Where do we push? Where do we try to take that space back? And in fact, they're comfortable just completely conceding it.
Yeah, well.
पूरा रीटेक भी कर सकते हैं कायक पे अल्ट है छोटा साइट है अच्छा खासा स्टंस मिल जाएगा उनको और आर्जन क्या
They do. It's a check. This will be the big fight of the round.
क्यों
Mousepad
विफ
has
किया
already managed to win it. Even still, the site has been completely cleared by Arsen, so he got them the information. I'm looking at that convergence path though, immediately thrown through, but 3 players have dodged it.
सिर्फ आसपास और ये भाई वो आसपास नीचे नहीं आ पाएगा जल्दी
It's a massive connection. The trenches.
ब्रो मिड फाइट लोग का हक देता है प्रोडक्शन हां अरे भाई साहब
Rain down from Fnatic as they look to close in the space.
अरे!
Being picked apart. The Cosmic Divide, it may have saved Boaster. In fact, it only bought him time.
Alpha 1v3.
Aspis there for the double. And with Alpha all alone, the save can be called into play, but he's going for it. He's being baited out and eventually dealt with. MIBR
भाई
looking clean.
कैसे निकाले ना ये लोग ये फाइट
Stunner on their way.
तो ये लैग हुआ ना उनका प्रोडक्शन का
हाँ वो प्रोडक्शन लैग था. This is the champion stage, not your rank games. Like, bro's just dipping in and out. And the Cosmic Divide just full troll at the end.
Still there? Still there?
Look at me.
Still there?
Oh, this is just funny.
भाई आसपास तो मार रहा है
You see those advantages.
यार एक्चुअली वर्नो वो कर रहा था जैसे भाई अभी नवरात्रि आ रहा है ना
हाँ
नवरात्रि आ रहा है तो
प्रैक्टिस कर रहा था
MIBR have been devastating.
पास लिया लगता
We
है
mentioned this team as like a lot of young.
क्या बोल रहे हो
पास लिया है मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि भाई ये लोग जो भी कर रहे हैं अच्छा कर रहे हैं ब्रो
अरे 6-2 चल रहा है भाई फनाटिक बहुत वो लग रही है बनता है बहुत वो लग रही है
हाँ वो हो गया उनका देखो इसका चेहरा देखो सिट डाउन कर रहा था 2 दिन पहले
अरे लेकिन ये लैग क्यों मार रहे हैं इनका
हाँ उनका ही लैग मार रहा है भाई आसपास 10-4 चल रहा है अभी और ये लोग अभी इनके सब सारे इंडिविजुअल प्लेयर्स अच्छे खेल रहे हैं सारे तुम देखो ना काजू चालू नहीं है अल्फा चालू नहीं है क्रैशिस चालू नहीं है क्रॉनिकल चालू नहीं है
काजू ये कुछ तो हो गया मेरे को लगता है बीमार है बनता है वो
पूरे 4 मतलब चारों मैप्स वो अच्छा नहीं खेला है भाई मैं भी अच्छा खेल रही है।
You really can't count it.
आर्टिजन साइड कैसे घुस गया? उसने टाइमिंग पकड़ी जब भी पोस्टर यहाँ से रोटेट कर रहा था ना, वो टाइमिंग पकड़ी उसने, ये जंप मार के चला गया। बट वो फनाटिक को पता था कि वो जंप मार के आ सकता है कोई, या कोई वॉक इन कर सकता है, इसलिए बोस्टर एंगल होल्ड करते हुए भी आ रहा था। आर्टिजन ने विफ किया तो बोस्टर मर गया। Wow, good position.
I've seen Nats do it. That means anyone can do it. It's gonna stick around. In a round like this, you understand. Go again. He's been missing. I've seen Nats.
वो लोग सीधा बी जा रहे हैं। ये क्या है ये प्रोडक्शन लैब?
On the retake.
America is so bad, bro.
He just hasn't had those rounds we've known him for regionally. And on the other side of things, it's been a stellar performance across the board. A slow walk up again. Bear in mind, this is Artsim with the spike.
He's going through that smoke as well. Crazy aggressive as he
looks up on
site. The take underway. But still players sticking around, especially with weaker weapons. They don't have to be as respectful of this. Instead, using those cages to get a little bit closer. And Boaster's overwhelmed Jenim. Aspas, players all around. He's adjusted just in time. But it has to be Verno.
1v2.
The man who we've seen make some of the biggest plays on this stage. Have some huge performances. I thought he'd fallen off there for a second. He's managed to sneak his way around.
Boaster's above him.
Boaster right above him, but Verno slipping through his grasp. The smoke fading. He's looking the wrong way, though. Boaster to take him down. His third kill of the round. And MasterCard Thrifty gets Fnatic to 3.
I genuinely think they needed that. Something to just get them back in the match.
भाई ये लोग हाथ में स्ट्रिप क्यों चिपकाते हैं भाई?
Huge round for Boaster individually. We mentioned it last time they played this map. It was his attack side prowess that brought things home, and it was an 8-0 attack. So realistically, if they get enough on the defense, it might just work out.
Around the whole side.
I was going to say he managed to work with the chaos, help bring that one through. Here goes Kayak again. This time they're a little bit further ahead. He might be able to get one and just escape, and that's exactly what he does. Nice play.
Completely blindsided there. I mean, you're walking up with knife out. Clearly not expecting that level of aggression to come out, and this is again one of those factors of the Waylay and using it correctly. The early control, minimal risk with the ability to just dip on out of there. For almost anyone else standing in that position is a one and done. But no punish to the defensive side. Nice attempt.
Oh, rolling thunder, really? Yeah, I guess clearly feeling like there was a lot more there.
Yeah.
Cortez has managed to get quite far, but you expect there'll be an immediate swing, and
he held it for nothing.
To play. That was one of the criticisms even their own coach had from the last map, was they weren't playing together. That one was a lot better, and now the full force revealed. Should be a fairly easy kill from Alfia, and it will be. Well, Artsin needs another big play. It's not going to happen. Aspas.
Fnatic is back now.
The 140 tag is cruel. 2 knives for Kayak, and it's one straight to the head of Alpha. Crashy's vulnerable to a single one, but there's so little time. Aspas will have to make maybe the play of the tournament if he makes this happen. It'll be tough to top 10 seconds, and already safety being played by Crashy's up in heaven. Kayak far away, they're just not going to give him the opportunities.
Yeah, realizing how low the clock is, maybe wanting to take the extra gun out may actually make a difference, and he's just going to try and float his way down and survive. I like it.
Nice.
6-4. Fnatic finding their footing, and you start to see that sort of interplay and synergy that we expect from this squad. An early fight from Kayak, and then it's the bait from Boaster to give Alfia that opportunity. 4 rounds may already be enough. We don't know how.
Come on. Let's go.
MIBR are going to play in that defensive side, but for that reason, I think Fnatic will want a little bit more.
Well, they're not the only ones. A timeout called by MIBR. Seeing 2 rounds from Fnatic was enough for them. Considering we've had some flash in the pan aggression from Fnatic getting Panic into that spot early over towards A main. Catch them off guard. Couple of rounds. Just a couple.
क्या बैन है अंकल?
Where they've been isolated. You look at that eco, that very low buy, the stinger, the poster was able to run.
मोस्ट एनर्जी यार Fnatic में क्योंकि गू खा रहे हैं ना.
Driving.
अभी ये लोग somehow वापस आ रहे
Are going to take lightly.
हैं गेम में.
I think as well, consider the comp that MIBR are running. Like when you have a double initiator and a cypher, all with regenerative utility, you shouldn't be caught out in the at the very early stages of the round. That's where you have the utility to stop these players from doing that. So I imagine a lot of that would just have been a check-in from Prod and saying like, look, we have what is needed to deal with these aggressive pushes. We just need to use it.
Seems like an adjustment being made by MIBR to a more direct approach. We saw this in the pistol round.
Yeah.
Cortezia being...
Well, we saw Alpha get cooked.
Yeah, he got ripped to shreds. Cortezia was just playing super passive in mid. Managed to find himself a bunch. They'll go for the same thing here in the buy round. Shock up and over. Is that going to get... No, nothing.
No.
It's the right side.
I think that was for default. That's where they want to plant. So just making sure there isn't a kill trip on that side. Instead, it's on the other. It's kind of hard to deal with anybody there. It will slow them down, but getting a pick from this position is very difficult.
अबे स्वन सर मैप है. अबे अटैक साइड ज़्यादा अच्छा चलता है. First half on Viraj, you'll see something. Tournament starts after first half.
Fnatic, because it's such a direct hit, they have so much utility to work with, but they can't use it just yet. The spam from Verno working wonders, but Aspas has gone down. He's been a big player in these moments, but so is Cortezia.
Artisan पे गन नहीं है, but
bringing the numbers back into their favor. MIBR, they've even got Artson on a pistol. He's the man on site trying to buy them some time, run that clock down, but Cortezia falls. The grab well having to be used early on, but the time ticking now, the pressure mounting for Fnatic is identified.
अरे भाई साहब क्या Odin?
In this world of chaos, Verno is the calm. That Odin, it finds so much value in the 7th round, a guaranteed lead at halftime.
Crazy na bhai, city fight
already.
हाँ city fight भी crazy था.
Very quickly becoming one of the hottest prospects in all of Americas. A 19-year-old in-game leader who's currently, I think, 12-5 versus Fnatic, while using an Odin on the attack side. Find me another player with all of those characteristics. I can tell you now, they don't exist. The only man above him is, well, a man who is considered in the GOAT debate. And one of the people he's doing it to is the other.
1 round left to play for. The stage is set for the second half with this. And it's Aspas getting aggressive. He'll only find the one. Kayak's there to save the day, but damage was done to Alpha here. The weaker weapon range, but the Odin comes back. The wall
Odin. अरे मौक कसम कायक मारा. पहली बार मारा कायक.
His performance left us wanting more, so much more from him. After that debut down there on the champ stage. It looks like he's 7-5,
good half, still good half.
5 on
Warlords is gonna be left.
Yeah, they really,
already
really needed that one. Nonetheless, it is just going to be the 5. We'll see if there's a response to be had after the break.
भाई ये वाला हाफ पर फनाटिक निकाल सकती है. उन लोग को अटैक आएगा अभी मस्त. अमृत की सब प्रेडिक्शंस विफ है. शट अप ब्रो. आई हैव डन दैट फॉर अ रीजन. ये समझ रहे हो? एक रीजन के कारण किया है. बिकॉज जो चाहिए जो टीम जीतेगी बस उधर ही. है ना. इन्हों कर रहे हो सॉरी भाई. ओडिन वाले मैच जीत रहे हैं क्या? एनर्जी ब्रो ने 2 मैप ओडिन चलाई और जीत गया. अबे तो भाई ओडिन है गन ना, इधर भी स्पैम कर सकते हैं. अच्छा खासा स्पैम मिलेगा ना यहाँ पे। देख उसने अटैक में कितना प्यारा स्पैम निकाला है लाइब्रेरी का। लाइब्रेरी वाला स्पैम काफ़ी क्रेजी है भाई मैप पे, और उसके लिए ओडिन यूज़ करना इज़ कम्प्लीटली फाइन, क्योंकि बहुत अच्छे से निकलेगा वो स्पैम। वो नॉर्मल वैंडल वगैरह से तुम स्पैम करोगे ना तो जमाओ, सीधा ओडिन से करो, खींचो सीधा ओडिन से।
At the halftime, now we had some big players here, Tom, but no surprise for me and for the Coinbase Econ report, Verno is the standout.
I'm just looking at purchases. That's the that's the one that gets
That's
me.
my guy.
The attack side, aggressive Odin, double entry
40,000
in the last
spend
round
kiya
as
usne
well,
ek half
even though they
mein.
lost it. This guy is very quickly becoming one of my favorite players to watch. And I'm not a huge Odin enjoyer. I just enjoy watching him use the Odin, which, you know, I think that's acceptable. It's the best of both worlds.
I'm glad someone from the core is finally convinced you.
I'm not a complete degen. I just, I'm okay with that.
You're okay with the guy running through smokes with Odin in hand?
Yes.
Hell yeah. Oh.
He's special.
He
Everyone
really
else is a rat.
Well, myself and Ian still have words with you after this.
आज अमृत नहीं विश है, आज मैंने जानबूझ के विश किया है, समझे हो?
MIBR winning the pistol.
MIBR for the win and MIBR goated.
But we saw Fnatic start to
भाई but Fnatic ये वाला पिस्टल निकालती है,
contested because
इक्वलाइजर पे लाएगी Fnatic, वो राउंड जीतती है 7-7.
We moved to the second half. It was even more so for MIBR. This is their chance to close
आसपास
out
15-7 वरनो 14-6.
their series.
दो
A
प्लेयर को तो
statement
मारने की
start
जरूरत नहीं.
to their champions run, to their first run of any kind at an international event, at a global event for this organization.
अरे भाई साहब.
Enemy spotted. They've already called the early aggression out from the side of MIBR.
Any solution please? क्या
This
पता यार?
singular smoke has deterred their initial push. That means there's going to be so many players here. Wonderful entry though from Kayak. A huge initial fight that took down the defender. The spams coming through. Kayak already with the second round.
चालू हो गया है.
Taking over
भाई
individually.
चालू हो गया है.
This is what Fnatic were missing, especially in that last map. But with 3 already in the pistol, a few low HP players, but MIBR, well, the M stands for miracle.
बोला ना मैंने.
Now this would
Calling
be something
OT होगा,
else
देखते हैं.
entirely. As we said, Kayak in the previous
OT
round,
तो नहीं
the
लगता
previous
मेरे
half,
को.
he had that massive
जो भी जीतेगा
3K.
बिना OT के ही जीतेगा.
Helped Fnatic to course correct, to close that distance. Now he's in a spot seemingly to have done it again.
कोटेसे का कीवर्ड अच्छा लग रहा है पर.
Pistol will close the gap entirely, perhaps, put us to 7-7. Kayak's going out for more, building those orbs early on, even going down isn't that bad. He's halfway.
भाई कायक अभी जाग गया. जाग गया है वो लास्ट 2 राउंड से.
In the end, it will be pretty damn clean for Fnatic. A much needed pistol round.
लास्ट 2 राउंड से जाग गया है कायक.
Well, we said it. The last time they played this
ये राउंड बहुत क्रेजी निकाला भाई उसने.
क्या लग रहा है गाइस, कौन जीतेगा?
It was an 8-0
भाई
attack.
MIBR 2-0 कर सकती है गोस्ली भाई.
MIBR now.
MIBR क्रेजी 2-0 कर सकती है, अपसेट कर सकती है
Fnatic.
Fnatic
Be ready for that, but I'm pretty sure.
बट अभी काजू भाई जाग चुके हैं. कायक जाग गया है, ये मारना चालू कर दिया तो अभी यहाँ से मैच ही खत्म है. वन साइडेड, एक राउंड Fnatic जीतेगी. तुम देख लो, बाय राउंड, बोनस राउंड, सब Fnatic जीतेगी.
Maybe considering taking some early space, but you just have to look at what's on the board. It's not even a share.
I don't think so. अब बूस्टर को रीड कर पाएगा वरनो. ग्रुप देखा.
That's why they're stacked up so heavily towards this A side.
Zinx मत करो, Zinx नहीं करूँगा, चिंता मत.
Put all their eggs in one basket, throw the early knife, hope that Fnatic assume that because they haven't been caught by the knife, MIBR will have rotated, they'll be stacked up on the other side of the map, and then you go running into the stack on A. That's not a bad idea. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out. We can see that Fnatic, at least to start, are bringing this towards the B side. Crashy's even giving up that full control over A main. It's already locked in. They'll be waltzing in to a site that's, I mean, it's not even defended. Cortesi is miles away.
No claim an orb. I imagine unless... Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was going to say go down to the spike, but I forgot that this is a thing. Incoming Lothar copy pasta on Twitter for the 8th time. And more importantly, For Fnatic, it is a flawless round. Even though they don't get all the orbs, the main thing is they keep all of the weapons. So you look at the purchase that's going to be coming up, it's similar to the last half. I think most teams are running it like this now because of that huge range advantage and the good chance that you're going to find a gap. Because of that, a bonus round
चाहिए था कि वो ना champs में चले भाई
the only difference is they have denied them having any form of ult, which with Kayak and Crashes both having a few orbs each, I actually think that's well worth it.
अभी तक चौथा मैप खेल रहा है
bonus round with
एक राउंड ऐसा नहीं देखा है कि ना भाई बोलो कि भाई कायाक का राउंड है पिस्टल राउंड अभी 3 मारा वो
quite a big bonus.
A wise man once said, that's how daddy plays. So let's see what he's got in the locker.
I mean, it's the one player on low credits, right? Like, it's a huge buff that you get on that attack side. Being able to take these range fights, maybe catch a player out of position, find a free opening pick. Those spams doing quite a bit of damage. Send Crashies back.
पूरा साइड खाली
space in the end, and for MIBR, I think waiting for
बिना ब्रीच लेने का सबसे बड़ा फायदा होगा ये स्टन
can't go running through those
स्टन का कॉम्बो आएगा
on the B side when there's a stun going through the left side
के साथ
a grab at the back, there's not really a safe space.
सिर्फ रीटेक खेलना पड़ेगा भाई रीटेक इजी नहीं होगा बूस्टर पे ऑफ है बहुत मुश्किल है रीटेक
on the retake. Already a pot flash that doesn't quite catch, but it's going to be Artsin getting ready to potentially swing through this smoke, the spam. Trying to delay them.
Artsin swing करने जाएगा.
They are just being held back and somehow Kayak is just dodging all the bullets. They can't expect anybody to be here, but they've been able to find the early trades. The stun was decent, but it doesn't matter, but now it's all onto Boaster. In that backline again with the operator, facing off against a man who is a master of that gun. But that time is ticking desperately low.
Boaster!
It is Boaster in the post-spawn and Fnatic in the lead.
Oh, compared to the last map, he's on fire now, and that's going to be a much-needed confidence boost for Boaster. Great reactions from MIBR.
भाई आसपास मारा था ना
Taking the fights deep, and as the push
भाई
moves
आसपास
around
अच्छा मारा परा
towards that
आसपास
spawn.
अगर थोड़ा और जल्दी पीक ले लेता ना वो एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करता इतना क्लोज.
He's there to cover his teammates from above. A big player in that retake, but Boaster.
We in an alternative.
भाई बट 1v1 में बूस्टर के सामने आसपास उसको डरना काहे को है भाई.
क्या क्या?
बूस्टर के सामने डरना क्यों था उसको 1v1 पता नहीं.
It feels like someone moved a chair.
हाँ bro.
A few million years ago, and we've ended up
उसके हाथ में ऑप था इसीलिए.
He's always been good with the operator, to be fair. Just shows that every
once
in a
while
the main thing was not falling for the bait.
उसका favorite knife है
waiting for that
default
time to be low enough that even if Aspas had let go, it was all irrelevant. And after a poor map one and a shaky start to this map, and now finally starting to see what we expect from Fnatic, the team that on this half of Abyss absolutely battered RRQ.
Yeah.
Fnatic round by round निकाल देगी.
Attack half. I think Boaster was 13-1. He died a single
Zero
time.
PK ज़्यादा होता है या कम? I guess speakers का ही ज़्यादा हो रहता है. तुम्हारा reaction time almost तुम्हारा reaction time ज़्यादा play करता है. Role play करता है. ज़्यादा बड़ा role play करता है.
Good dive from Kayak. I mean, he's been doing well with this stun. It's going to catch a few again, but he takes quite a bit of damage through that cage. It doesn't seem to matter. I mean, MIBR have such a heavy disadvantage in every fight they go for. As soon as those advantages are there for Fnatic, this becomes an unlosable round.
Even still,
दूसरे starts के famous है ना. देखना अभी कैसे निकलवा रहा है rounds.
Build up some of those ultimates as well. Hunter's Fury already available and Convergence path. The waylay ult, just one away. That's why Kayak is on the hunt. He would like that ult for the next round. He's going to get it. I thought maybe he'd get it by dying, but no. It really has been a turnaround in the second half for him. He's now 14-10, which, considering I would say like 8 or 9 rounds in, I think he was 2-7.
Yep.
That's a really big resurgence from a critical player. Especially when you look at his role in this fight. If he's not taking that space, they're cooked.
Well, the win certainly picking up. Come on! In favor of Fnatic, it's carried them into the lead.
Fnatic जीत गए और अगले मैच मारने लग गई ना.
After a
अल्फा बहुत बजेगा.
Now the rifles come out from MIBR. Now the op is in the hands of Aspas, and this has to be where things change for the defensive side. America's number 4 chose to fight on this map. Mistake that RRQ evidently made.
Yeah.
Up against Fnatic.
The prod said they've got this on the stage as well.
Yeah.
Don't worry, no one will clip that if you lose.
But it's hard not to feel confident after the schooling that they gave Fnatic in map number 1. It certainly feels like they've woken the beast.
Oh, immediate trade. The operator. Convergence path's going to go through, but there's nobody in this position. And I'm wondering if we might just see Jenem step right back in. He does. That's such an important kill. It gives them the advantage. Puts them on the front foot. I'm looking at where Fnatic are going. They're looking to try and get a little bit more aggressive, but the drone is so impactful. Using it a little earlier. We saw them struggle with that on the attack card. Boaster goes swinging! All right, they're looking like a completely different team to map number 1, just taking the firefights. Okay, sure, it's still individualistic, bitch. But now it works.
वो बोलते बहुत ज़्यादा पढ़ाई कर ली है MIBR ने, अब यहाँ अलग ही खेलते कुछ तो.
सीधा CT जाके fight लेते हैं.
Being picked up has made a hell of a difference for MIBR. Not quite the difference they were looking for. Even the way the round starts out, Aspas looking for a pick on mid. He gets one. Instant trade from Boaster. Aspas who? Boaster's the op supreme now.
Good luck in your DMs later tonight. I'm going to tell you now, the rest of that sentence is not being translated. It's just those 2 words.
Oh no.
Cook the caster. भाई कास्टर में बहुत ज़्यादा बात नहीं कर रहे यार. Free हो रहे हैं भाई बहुत free हो रहे हैं भाई.
The mistake has been made. Aspas has got me. We made content. It was a good time. We're having our laughs.
Yeah, this is you're wasting your time. None of this is being translated.
No one cares. It's done. But yeah, double digits for Fnatic now. 3-round lead, and as we've seen from MIBR, once they see that pace picked up on the other side, they're going to call a timeout.
पिछले हाफ में भी ये लोग ठीक खेल रहे थे ना, वही ना भाई.
For the side of Fnatic now, though.
Wake up, hello. Let's go.
Alpha's having a good time.
अभी से बज रहा है
It's a dangerous sign.
Yeah, he did die immediately in that round, but he's still there to step up.
Well, he
अभी से बज रहा है.
Exactly, yeah. You got to see it from every angle.
दूसरे aim training करके
Whichever one he chose. It's going to be a timeout from MIBR, and you can understand why. 5 rounds in a row, both the buys that they've had have failed, I want to say miserably. And right now, at least, like they've had advantages in a fair few of these rounds.
यहाँ से 6 round निकालने हैं MIBR को back to back.
And these words are going to come out
Easy close out करने के लिए.
Boaster has then turned around with the operator.
Do you reckon when Alpha died, he was spectating Boaster? When he went straight to that POV?
ऐसे कुछ होता है कि IGL बीच में बैठ के 5 बैठता है 5 लोग के ऐसा कुछ नहीं.
Yeah, as if he whiffs, he's like, ah, bro, I would have.
No pressure, bro, no pressure. I can see it.
They're definitely feeling confident, that's for sure. This attack side of Abyss.
But अभी मारा अगर आसपास उन लोग को तो फिर
we are currently talking about them winning. I don't know, is it 13 rounds in a row on their attack? If you exclusively take their attack rounds.
I was going to say, where have you gotten that from? But yeah.
Exclusively their attack rounds on this map.
Yeah.
See if that ends now that I've said it.
Probably. It is a weaker buy for MIBR, but that's because he's got a Blade Storm. The rest of the squad teeth. But the op now on Shannon.
आसपास का अल्ट का कोई फायदा ही नहीं हुआ.
Blade Storm being prioritized. You can't swap
आसपास से छोड़ के
Varmilo
बहुत अच्छा है.
The Fnatic seem to have a lot of preference towards this B site. They're finding the space for free as MIBR constantly set up for these retakes, but so far they have not been working out in favor of that defense.
But they can't stand on that left side of the site because of the breach combination. Already,
wow,
it's such a tight corridor to try and make your way through. Alfia also in the backlines. It seems like they have a decent idea that there's a player here, but it may not matter. A little bit shaky and actually turning things back now into a 3 versus 3, but that post plant still sits and they haven't managed to deal with that player in the backline. Artsin doing his best. Alfia yet to truly swing, but crashes once again.
आसपास नीचे गिर गया था ना.
And Aspas
आसपास नीचे गिरा हुआ था भाई, मैप पे दिख ही नहीं रहा है.
हाँ वही मैं वही सोचूं 3v3 बोल रहा था वो. मैप पे 2 ही जन दिख रहे थे.
कोने में उसका मार्कर दिख रहा था.
What was it?
He was trying to kill them from off the side of the map. I understand.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he was trying to find an angle, and then when there's the one, but then he needs his teammates to not die, otherwise that looks quite silly.
Yeah. Well, he got his one. He traded it out, and the main thing has been it's very difficult for them to fight towards that back of B site. So you having that extra angle to fight from, it got them a pick, a valuable one. But they couldn't capitalize on the space. MIBR,
भाई पिछला मैप हाफ के बाद में एक राउंड नहीं दिया
and there's no real solution.
MIBR ने अभी Fnatic नहीं दे रही.
You get the grab wall there to try to pull them in for the pick on backside, but with that not being offered up, we're back to square one.
Yeah, they've repositioned these trips into a million different places, but if you don't have anybody on the left side of the site, you can't kill anyone off of them. We are into this same post bar. Now this time, that's at least going to make things interesting, but look at the Fnatic players immediately running back through into the site, looking to join in, and there's that flank coming through once again. It may not be needed. Players on the side doing good work, the wraparound from Artsim, but now he's all that remains, and he's completely surrounded. That tap will be heard and quickly cleared. Fnatic's B-site execute is looking unstoppable. That's the only word I could use in this scenario. Maybe impeccable as well. That is another streak. Lamar, if they do win this out flawlessly, Mitch, I've just realized how many rounds in a row they would win on that attack side. It's exactly the same as versus RRQ.
History has a way of repeating itself.
It's not normally that soon.
Yeah, back to back. That's a hell of a feat. Fnatic looking to have corrected every mistake from the previous map. They're playing together. This team, this unit, looking much sharper. But they have to do something. The retakes haven't worked, and now it's time to fight for this ground. Fnatic putting a rolling thunder through. There's some utility to cover the fallback, and Aspas makes it out, but they've lost Shenum. The cross on mid, caught, and Alpha's out of there for free with the cages. And look at the spike. It hasn't gone through the choke point. Fnatic haven't overcommitted. They haven't taken the same space as before, and now the A site's open for the rotate.
When they don't even necessarily have to commit to that. You can see the rotation from MIBR, and of course they're going to rotate. You've lost 2 players in middle. You've got to expect that players are making their move, but I'm looking at the position of Boaster and starting to question, is this a lurk, or is this them going to wrap back through mid? Because this is what Althea has been doing the entirety of the match so far. They know they can get into this position. The only man standing in their way.
करके बहुत अच्छे calls दे रहा है. पूरा bind वैसे ही निकला है.
It's going to be a single clear.
अब Boaster ने rank जैसे calls देना चालू कर दिया.
Was expecting the swing. The PC utility being taken out, caught him off guard.
30 seconds
no
left.
punish. That means MIBR sit with the disadvantage now, a storm brewing. Not in front of, but all around. Oh, Cortezia.
He got one.
He's stuck in this corner. He can't get out without a big fight. Finds his first. Kron is low, and he'll fall as well. 12 seconds, Spike down. They need to deal with Cortezia, and they will. 7 seconds, Spike makes it to site, and a plant will be secured. Fnatic can still end it here. Aspas, the last man standing, the final hope of MIBR on this map, but the flawless streak continues for Fnatic. A dominant showing, a bounce back for the ages on Abyss. And map 3 of Haven's on the horizon.
They are 16-0 on attack round.
They are back,
this map. It is definitely looking like their new home turf, and honestly, I'm waiting to see who's going to be the first team to even take an attack round, or a defensive round, I should say, versus this squad. Nonetheless, we'll be back after the break.
What? Thank you. Feed me, Phil. Feed me. Hello! Wake up, bro! Wake up, hello! Let's go! You getting stressed, eh?
दानव है भाई पूरा. बहुत बड़ा दानव है. Why he हाँ? Potentially have the worst day of my life tomorrow. Team Liquid, EDG, Sheila, Sentinels. दोनों चाइनीज टीम बाहर हो जाएगी. Sentinel player and certified normal person. हाँ? TRG lose to G2. They are eliminated from VCT China and have to play in Ascension. What?
elbow, fully blinded in elbow. DH couldn't connect. That was fully blinded in elbow. DH.
पीछे तक जाते हुए बहन जी। फिर 20 साल का क्या बात कर रहे हो? फिर 20 साल का है। अरे जे किधर, जे की जगह है डाल रहा था। 20 साल का है। शिट भाई, ये हर्ष भाई अल्फियर 20 साल का है।
हाँ
क्या
भाई मेरे, ये क्या है? अरे इतना मोटिवेशन। हाँ, लर्निंग टू स्टे नो सैंडविच मेथड। सामने वाला बंदर, इमेजिन सबके पास इनसे
इनसिक्योरिटीज है।
लिखेगा क्या? नहीं नहीं, वो लिखेगा क्या उसको ही नहीं समझेगा अगर, तो वो पढ़ेगा क्या? लेकिन इतना मेरे को लगा यार कुछ तो नोट्स वोट्स लिखा है भाई ने।
नहीं
अरे सिर्फ मोटिवेशन काम नहीं करता, अरे काम भी कर ले।
अरे वो साइकोलॉजी का वो भी हो सकता है नोट्स। हाँ देखो ना, उसने लिखा है साइकोलॉजी। देखो एकदम।
लर्निंग टू से नो, यू हैव टू लिंक योर गोल विद अ रीजन। 0-1 स्किल डेवलप। अरे भाई
कुछ तो
क्या हो
है
रहा भाई तेरे को?
ये मोटिवेशन नहीं कुछ और है। वो टैबलेट भी रखा है उसने, पैरासिटामोल खा रहा है।
खाने दो भाई, तो होगा कुछ।
यू मस्ट लर्न।
शिट, यू मस्ट कीप लर्निंग। बुक्स जहाँ पे रखता है
नीचे देखो, व्हाट वुड मोस्ट पीपल डू क्वेश्चन मार्क। अरे भाई साहब,
ये भाई ये डेंजर लग रहा है बंदा। शिट, ये मेरे को बहुत डेंजर लग रहा है भाई। दिस गाय नीड्स टू बी स्टार्टेड। क्रेजी। चेटा प्रीवेव,
नाइस।
चेटा व्यू, आई शपथ, नुसते झाड़ी झुडपे।
अरे बट कीबोर्ड माउस ही है आगे।
ओ मॉनिटर।
और वो उधर देख के खेलता है। नाइस ब्रो।
अरे पर्दा लगाएगा ना।
अच्छा,
गोपी बहु इंस्पायर्ड सेटअप। मत करो ये सब भाई, मत करो। अरे बात टब में रखा है।
अरे ये बाहर का फोटो उठाया लगता है।
रैंक प्लेट 2।
नाइस
नाइस। बेड सेटअप।
अरे भाई साहब, सुन देखो।
दिस हैज टू बी फाके।
नहीं ब्रो, मिक्सर लगाया है।
हाँ तो वही तो फाके इसलिए।
Xbox One भी भाई साहब।
बढ़िया स्क्रीन के लिए स्पॉन्सर तो है कौन? यू आर कुकड। व्हाट द,
इसके नीचे मैंने क्या। नाइस मैच कर रहा है ना ये।
अपन चे ईमेल आईडी से इथे लॉगिन आहे काय? नाही।
डीमन वन खेलेगा या नहीं? नहीं।
क्या बात है सयाग भाई, ग्राइंडिंग सो रही है। अरे फिर की भाई, क्या बात है सच भाई। बट दिस हैज टू बी रियल ब्रो।
100%।
मैं तो देखा है, शी लुक्स लाइक दिस।
क्या? हाँ मैंने भी देखा है।
या ये तो रिवील है। ये तो अब मैं स्टोरी डालूंगा इसकी।
बिल्कुल।
तू तो शक्ल से ट्रकी भी लग।
वाओ।
Nah, this is not real.
Nah bro, this is real. Wow.
This is real.
Nice बे।
भाई बहुत क्लीन है ना।
बहुत
भाई
clean।
इसकी कटाना कितनी अच्छी है यार। शेट, ये उसकी वो बटरफ्लाई वाली कटाना है क्या? नहीं पता नहीं, कुछ अलग ही है, कोई और इसकी रहेगी। शिट भाई क्रेजी। गेस माय रैंक, गेट बेटर नॉब। हाँ साले बेशरम।
अरे भाई साहब, गेस करो ना उसकी रैंक फिर। प्लैटिनम नहीं, ब्रोंज 1,
सिल्वर 2। ओल्ड सेटअप डाल के हिस्सा बज रहा है।
वाह। तेरी सुपरा लगा के रखा है।
अरे तेरा घर, तेरा रूम है या क्या है ये? रूम उधर खत्म हो रहा है, इसका बेडरूम ना।
नहीं, एक सेकेंड, उसका ये टेबल है तो ये उधर कैसे जाता है उसके बेड पे?
अरे तो वही तो इधर से जगह रहेगी ना। दिस गाय इज समथिंग क्रेजी। नहीं, अच्छा शायद ये कांच है क्लच भाई, ये कांच है। हाँ ये कांच है और ये साइड, लेकिन फिर भी इतनी जगह है इधर ना। बड़ी पार्टी है भाई, बड़ी पार्टी है। नहीं अच्छा एयरबीएनबी में आया है।
हाँ
देखो ना, मेंबरशिप भी नहीं है।
अरे यार,
नूडल्स खुद बनाया हूँ, ठीक है, लव यू। ओए
नाइस ब्रो।
www
इस पे बाम वाला
भारी बहुत क्रेजी लग रहा है, वो टेम्पटिंग लग रहा है भाई। मैं मजाक से एक चीज बोल रहा हूँ चैट, मेरे को है ना, अगर
नाम का गाना
कोई बोले कि तेरे को एक ही चीज पे अगर सर्वाइवल करना है पूरे जिंदगी, तो मैं चूज करूंगा नूडल्स भाई। मुझे बहुत लगाव है उस चीज से। ओए मेरे नाम का गाना, शीश।
टूटांट ने आपके नाम का गाना बनाया।
वालो मोबाइल का कुछ न्यूज़ है? नहीं यार बनता है, अभी तो फिलहाल नहीं है।
मेरे हिसाब से
चैंपियंस फाइनल में कुछ तो न्यूज़ आनी चाहिए। इतना बड़ा रूम होके नो सुपर चैट इज हॉरेंडस। एग्जैक्टली ब्रो।
चल इस मैप चालू हो गया।
On Genji. Anyone outside of Genji that run this, you know, the comp the Fnatic are bringing? I have not been a big fan in the EMEA. Their defense was absolutely terrible. I don't ever remember a time they managed to get one round of defense, so that's definitely a concern. However, I take it all back because they've changed it out. They've swapped out the Neon for a Yoru. This is the first.
Yeah, and I'm honestly, I agree with you. I think if you're not Genji, a lot of other teams struggle with this comp. I think it's because you don't have the Genji players on the team, and so much of it is comfort for Genji, and that's why it's so successful for them. And so, but that said,
एक में हुआ तो आसपास एकदम फास्ट उठकर चला गया, कुछ बात और चीयर नहीं किया, लेकिन जब लॉस हुई तो वो टीम के साथ रहा।
You really come out of the
gate dominated.
Yeah, they're really coming out of the gate swimming. I'm really curious about the Yoru pick in particular. I think obviously they're prioritizing the flash and the ability to dive a little bit more incongruent with some of the scan utility and some of the other flashes that they have at their disposal, and so that feels more like we're fully diving in instead of the brawling out, throw walls up, throw stuns, and swing into things and try to take those fights that Aspas will be.
I love this change of the Yoru on the for Fnatic, because on defense there were times against KCBBL, Kayak was just standing on B, and I could never understand why he would just stand there, you know, like raw dogging the site and just dying over and over again, not even being on the map. So I think this Yoru is going to help them a lot, and I know sometimes on the defense they like giving Kayak the freedom to say wherever you want to go, you can go, we'll play around you. But the defense so far today, there hasn't been the best.
Yeah, you're right. I'm also, you know, when we were talking about this comp and some of the issues that it has, the duelist isn't really the problem, right?
It is for Fnatic on their defense.
Sure,
sadly.
sure. But like, when people talk about the Viper in particular and how that's like, that's the weird rub, right? And like, is that really the best choice? And so for as much as Fnatic may be making some changes, some minor adjustments, they are still sticking to that core that's been controversial, might be a bit strong, well discussed. I'm curious to see how they play around it.
MIBR have already looked fantastic on this map. Mitch and Tom, let's see which one of these teams will be going through to playoffs.
One last time, Fnatic up against MIBR. Haven is the final battleground. And if you're MIBR right now, you got to be feeling pretty good. Sure, not about the last map, but going into Haven to decide this, that's set up well for them.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that when looking back at the veto, we saw Fnatic recently play a bit more road, but decided to ban it out. So I want to see what they've got. They must have known that they'd be coming here very likely after how
I guess single duelist run karna is way better.
So the worry will be
अभी बहुत सारी Asian teams double duelist run कर रही है.
The BOG did versus this attack side of MIBR,
ये लोग और tactical खेलना
because
चालू
it was
करेंगे.
2-half when they played in their opener.
I mean, as you play really between Corrode and Haven. Aspis had a phenomenal Corrode up against BLG, but Haven looked so good. He said 13-2. The scoreline that ended up closing out in favor of MIBR. It was an attack side from Verno where he was 15-2, closing it out. The man barely died, but he drew his fair share of blood and then some.
शॉट दिया काया अपने आसपास को डिलीट कर दिया.
On the desk, because the defense the duelist can sometimes be a bit of a weakness. You can see Kayak drop off. Well, he started out with flying colors, as have Fnatic. A 5 versus 3, and MIBR trying to make up the distance with a deep push, but oh, it's messy.
He got there in the end, and he's got support coming in from behind as well. Maybe didn't even need it.
Boaster ने कितना जल्दी support लिया.
And I do wonder if the composition
Boaster ने read किया होगा ये CD push, तभी वो ऐसा नाच रहा है.
I think you can run in with sort of set play utility or little bits of additional things, but I feel like this allows him to be a little bit more on an island. Like he can push up and quickly get out of there and rotate over to the other side of the map. I also think looking back at the last map, obviously there were a lot of blocking points.
भाई वो शायद बोस्टर ने कॉल किया होगा, पता है सीडी पुश आएगा, सीडी पुश आएगा.
I think when this team, even when like, before they played the double duel, before they played that and he was on this Killjoy, when he was on form on this map, that was when they looked their scariest. And he had a fantastic map too.
Classics across the board for MIBR.
They've done this a lot.
भाई 4 लोग स्पॉट किया उसने.
Invest further in their mind.
Okay.
They can make it happen with the weak weapons. Shannom's the first, and it's Kayak that gets taken down. The upgrade is only to a Marshall. It's not going to help them out a ton, but it could weaken some players, make
only
it a bit easier for the Classics.
In Aspas' hand.
Hardly a threat, is it?
No, not when there's one in Boaster's hands. What are you worried about?
You're saying?
Your Pars also can't defeat
Starting to get a little bit scary, but there's crashes.
भाई अभी कायाक मारने लग गया तो कुछ नहीं, कोई कुछ नहीं कर सकता.
It's still going to be a very costly round.
कायाक मारने लग गया है ना तो अभी
quite a bit of damage considering it was only the Classics that
कुछ
they
नहीं बोल
started
सकते
with.
भाई.
But now this is where we expect things to change a little as the buyback. Actually, at least looking right now, the buyback from Fnatic is actually quite hefty.
Nice, come on, nice Martin. That's my brashies right there.
It was mostly crashies, not so much the brashies that time, but we'll give it
brashies.
To you anyway. For MIBR, yeah, they're going to get a full investment, credits on the line. But the bonus
मैं बस
on
तुम
Fnatic
बस
looking very
ये
beefy.
चीज का प्रे करो कि आसपास ना जाग जाए. कायाक जाग गया, फनाटिक जीतेगी, पर अगर आसपास जाग जाए ना
Pretty much equal footing.
तो फिर कोई भी नहीं जीतेगा भाई. फिर आसपास अकेला ही जीतेगा.
This is almost bang even, but
आसपास
it is
खुद ही
like a
खेलेगा
full
फिर.
investment into the round. Like this is a gamble from Fnatic, but maybe it's that surprise element. Okay, you did so much damage, you're expecting pistols, you're expecting weaknesses. Maybe you see the first rifle, you run into another position, and I'm looking where that Stinger
आसपास को जितना शटडाउन करते रहेगा ना काजू भाई अपना, उतना
going through this
मरा वहाँ पे.
a pretty serious gamble if he gets caught.
Strategy है ना, Artisan है.
Just duck out
मरा
of
Artisan
there now.
अभी इधर.
Boaster, is he gonna get caught with utility? Yes, he is.
Shit.
They certainly gave them no shortage of opportunities. Swap him
कितना
between
B
the
plant
rifle and
करने
the
को देख
insult
रहे
to
हैं.
smoke that gets him in the end. The response from Fnatic, a double push through doors, but it's being watched. Flank covered by Artson. He'll be caught in the window. Shannon needs to get out of there. Makes it to the corner at least. They know now there's
कायाक
heavy
एलिंग होल्ड
numbers
करके रखा
coming
है.
from mid. 2 players spotted. Paranoia will be used.
आसपास स्टिल बैक साइड होल्ड किया है. सीलिंग कोई नहीं आ रहा और वो लोग सीलिंग होल्ड कर रहे हैं इतना सारा.
Kayak, he's the only player coming from that angle. And Alpha takes a risk walking through the smoke, but it's worked out. Big advantage for Fnatic. Taken down to equal footing, but Verno on 4 HP is being pushed back, the time ticking, and they still have to deal with Aspas in the corner. They've done so flawlessly. It's looking dangerous. Verno had a chance there, but he's fallen all the way back as time has ticked rather all the way to the end. A Red Bull clutch coming in. And the patience there, a margin of 4 HP that gets the round for MIBR.
I think as well, just that late round realization from Verno that the clock was gone. Didn't need to stay and fight, didn't need to do anything other than staying alive. And if this was a bonus round, we'd be talking about it as like, okay, that's incredibly costly for the side of MIBR. But as said, that was a fairly heavy investment coming out from Fnatic. It's going to leave them in an interesting spot, but I am looking at the outlaw. There are 3 players, 1 shot to that gun. Kayak could be a problem.
पीछे गया वो शॉट से.
Drone to be denied by that Viper wall. Won't get any information, but as long as it's not a creep up on long, they're happy enough to give up A control because you'll be walking right into that outlaw. MIBR. Space is taken elsewhere. And really, it's this deep position from Alfia that could be a pretty massive problem. They've got the turret down. This turret's covering the walk up in Garage as well as the alarm bot, so it's not even about taking out one piece of utility. You'll also have to deal with that turret or smoke it off if you want to take the space for free.
A little bit of extra information, but doing anything more than that's going to be difficult. The battle of Alpha and Jenem could be Integra. I think that was actually a dink that was just connected through the wall, so already getting tickled a little bit. The patience of Alfie are going to be everything. That spot is being checked though. Time starting to tick. Chronicle wants to try and make a play. He may have just made the play of the round. A quick double.
Bro, no way. Chronicle क्या play बनाया वहाँ पे?
On the clock. I think MIBR might just have to make the decision to retreat here. That aggressive peek through from Chronicle has just ended the round in its tracks.
Especially after they saw Alfia on long and no contest on the utility being broken other than
सबसे पहले उसने Cordesia को मारा ना.
You know, the defender side of
उधर round
Garage.
seal कर दिया उसने.
You don't expect someone to be that deep on the side. And even if they are, you don't expect them
इधर
to
वो
just
मारता
go
है काजू
walking through
मारता.
that smoke. It's a huge gamble.
भाई क्या खेला हुआ Viper Wall के साथ?
For Chronicle.
Just the way that he put down that Viper screen. Like it was basically just to give them that back sight almost for free.
team
like
smoke था वो.
Placing it so that okay, it
उसने
gives you
control के लिए दिया था
the door
और उसने
as
Viper
well
Wall
in
बनाया था
Garage
वहाँ
so
पे.
that you can constantly try and make things awkward for them.
This walk, bro.
But then he uses that wall to actually get himself a little bit of extra space.
Kron almost as surprised as MIBR were there to see
कौन है
him.
GOAT आसपास है Chronicle?
A 3-1 start.
पता चल जाएगा मैच के बाद.
Strong display from Fnatic. MIBR put their credits on the line. 3 rifles bought, but left with 2 pistols. It doesn't seem to matter. They've almost overrun this C site.
Look at the damage though.
And the stun is perfect. Kayak is completely stuck in place, but he caught Aspas anyways. And Boaster's there to help out.
Crashes मार देगा ये.
Retake on the
Oh
site before the
shit.
spike even made it. And even the flank from Crashy's insult to injury.
सीटी में बैठा हुआ है जब
MIBR.
से. क्या crosshair दिख रहा है इसका?
Yeah, I think it was a TP as well from Jenem. I bet he wish he had that online right now. He's not going to be able to retrieve the spike, but I think it was the initial damage, maybe by Alfia, that was done. So even though that stun was perfect onto Kayak, he needed to land a single bullet. And now, well, Jenem's just going to peek into an off-angle crashes. Fnatic on that defensive side have got off to a flying start, which, considering at times that was their real detriment.
Self-flash किया उसने.
BBL back regionally. 1 and 9 on the defense. Versus Heretics, they had a similar fate. 1 and 10 on the defense. It was always their attack sides that looked strong. And I'm not surprised that after the last time they played, MIBR getting a 10 and 2 half, well, I can tell you for free, even if you're a mathematician, that is out of the question.
A timeout will be called.
भाई का timeout.
Realizing the dire straits they now navigate. Economy in the bin. Said it's already bad with the 4 rounds for Fnatic. That same success we've seen from MIBR now denied, but it can get even worse. It should get even worse. With this round, a seeming weakness. I'll probably be discussing the plans.
Chewing glass is easier than trying to hold down B on Abyss.
Made in Brazil. 2-0 against BLG. 13-5 on Fnatic's map pick. It looked like they were a shoe-in. Even that first half on Abyss. Little moments there. 7-5 at the halftime. With the missile on their belt, sure, it's still a close game. But since then, it's been nothing but Fnatic colors.
Oh, yeah. There was also a round that Burner almost won them with an Odin in, was it 2v5? Like, there were moments where they could have been out of sight in that first half. But that's all in the past now. I felt like this pause was needed. Out from Fraud, it was mentioned on the desk by Doug that the man needs a raise. I'll be honest, after that one, I could definitely understand it. They looked impressive,
4-1 चल रहा है अभी.
Nothing has been guaranteed so far in this tournament, and just because they've looked so good, it doesn't mean that if they fall to the lowers, that they will get out.
Huge shock dart damage early on. But it's really Aspas we're looking at. The ult popped, the only saving grace of this round. He has to do so much with it, even walking through the snake fight, and he'll find himself too. Weakens up Crashies, but Kayak
Each barrel as deadly as the next. He set them up for success. And Alfier's hammered it home.
Ah, you can't do an Eldar. You gotta save that one for when Benji's on the other side of the stage. You can't
Kayak का भी क्या 2 kill crazy आया.
Oh god.
बाप रे.
Such a great start from Aspas to be able to get them into position.
कितना fast था वो? Outlaw में.
Fast on this map, they ran the double duelist.
क्या round चल रहा है?
I wouldn't want a high five after that.
Yeah, I'd back out.
True insane, bhai.
The fact is, it is. Well, the players who played the double duelist.
रुका जो कैसे दोबारा कैसे?
कितना fast खेला ना वो. देखो operator उठा लिया booster ने अब. वो window pick आएगा.
That would have certainly got the win back in the sails of MIBR. Instead, it's a decent round, but not a win.
This is the round that most hope sat with. Rifles for MIBR, immediate response. They look to take the side control. The paranoia was sent through. Now from the attack side, the same. Around the left side, they look to fight as Alpha. Dodging the paranoia that he sent in, took his space.
नहीं. पहला round ही slow खेले थे बस.
And looks for more. He's finding
two. वो लोग भी round खेल रहे हैं.
Half the numbers of their opponent.
अरे but आसपास कैसा disrespect कर रहा है? कैसा घुस रहा है सीधा?
This is the Alfia that's
और मर जा रहा है फिर सीधा.
I remember rounds where he used to just jump out of the window and garage, spray down 3. Like, he's in that sort of gamble mode. I'm willing to fight anyone at any moment, in any place, at any time. He walked in when they didn't even know how much of the site they'd already lost. Now sits alone on the A site. That's one of the few gaps. As if they can clear this man, they have a chance. But with the alarm bot down, he's buying time. An immediate rotation. Verno's done well. This now definitely makes things that little bit more interesting, but the HP, it's going to be a little bit lower, a missed shot, and a chance for Artson to take that extra space.
But now they've got it. Oh! Cross onto the side, and it's looking easy! Artson!
Oh, so Artson, big round, way.
He has just pulled out a big play right when they needed it.
MIBR कौन सी कंट्री की टीम है? उनका नाम है MIBR का full form क्या है पता है? Made in Brazil.
Building up some serious heat, but they have snuffed out those sparks of hope.
Again, just perfect decision
Comeback
making
incoming,
on the
I don't
target
think
that he
so.
chose.
Just a
Isolated
good round by
1v1s and
Artson.
won every single one of them. Spoke
Fnatic
about
में
the
5
confidence
health
of
है भाई.
Fnatic, but it might have just taken a beating. A 2 versus 4 that has gone the way of MIBR. Of course, the economy of Fnatic is
garage पे
nowhere
दो
near
push
as
करके रखा Fnatic ने already
damaged as that
operator
on the
लगी हुई
other
है garage
side.
पे. वो कुछ भी swing करते हो मरते हैं कायक नहीं मिस करेगा ये shot
First
देखो.
for free, but Verno not going to give him the angle.
Swing ही नहीं कर रहे वो लोग. बाप रे. इतने बारीकी से खेलना है is crazy.
Seems there's no shortage of players who can rewrite the script in these rounds.
सामने बैठा हुआ है.
MIBR need to
इतना
build
forward
on
वो
confidence
clear
that they've
करेंगे
just
वो
found
लोग
in
हाँ.
that previous round. Even coming
Long
into
walk
this
up
with
कर रहे हैं. Alarm bot है
full
बस.
ultimates for Fnatic.
अकेला एक बंदा. एक ही spot होगा एक ही तोड़ेगा.
Over on shore.
अब sound आएगा.
They'll likely be losing the space on the site itself, but again, time is being bought. Hunter's Fury being used. A little bit out of distance will be Aspas, so it's not going to have the play, but that contact is still there from Alfia. He goes swinging a little bit early though, wary that he might be losing the site and wants to try and join up with his team.
बूस्टर ऊपर चढ़ गया है.
Double up on that short fight,
परंतु से वो चेक करेगा.
Wraparound from MIBR sends Aspas straight into the mixer.
Nice, Artson on है.
Just one and Kayak. He'll try to miss.
Artson on है.
He can't quite activate the ult in time. In fact,
he's lurking. Cortesia lurk पकड़ के बैठा है. भाई साहब. Artson on है.
For MIBR 3-5 now.
भाई Artson on हो
This is
चुका है.
looking like a damning start from them, but they found
ये
what
round
they needed in
Fnatic
that
थोड़ी
pause.
अजीब खेली.
I think they've just been
नहीं भाई अच्छा तो था. अच्छा स्टैक किया उन लोगों ने.
नहीं उन पे 5 अल्टे क्लर्ज भाई.
यूरोवर्ल्ड वेस्ट हो गया देखो.
हाँ वो डेंजर किया.
अल्फा तो शॉर्ट स्पेस लेके बैठा हुआ था ना. उसको बस ऑप्शन ही नहीं था बाहर निकलने का.
And a couple in a row, but MIBR are most certainly back in this map.
यूरोवर्ल्ड वेस्ट हुआ उनका. सो वर्ल्ड
They've
वेस्ट
built
हुआ.
up enough steam now. They've done enough damage that Fnatic, they don't have a lot to invest. Weaknesses, but that won't stop them from pushing. Look at this. A long, C long, both taken deep. by Fnatic, playing that early info game. The gate crash soon to fade away. It's going to be a rotate far from the A side as well. If Kayak takes it, he's out of the action. And it's now faded. No fallback anymore. Kayak is stuck with the ground he's taken. He's alone as well. No one else anywhere near long. Tucking in, hoping he isn't cleared. He's going to be spotted. How much more can he get? Just the one. But crashes from afar makes it costly.
This round, they may have lost the rifle, but with a man advantage and still crashes in the off angle. He's landing a second shot already. Individually hoping to drag the team through, but they're also being locked in from behind. A wraparound. okicici are in a bit of trouble, but does well. Manages to isolate a fight, but he's seeing it now. He realizes Crashies is trying to bait him into the duel. Alfia still on that flank, but can't beat King because the turret's waiting. Still manages to land the shot and looks for a little more. It is Alfia and Crashies that deliver the MasterCard. And well, it seems like that comeback
left, right.
Look back at Abyss as well. We had a few moments like this where it seems like Mibr did the hard work, but they stumble on the easy task. What should be.
भाई वर्नो का ऐसा है ना इन्फो लेने के लिए कुछ नहीं है मैं खुद ही कूदता हूँ.
Pull it back to just a one-round difference.
30 seconds left.
To keep this close to even at half in the worst-case scenario, but now Fnatic.
इसके bullets पूरी dodge करी हाँ.
Right back into things with the MasterCard Thrifty. We've talked about the ultimates. There's still a lot online, and this round will start with the Viper's Pit securing this C side. Look how much ground that covers as well.
सब शॉट जा रहे हैं पर.
And Garage walkout covered. The turret watching for the walk into Garage. The alarm bot covering C long. I mean, they can stack heavy towards A in this late round.
Of course.
Alpha पे ult है.
Worry is if this short control is lost, the likelihood is so will the A site. Lockdown available.
Shot आ गया था ult चलाएगा.
For okicici.
No mind.
Immediately thrown into play. Counter will be put through, but then Hunter's Fury used as the trap card to that. It means that there needs to be a retreat into the corner. While Artsin already chasing Crashies, though he found a gap. That gap was enough to give them two, and the retreat back from Kayak means that the man advantage sits with Fnatic.
Artsin called views हो गया.
That's where things can change, but it's the Viper fighting the close. Artsin needs to win this fight, and he will. Shenum elsewhere lands one towards heaven. And now it's falling apart for Fnatic. Chronicle, he wants to save this weapon, but they don't want him to. Still, you can't push much further into this, or you give him a chance of actually winning the round. So that operator carry forward.
बहुत crazy player है.
Or should be.
Nice play. They're fighting back. Mibr is fighting back, but I don't think so कि Fnatic के attack में ये लोग टिक पाएंगे भाई.
Fourth couple of rounds though. Mibr showing that
Fnatic बहुत अच्छा attack करेगी.
No matter what they come into the round with, they've always got the potential to fight back.
Yeah, I think this was
I
one
really
that
don't
they
think ये लोग
desperately
Fnatic के
needed.
attack में कुछ तो
Firstly, just because there was a chance for the scoreline to slip away, but also you can't use three of the most high-impact ults in the game and not win the round. Like the lockdown was there to get in, the Hunter's Fury was there to deny the opponents, and then the Viper's Pit was there to make it impossible. The fun fact, though, is that Jenem did end up doing a lot of the work, like catching out the players outside of the pit. That was going to be the bigger problem with the gap that was left, but he did fantastically well. Now moves up to the top of the board for his team. Even still, though, Fnatic do have a purchase, and I think the loss here for either side will put their economy in the dust.
This could be the round that decides the score at the halftime. Still potential for a big lead from Fnatic. And now Mibr have to make this push happen with limited ultimates. Shenum can still go up into heaven. That's exactly what he's going to do. Taking that control deep. Avoids it once the reveal comes through. And so they lose that little bit of space, that little dagger in the back, as it should have been.
Crashies have been playing so smart so far. And his aim has been there alongside. Already spotting two pushing up. He is going to get caught, but falls back. Doesn't want to overface. The worry is Kayak's going to get out of here in time. Already, though, Crashies is back in. Swinging off the back of the utility. Aspas trying to hold on, but the rest of the team is still choked out, looking to make it in. They need to try and win this fight, and even the Classic has found a dink. Almost makes it too easy in the end. an immediate response out of the side of Fnatic. And as said, Mitch, that round was so important for how this half is going to be delivered.
Well, this was just great stall as well, coming in from Chronicle. He throws in a snakebite alongside the poison orb on A long, and that leaves Aspis isolated for so long. It lets them deal with the rest of the squad, turn their attention to Aspis in full focus. Good, like 3 players fighting him there.
You're older than them BIGL, bro. Come on.
Hey, he's been doing a pretty good job.
अटैक का डिफेंस
अटैक
ज्यादा अच्छा है
weaknesses here.
बड़े मैप में कॉलिंग ज्यादा अच्छी कर सकते हो
Carried so much weight for Fnatic.
Fnatic defense is shit.
Oh, he's caught.
Defense?
Well, he managed to catch Kayak off. He managed to dodge the shot, but he won't take the kill. Kayak hitting the full gate crash out of there while they're being picked apart towards B in the window towards Garage as well. MIBR getting nothing for their trouble, as it seems like Fnatic have found their second win.
Looking like a very
13
rough
WFNZ
position to fight back from Cortezia too. He's been having a tough game. He'd need to put that number up
13-11 तक जाएगा ही नहीं मैप.
And he's got Hunter's Fury literally hunting him down. The half will end 8-4 and Fnatic go in.
ये हालत कैसी लग रही है MIBR की? ऐसी हालत लगती है NRG की और वो लोग गेम जीत जाते.
सही बात है फैक्ट बोल रहे हो
भाई. वो लोग अलग ही खेलते, कैसा जीतते कुछ समझते ही नहीं है
भाई. बट तुमको पता है हर बार उनको अटैक हाफ मिल जाता है.
किनको?
एनर्जी को.
हाँ.
और पता नहीं ईथन क्या कॉल करता है, जो भी करता है अच्छा करता है और माडा जाग जाता है. अभी इन लोग को भी भाई, पर अभी फनाटिक बहुत स्ट्रैट्स वाइज बहुत अच्छी है.
वही अभी इन लोग ने अटैक भाई ऑल्फा ए ऑल्फा सी ऑल्फा ए सॉरी ऑल्फा बी ऑल्फा ए ऑल्फा बी यही किया. तो फनाटिक तो भाई एकदम लास्ट 2 सेकंड में ये करेगा, एग्जैक्ट करेगा.
फनाटिक को करेगा ही नहीं, देखना.
नहीं मेरे को भाई
सीधा
3 मैप वाला साइट है.
3 मैप वाला साइट है. नाइस ब्रो. 3 साइट वाला मैप है तो बी जाएंगे. देखो पहला राउंड सी फेक और बी जाएंगे. डिसाइड वाले मैच का अटैक और डिफेंस कैसे डिसाइड होता है? जो पहले मैप बैन करा होता है, जैसे टॉस होता है ना, तो टॉस सिलेक्ट होगा तो तुमको सिलेक्ट करने मिलता है कि तुम मैप बैन करोगे या तुम साइड चूज करोगे पहले. तो जो पहले मैप बैन करता है, बैन बैन पिक पिक बैन बैन डिसाइडर. तो जो पहले स्टार्ट किया होता है उसका जो अपोजिट होता है, मतलब जो ओपोनेंट होता है, उसको मिलता है साइड चूज करने को. फनाटिक क्या राउंड रिवॉल्व करेगा देखना. आई डोंट थिंक सो भाई. ये लोग पागल लोग हैं, ये लोग ऐसे ही निकाल लेंगे. भाई बट हर्ष भाई MIBR भी निकाल लेगी आगे. यहाँ क्वालिफाई हो जाएगी MIBR. आज हारेगी फिर भी. अच्छा तो दिख रही है. तो समझ नहीं आया, टीचर नहीं बनी. अरे कितना सिंपल तो बोला. टॉस होता है, तुम्हारे पास ऑप्शन रहता है. जो जीता टॉस उसके पास ऑप्शन रहता है कि आपको मैप पहले बैन करना है या आपको साइड चूज करना है. तो अगर वो बोलेगा कि मेरे को मैप बैन करना है तो उसको बोलेगा अच्छा आप पहले कौन सा मैप बैन करोगे. तो वो बोला मैं करोड़ बैन करता हूँ. तो उसका जो ओपोनेंट में खड़ा है वो जब डिसाइडर मैप पे आ जाएगा तो वो चूज करता है डिसाइडर मैप पे कौन सा साइड पहले खेलना है. सिंपल तो है. जैसे फनाटिक टॉस जीत गई होगी और बोली होगी कि मेरे को पहले मैप बैन करना है और डिसाइडर मैप आता है ये हेवन, तो MIBR को साइड चूज करने का वो है कि हम कौन सा साइड पहले खेलेंगे. बहुत अच्छा दिख रहा है. आई डोंट थिंक प्लेऑफ क्वालिफाई करेंगे, लेकिन आई एम बी ऑनेस्ट ब्रो, इन लोग का ग्रुप में BLG और RR क्यों है? वो लोग क्वालिफाई करेंगे क्या इनकी जगह? आई डोंट थिंक सो ब्रो. MIBR इतने इजीली गिव अप कर देगी. प्लेऑफ तो जाएगी, भले प्लेऑफ में हार जाएंगे. प्लेऑफ तो जा रहे हैं ये लोग. इनके ग्रुप में ये 2 स्ट्रांग टीम है.
Already gone, but Aspas is going to try and stick around. Now he can't go any further because the alarm bot is waiting. Is Alfia going to ego peek him? Is that the swing, or are they going to try and wrap round behind? Just look at the players in mid. They now know he's here. There really isn't an escape. There's no way back. He almost managed to take one with him, but Fnatic have dealt with the danger. Now 4 stand in their way.
एकदम slow.
Slow attack side, staple of this team. Their downfall when it came to bind.
RRQ offensive थे मेरे पे.
It's already paid off here in
मैंने
the
भी
missile.
RRQ और offensive
And this will be a nail in MIBR's coffin.
पर ठीक है, RRQ can also qualify, bro.
Not the final one, but
RRQ BLG से तो जीतेगी. RRQ का MIBR से जीतना, RRQ MIBR से जीतेगी तो फिर RRQ FNC जाएगी.
10-4 scoreline and a massive comeback.
अगर पहले साइड चूज करने दो तो तब क्या दूसरी टीम फर्स्ट बैन देगी? हाँ.
Towards the A side. Although Spike is not going with these players.
तुम डिसाइड करोगे फिर कि तुम हमारी जो अपोनेंट टीम पहले बैन करेगी तो तुम साइड डिसाइड करोगे. कुछ टीम को मैप्स एडवांटेज में खेलना पसंद है, कुछ टीम्स को साइड एडवांटेज में. ये ज्यादा जिस चीज में प्रिपेयर्ड रहते हैं. ओह शिट.
He'll at least get his one, but the fact
दो
is
मारता
when
वहाँ
you're
पे.
already a man down and a post plant, and just look at some of the positions that are there for Fnatic. Boaster,
There's no 100% pickums, no pickums vote क्या? नहीं होते भाई, 100% pickums होते हैं.
Potentially through the
Last
wall.
tournament भी 100% pickums थे.
That's exactly the case.
Flash.
Just leave them blind, but there's nobody currently on the spike. A one-way also in play, and now he looks to wrap around.
Shot.
They knew he was coming. The paranoia gave it away, but it doesn't seem to matter. This man has been impeccable on the attack sides, and Cortesia, it's not even enough time.
No, he's already gone. Denying orbs, maybe the best that he can do. Finding one for himself, but that spike will confirm the round for Fnatic.
बोल रहा हूँ 13-11 वाला मैच ही नहीं है ये. इससे पहले खत्म हो जाएगा. देखो आसपास क्या उधर प्ले करवाने गए आसपास को. पकड़ लिया आसपास को. अरे भाई साहब.
We didn't need that. I love the paranoia coming through from the back as well. So much more difficult
you know
to
what
avoid.
Happened? I'm shooting. I have zero shots. Bro.
I like the bro. 9-4. Again, it's only classics. Fnatic at this point should know that
3-man है.
there's not really been much investment in these rounds from MIBR, so all you need to really do
उसके बाद नींद आ
is
गई
find
क्या?
out where the stack is.
उसके बाद भाई से हुआ ही नहीं.
At times, it's
First
easier
दो
said than
bans,
done, but on a
फिर
3-side
3 मैप
map,
ऑटोमेटिकली पिक नहीं होते. ये ऐसे थोड़ी होता है भाई. बहुत कितने मैप होते हैं बैन?
Rhythm building here on the attack side.
7 मैप होते हैं पूल में.
Should be an easy conversion.
7 मैप. तुम पहले 2 बैन करते हो, फिर 2 पिक करते हो, और फिर 2 बैन करते हो, तो फिर ऑटोमेटिकली 1 मैप आ जाता है. लास्ट वाला क्रोनिकल क्या वर्कआउट कर रहा है?
But only a sheriff to be retrieved. Let's see if that comes back to haunt them.
7 में से पहले दोनों टीम्स दो मतलब पहले एक बैन फिर एक टीम पिक करेगी, दूसरी टीम पिक करेगी, फिर एक बैन ऐसे. ट्रू स्ट्रेच किया, बट प्रॉब्लम है ओबीएस में रिकॉर्ड करते टाइम साइड में ब्लैक बार्स आ रहे हैं. भाई ओबीएस में ना एक फिल्टर होता है. ओबीएस में फिल्टर में जाओगे ना तो उसमें एक स्केलिंग फिल्टर होता है, स्केलिंग एस्पेक्ट रेशियो वाला फिल्टर. तो उसमें जाके आपको सिलेक्ट करना पड़ेगा.
The only thing to be cautious of is Shannon putting down a smoke, making it hard to deny that defuse. So you're going to see kind of
6 मैप में कैसे होता है? 6 मैप नहीं होते ना, 7 मैप होते हैं तभी तो पूल में.
And Shannon's the one to
तभी मैप पूल में 7 मैप होते हैं ना. 6 मैप में कैसे होगा?
Just blocking off one of the angles, making it much more difficult for Aspas.
हमेशा मैप पूल में इसलिए 7 एक्टिव मैप्स होते हैं ना.
That defuse should be impossible.
Counter Strike में भी 7 एक्टिव मैप्स होते हैं.
In fact, with how slow MIBR are playing, I wouldn't be surprised if, again, their game plan is just deny these orbs. Kayak's already in a position where, with that death, he's 2 away from the dimensional drift. A very valuable ultimate to have online. The rest will just go down to the spike.
Yeah, and I want to give credit where it's due as well. I think since that second half of Abyss, Kayak has come alive. I think he was definitely missing in the first series. First map as well, I was definitely worried, but now sits atop the board alongside Crashies. And this is the terrifying prospect when you play against Fnatic. If every single player is online, you are done. Like, they have so much experience, so much talent. And for MIBR, 6 rounds behind, both pistols lost. Only 2 in a row currently. brought together at a time, and they need a serious streak of rounds to show us that they are still in this match.
Well, this is it. It's becoming more and more difficult for MIBR, but this has to
आप
be
तो बस G2 का स्ट्रीम करते अभी सभी क्यों?
the final stop
क्योंकि चैंप्स में मेरे को बोला
for
गया
the
है
defensive side. Their last
सारे
stand
मैचेस स्ट्रीम
of sorts. A full investment. Fnatic looking at 11 and possibly 12
करता तो मैं
rounds
G2 के ही
on
फिर
the back of a win here, and
और
Kayak
फिर
will
उसके
be
बाद मैंने
isolated
बोला
on A.
सबसे बड़ा टूर्नामेंट होता है साल का उसके सारे मैचेस तो देखने चाहिए वैसे भी ऑफ स्ट्रीम बैठ के देखता ही हूँ मैचेस ऑन स्ट्रीम ही देख लेते हैं
So there's no need for over rotations with that man advantage.
Play, of course, there's
भाई ये इजी गेम हो गया ना फनाटिक के लिए अब उनके पास अटैक आ गया पहले तो भाई अर्जुन मार सकता है 3 ओह शिट कोटेज ये तुरंत आया ये अल्फा 1 एचपी है ओह नो 10-5 ब्रो ये लोग ऐसे कमबैक कर सकते हैं हां लवली लेग्स थैंक यू ब्रो
maybe just hoping to sell some sort of ruse, hoping for the backstab probably later into the round, but
समझ बोलो हमें कोई नहीं पता
wow, he might get a backstab, but I don't think he's going to be winning this one. And even the backstab seems unlikely. Look at Verno's position. He is well aware of the ground that could have been lost.
Yeah, holding on to the weapon here, I think, holds the most
10
value
seconds left
for Chronicle. Still be capable of a full buy in the next. Not out of danger just yet, but that is a great step towards success for MIBR. 10-5, now half the rounds that their opponents have put on the board. They need to keep this up with rifles in hand. And this one, again, what we've seen, especially looking at Bind, is how good MIBR have been against that slow play from Fnatic, against those defaults on Fnatic's attack side.
भाई लोग ऐसे कमबैक कर सकते हैं पर to be very very honest.
Nice boys, nice. Let's go. Let's go back to
side coming into this
Nice
next one. That might be the solution.
Well, I think as well, the way they play Bind, it felt like a lot of it was very reliant on their executes, maybe waiting to see if there was aggression from the double duelist. I don't think that's the case on this map. They know they need to pressure a little bit more, and especially with the Viper in play, they can shroud a lot of that. Artsin though, okay. This C-site long control has worked out wonderfully. Maybe hoping to get the orb onto Kayak, have that dimensional drift. Verno is even going to spot 2 more players, and then for Fnatic, it almost comes down to, okay, we can't just rush into this A-site anymore, even with our players going down on the other side of the map.
Yeah, which is a shame as well, because for MIBR, this round was 1A, 1B, and 3 players on C long.
और भाई बता दो यार बेस्ट ऑफ 5 मैच में कैसे होता है बेस्ट ऑफ 5 में पहले 2 बैन होते हैं जैसे टॉस जीती ना टीम तो अगर वो बैन करना चाहती है तो वो लोग पहले बैन पिक 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 और फिर लास्ट वाला एक बच जाता है उसमें जो टीम टॉस हारती है वो टीम साइड चूज कर लेती है या फिर अगर उन लोग ने पहले साइड चूज करने को डिसाइड किया उसमें सीधा होता है पिक 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 और लास्ट एक मैच बचता है उसमें साइड चूज और टॉस हारने वाली टीम
Wait, I don't mind the way
पहले बस 2 बैन होता है उसमें 7 मैप का मैप पूल है 5 मैप रखने हैं तो बस 2 बैन करने हैं उसमें से
one of the easier to retake. Obviously the long post plant used to be the aim of the game, but that's not really going to work out for them. And for MIBR having a clean round, it basically, especially with the way that the game is going, how far behind they are and the likelihood of consistent buys, having won before your reset is so important. So them just keeping everybody standing, not going to risk any of those ults. I'm sure you can see the players starting to have a little bit of a peek, have a look around, see if they can find any of these remaining players. They will not be able to. A couple in a row
mechanical keyboard 5000 6000 7000 8000 की रेंज में
hell of a road left to walk on.
जिसमें अच्छी switches होती है cherry mix switches
and the likelihood is well
Gateron switches भी somehow they can work नहीं तो Razor optical switches.
That's the other thing, right? You have those 3 weapons. You want to save them because one other player can buy. You've got a dimensional drift on Kayak who's dead, but if he's alive and started around,
mechanical नहीं आता मेरी जान.
That weaker weapon
उसके अंदर बस बोलती है brands की mechanical है पर mechanical नहीं
होता. So useful coming out of the dimensional drift. Early aggression from MIBR. 3 players on C last round. Now it's a 3-man push-up onto A-Long, and the steps being baited by Aspis. He's playing further back, breaking the drone, and they've already spotted 1 more player. The 3rd shouldn't be expected, and it is Verno. Luckily, he wasn't hit by the vulnerable.
Oh, they are fighting this tooth through.
It's a big fight.
Yeah, aggressive push up from Mousepad to try and help out. He's managed to keep things even, at least for now. The rotation from the remaining players coming through that B side.
दे रहे हैं और दोनों लॉन्ग से आ रहे हैं. भाई क्या पकड़ सकता है ना ये?
Still standing for either side. Hudson from above, Crashies is watching for this, but he will eventually have to plant the spike. Even still though, he's the one to take damage. Cortezi has made it through. I don't know if the barrel was actually spotted, it was. And the snake bite has bought a little bit of extra time.
Bro, booster! Big round, yaar!
Another high impact round from him on this attack side. And now Fnatic just 2 away from claiming victory and making it into the top 8.
It was a great play for them. I love the idea to go so aggressive on A1. They haven't tried that with those kind of numbers before. But Fnatic is so vigilant in clearing those corners and taking every single fight as if the stack was there. A wonderful read.
मेरे पास HyperX red switches है.
The Brashies is back.
But here we see the value now for MIBR of having that clean round previously, of having that flawless. They can still invest and they need to. A loss here,
not a
the
good
map
brand.
is likely gone. The series with it.
Oh! That was fired up an operator. That was meant to be the decisive factor of this round. Him claiming A control. That's why you see them.
हाँ ना दोनों का मारा है. अभी भी मारा है, even भी मारा है.
Kayak has just walked in, domed him in the first seconds of the round. That's such a huge pick to start things off.
It's Fnatic that can afford to take those risks. Being 11-6 up, a little bit of bravado, a little bit of confidence on display. Verno, the man who was 15-2 on the attack side when MIBR played it.
5K में Royal Klurge मिल जाता है. Royal Klurge बहुत अच्छा होता है.
It looked like a style mismatch when it came to bind, but Fnatic looking like a far stronger team in these last two.
वो अच्छे switches है, decent है.
Individual step up, and one of them has been Kayak. That second half of Abyss has lit a fire.
मैं still बोलूँगा reputed brands पे जाना ज़्यादा अच्छा रहता है. क्योंकि ज़्यादा reliable होते हैं.
But the fact is,
कोई भी भलता brand उठाओगे तो फिर
dominating that A long control, and Alfier is just waiting. That's it. He's just patient. Finally makes his move, but has escaped the corner without Genom even realizing. At time starting to tick down, and actually Artsin has caught out Chronicle. And with 20 seconds left on the clock, Genom's position could be a nightmare for Fnatic if he manages to win this fight. He might just be able to drop the spike. Already knows the players are looking to try and make the move. He's caught one. Still sat in the corner. That time starting to tick away. They need to get in here, and the time surely is gone. MIBR from the depths of defeat have somehow stepped up.
But हर्ष भाई मेरे को नहीं लगता कि MIBR कमबैक करेगी.
अरे ये बिग राउंड गया था भाई, वो ज्यादा टाइम ले लिए Fnatic इसलिए हक दिया.
Towards that A site, but
आसपास उधर डिलीट कर
दिया. The fact that they don't fully rotate to the A, the fact that they stick around on B, the fact that you even had this bait coming from Cortezia behind. He was the one spamming down towards mid. It really, especially
मेरे को सिर्फ एक ही चीज पता है कि कीबोर्ड लेना है जिंदगी में एक बार वूटिंग ले लो, खत्म बात है.
Good note taking from MIBR that Fnatic
उसके अलावा Razer मैकेनिकल कीबोर्ड बहुत अच्छा होता है और Logitech का. And HyperX तो forever रहता है ये कीबोर्ड में. कीबोर्ड सेगमेंट में अच्छा ही करता है HyperX. तो ये बस reputed brand pros कितना यूज कर रहे हैं.
I felt like they overthought it.
ज़्यादा
It's easy to say from
भागने की जरूरत नहीं है दूसरी चीजों के पीछे.
When you get those two openers, it felt like
जब सब वोटिंग यूज कर रहे हैं तो कुछ तो है उसमें.
Alpha's feeling it today.
He's been chased down, but look at what it's done. From
MIBR will come back and win? I don't think so, bro.
12-6. And maybe the economy even broken on the other side, especially after they bought an operator in the last round. To 11-7.
But ठीक है, आसपास still has 3,000. 3,000 crits.
And a chance to, well, close that gap even further for MIBR. They now have a chance.
Let's see if Fnatic can take advantage of the crescendo of chaos with pistols flooding the site.
Shot.
It's a bloodbath to start. And none of it drawn in favor of Fnatic. Boaster and Alpha left alone, clinging on for dear life. Is the IGL on short. 25 HP, and it feels like that shorty will be what takes him
Mad
down.
Lance करके जो कीबोर्ड आता है वूटिंग का रिप ऑफ वो भी बहुत खराब है. Another Chinese brand.
The impact negligible. He goes for the knife kill, but the blade meets two barrels. 11-8 with a flawless round. MIBR buying themselves a safety net.
That one was important. Same as the last. keep things nice and clean, get some of that confidence back. A big victory from a huge deficit. And now the 4 of the last 5 have gone the way of MIBR. Even if maybe round 18 should have been theirs. Fnatic
Booster will call some good rounds to close out this map.
From the
I don't think so Fnatic are ऐसा इतने खराब कि वो लोग मैप क्लोज आउट नहीं कर पाएंगे. नॉर्मल से मिनिमल क्योंकि रेड ड्रैगन सही रहेगा मेरे हिसाब से, बहुत अच्छा रहेगा. एक्स्ट्रा यूज करता है रेड ड्रैगन, मतलब पहले करता था, अब तो चेंज कर दिया है उसने. बताता नहीं है अभी वो लॉजिस्टिक यूज करता है, पर रेड ड्रैगन का जो वो फिज वाला आता है पता नहीं क्या, काफी अच्छा है, वो भी डिसेंट है. मैंने भी स्टार्टिंग में वही कीबोर्ड यूज किया था. आसपास का मेंटल चाहिए, इतना काम कलेक्टेड, सब चिल्लाते, वो नहीं चिल्लाता है. मनी मन चिल्लाता हो. बाहर शो नहीं करता होगा पर मनी मन चिल्लाता होगा. हंट्समैन मिनी आता 6K बेस्ट. हंट्समैन मिनी टॉप कीबोर्ड है भाई. हंट्समैन मिनी एक बजट रेंज में. अब आजकल तो भाई, पहले तो हंट्समैन मिनी 10,000 का आता था भाई. 10,000 का आता था पहले हंट्समैन मिनी. 10-12 हजार की रेंज का कीबोर्ड था वो. आजकल तो बहुत ही सस्ता हो गया है.
Aspas has been mostly shut down. The last time he had an operator, he lasted about 5 seconds in the round before his head was ripped off. This time he's looking to stick to that aggressive position, but he's been caught.
I don't think so. 5 round look kuch karenge.
Looking to lead the charge, but they fall back and Genom is waiting.
The spark's being lit for MIBR, and they are fanning it into a flame. A veritable inferno for the defense. An opening found, but Aspas tagged low. Fnatic losing Alfier is a lot of control lost. They have to stick around these mid positions. They have to be worried about a C flank.
Wow.
But it looks like again,
they
will be shifting their way up, but in a 4v5, they still have Kayak and Chronicle playing on the extremities. It's going to leave them weak if they do decide to push this B side.
The bait. The fake TP into the B side didn't make the rotation maybe the way they expected. Viper's Pit instead goes down over on the A side. It shuts down where they can rotate. Bear in mind, Aspas is still holding on to that cross, but he will be smoked off, stun available, and again, it's starting to get into those late round positions. Bear in mind, there is a Hunter's Fury available. Now maybe in the C side, it's not going to work. I don't know. 12 seconds, if they are going to go for it, it has to be now, and they're running into the site. Hunter's Fury is coming through behind them. They're taking damage on the way in, and yeah, already another being caught. The round is just over. Sometimes you feel like it's Fnatic versus MIBR. Sometimes you feel like it's Fnatic
इनको 5 मिनट देना चाहिए खेलने के लिए एक राउंड.
नहीं यार, ये कुछ उनको ऑप्शन नहीं था भाई, मेरे को ऐसा लगा.
अरे भाई 4 लोग जिंदा थे फिर भी. किधर तो कमिट करते. उन लोगों में सोवाल्ट था भाई.
Why would you push that? That's absolute madness. I know this team's comfortable playing against the clock, but hell, throw your weapons off the map.
कितना टाइम 40 सेकंड वेट किया अर्ज भाई. 40 सेकंड.
Madness at this stage of the game, this late.
They tried faking A, then they tried faking B, लेकिन MIBR बहुत ज़्यादा होल्ड की, तो वो लोग आउटप्ले हो गए. वो लोग ट्राई करे आउटप्ले करने का.
Another, as now Fnatic are on a light buy.
ये मैच हरवा
सकता है इन लोग को.
We've seen it throughout the series that
times
Fnatic's biggest enemy is themselves.
हाँ वही exactly भाई. Fnatic ही खुद को हरवा रही है. एम डुअल्स तो नहीं हारते ना वो लोग. एम डुअल्स अच्छा लेते.
Begin to believe they can turn this back. In fact, I think they're fully in at this point.
अच्छा एम डुअल्स आता उन लोग के पास.
Was sublime. I was worried he'd be too far away, but because they got caught in that garage choke, he had them dead to rights.
तो वहां से जाना चाहिए था ना. अरे पर पहले जाना चाहिए था. उन लोग के पास वो जो तुम बी फेक बोल रहे हो ना, जब बी का इन्फो था, उसके बाद भी उनके पास 25 सेकंड थे. 10 सेकंड में वो लोग कमिट करने को देखेंगे तो सोवाल्ट तो खाएगा ही ना 6-7 सेकंड उनके. ये जब से इधर खेल रहा है, जब से मैच चालू हुआ तब से खेल रहे हैं आप. बूस्टर गन के साथ था
Obviously,
अकेला
there's weaknesses here for Fnatic in
और
terms of
खाली
weapons.
बैठा
They
हुआ
only
शॉट
had
पे
the
बिना
one
इन्फो
rifle,
के
but
खेल रहे हैं ऐसा कैसा डम कॉलिंग
I
कर
don't
रहा है
care
वो
what's in
प्रो
their
एक्सिस्ट
hands.
अच्छा
It's
है
the manner of how they're playing these rounds. They look lost in that previous.
Bro, imagine a team led by Booster and Booster is calling and they're looking lost.
Shedham's in with a 4K, and these have been big momentum
lifetime में
builders
ऐसा होगा
for
सोचा ही नहीं था।
MIBR. They are chaining these
Booster ने
rounds
कायाक
together.
को दिया।
The big problem with buying
कायाक
is it
पे
seemed like Fnatic, they couldn't come up with solutions. They
अरे
completely
बट कायाक तो मर
stalled
गया था
out.
फिर
And if I just look at the last two rounds, it looks like that's happening again. I mean, how last round was a rookie quarterback's dream. A step-by-step on how to throw.
Let's go, boys!
स्ट्रैट सेव कर रहे हैं
They're still in the lead.
सो विनेबल फॉर एमआईबीआर अरे ये राउंड निकालना है बस ये राउंड निकाली एमआईबीआर तो गेम निकल जाएगा उनका इको देखो उनका गटर में इको है भी उन लोग का ये 11-11 हो सकता है पॉसिबल 11-11 आसपास को अवॉइड करो बस अबे सिंपल ए कमिट करना चाहिए पता है सिंपल ए कमिट अच्छा खासा अभी वैसा ही खेल रहे थे भाई ये बंदे को क्लियर करो कोई
Has been top shelf.
कसम
That's another opener from that position.
This is it, man. This is money invested for Fnatic. MIBR might be pushing up to 12 if
अभी तक एक प्लैटिनम भी समझ जाता हो वही खेल रहा है
1 minute on the clock. So don't expect to push for the next 40 seconds or so, but it looks like they will get ahead of it. Reveal's going through. Ready to break into this side, but Hunter's Fury's going to have to land. Have to find its mark. It's one man, but there's so many more on the site itself. Oh, nice work from Kayak. Nice work from Chronicle. Fnatic back on the horse. At last, that shock dart could be deadly. Chron just about dodges it.
Now they have
इनके नाइस में एकदम
pretty
सुनाई
high
आ रहा है
impact potential ults to use.
Hero
Dimensional
Fnatic
drift
को
if they want the info, but I think they might just
नाइस ये राउंड है
gamble the pit. It's definitely being considered. The
I'll
blockade
take
of Kayak
everything.
put into play, and in the meantime, Alpha's dropped another.
ये GG है अभी
It seemed like they might be on their last legs, but instead, Fnatic fight back in force. Cortesia with no chance of turning this round. Well, Alpha will go looking.
OT नहीं जाएगा
Hoping, I think it was to get that ultimate online. The rest of the players are going to sit back and wait. And that will be Kayak with his third. A brilliant round from him individually, even if at times Fnatic may have fumbled. This guy has been solid.
शेनॉम एक ही जगह पे बैठ के खेल रहा है
It really seemed like
मैंने अभी तक 5 राउंड उसको वहाँ पे खेलते हुए देख लिया होगा
in these last couple of rounds.
फिर भी ये लोग
barely a
नहीं
sign
केयर
of
करते
life, but every note fell into
वो
place
साइड
here.
पे वो दोनों बहुत
Having
अजीब
the pit
खेले यार
online to further lock it down when players were tagged.
अभी कायाक का अल्ट है
So low.
राउंड
Couldn't
खत्म
agree
मैच
with
खत्म
Boaster
Nice
more.
Chron as well.
That was a huge round for Fnatic.
भाई वहाँ को सम टेंशन दे दिया ना इन लोग ने ओटी जा सकता है आई डोंट थिंक सो बोला ना इको निकालती है फनाटिक कौन सा इको था कौन सा इको निकालती है ये फनाटिक का इको थोड़ी था बाय था इको राउंड इसके बाद होता अगर ये हारते तो पर कायाक ने ऐसा होने नहीं दिया ना 3 मारा वहां पे जाके
Further and further into the game and closer, and then they hit map point. And that can be a breaking point, and I think Prod knows it. It is exactly when he should be taking this pause, not that there's many other opportunities to do so. And if he can find the words that rallies the troops, we've seen some brilliant play. Artson, Jenem especially in this final map have been superb.
Still light shields पे खेल रहे हैं
And
भाई
they streak the final two together. They have shown they are a competitor, even versus the best of the best. This is a team that went out 0-4 in maps at the last event.
ए ऑफ लगाया है शॉट जा रहा है फास्ट भाग के जा रहा है
but it definitely hasn't been.
No, not even close. A 2-round gap for MIBR. Ground to be made up. They're coming off the back of the big streak. Interrupted by Fnatic here.
आसपास को एंगल छोड़ना ही नहीं चाहिए आपको पता है
Right as they were about to
कायाक बैठा हुआ है स्मोक फेड होने का वेट करेगा और उसके बाद वहां पे सामने जाएगा और उसका टीपी है क्या रेडी उसका टीपी रेडी है उसका टीपी एक्सपायर होगा 5 सेकंड में
Drone has been
को आ गया उससे पहले वापस
Fnatic right back to this slow pace and Aspas I feel like he's cursed he's on the wrong side of the map every single time
नाइस भाई आसपास को डॉज किया बहुत अच्छा है
bear in mind there's also A lockdown on either side. The attack one goes in first, but is there going to be an immediate response? There is.
That's spam. A lot of damage. Alpha's lucky to still be alive. TP used into backside. It spotted Artson. He's running for his life, but he'll be caught, and that is not a good look.
भाई
Blood in the water immediately as Artson falls.
आसपास को बचाना पड़ेगा बस. आसपास को बोल रहा हूँ. कायक को बचाना पड़ेगा.
More needed for Fnatic to close
Spam
this
हो जाएगा वो. बच गया timing.
Presents a danger, and Kayak's the one to eat the bullet on the other side. Trades back and forth.
आसपास
The
ऑफ लेके आ
sharks
रहा
are
है.
circling here for
सोल्डी
Fnatic.
सिटी.
Hungry
इन्फो
for
मिला
that
एक का
final
बस.
kill. One last strike.
2 सिटी 1
Playoffs is theirs.
तीनों
The
केयर कर
series
रहे हैं.
along with it. This started
किसी
out
को लॉन्ग फर्क नहीं
terribly.
पड़ता.
They had to climb their way back in. And the
अरे आसपास.
they undo all their hard work.
Chronicle.
In a 1 versus 1.
Oh boy, Sab! Go Demo!
And he will strike the final blow. 2-1. Fnatic win it with a Red Bull clutch.
That's the guy you want in those late round scenarios. That's the guy that saves the day. So clean with it at the end. 7 HP is all that was left.
Big round भाई.
That could have been a response.
भाई अभी उसने
squad on the other side.
गोट है भाई क्रॉनिकल भेंडी.
In Americas, they have made Fnatic sweat more than most would expect. It's a great showing, but the fact is, only one of them has made it into the playoffs here today.
Klurge भाई क्या था?
It's a great day for MEA. They
Crazy
will
मारा
join
बे.
Heretics as another of the squads to make it to playoffs.
What a debut, though, from MIBR on that chat stage. They looked absolutely clean in their opening matchup, but
भाई
here
लोग बोल रहे थे ना
pushing
कौन है गोट
Fnatic
उसने
the
वो
distance,
एस्टैब्लिश किया पता है खुद
making
को
them sweat, as you
लास्ट
said,
राउंड
but
को
it wasn't enough to claim the day. Fnatic now have time to prepare for playoffs.
Bro, भाई मुझे लगा आसपास पॉप ऑफ किया ये राउंड भाई अभी तो निकाल लेगा भाई बिठा दिया उसको यार.
Yeah, for sure. And I think there's going to be a lot of things they're going to talk about after the match.
By the way, they could have
things that need
double
to be
peek.
changed, but we talk about this
They
squad
could
often
have
about the
एक
resilience
jump
that they
peek कर रहा
have.
है एक swing कर रहा है.
I think more importantly for Kayak,
हम 1v1 जाएंगे.
नहीं यार वो heat of the moment में वैसा तो निकलता रहेगा भाई.
difference maker. I think if he didn't have the performance on this map.
शी भाई.
कल किसका मैच है? कल लास्ट होगा ना?
सेन का है.
कल कहाँ से?
क्योंकि भाई he
कहाँ
was
से
7
सेन का है?
HP. Bro, he was 7 HP.
हाँ ना सही में उसको स्विंग कर जाना चाहिए था अलग से. हाँ बे कल सेन का है. सेन और डीजी का गेम है. वो अभी एलिमिनेटर गेम्स है भाई. इसमें मजा आएगा ना. इसमें मजा आएगा ना.
यार भाई कल से मजे है भाई.
कल से बहुत मजे आएंगे. चलो भाई. See ya. Take care. Bye bye. आसपास इज नॉट आसपासिंग दिस. क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई? पागल हो गया. इतना तो मारा आसपास ने. आसपास लास्ट सीरीज भी कितना मारा? He was 54-43 bro. What do you mean he is not आसपासिंग? इसके पहले वाली सीरीज में अगेंस्ट BLG आसपास was 35-17 प्लस 18 है उसके पास. प्लस 18 मजाक है? हलवा थोड़ी है. चीटू तेह की वजह से जीत रही थी, नहीं तो हकासे हैं. अच्छा ठीक है देविक भाई. ओके ब्रो, नाइस ओपिनियन ब्रो. ये तो बहुत लोग चैट में बोलते हैं तो मैं आपको क्या एनपीसी घोषित कर दूं? पर चलो कोई बात. क्रॉनिकल गोट है भाई. क्रॉनिकल इज द रियल गोट. क्रेजी खेला ना क्रॉनिकल. ऐसा ही राउंड चाहिए था. सेकंड पर MIBR को रखा था. आ जाएगी भाई. MIBR क्वालिफाई कर जाएगी. देख लो MIBR क्वालिफाई कर जाएगी. मजाक नहीं है. ऐसी नहीं बोल रहा मैं. MIBR पर क्वालिफाई कर जाएगी. RRQ BLG में से कोई नहीं हरा सकता MIBR को अभी. MIBR भी स्ट्रांग थी भाई. वो लोग लास्ट तक जब इतना अगर आए हैं तो भाई बिल्कुल 7,800 है. करेगी इजी और नहीं तो क्या. G2 कॉम्पैक्ट लोडिंग. यस सर मजा आएगा. कल का मैच है सेंट्रल्स. कल कौन जीतेगा? कल सेंट्रल्स वर्सेस शीला है. सेंट्रल्स के लिए बहुत इजी गेम है कल. कल सेंट्रल्स बिल्कुल नहीं हक सकती, पर टीम लिक्विड वर्सेस ईडीजी जो पहला गेम है ना भाई, वही गेम जो है वो असली डिसाइडर गेम है भाई, कि यहाँ पे मजा आएगी। ईडीजी मेरे को लगता है हक देगी, चाइना बाहर होगी, टीएल वर्सेस डीआरएक्स होगा, और टीएल वर्सेस डीआरएक्स में डीआरएक्स जीत के क्वालिफाई करेगी, ये मेरा प्रेडिक्शन है आगे। और G2 DRG आगे, G2 DRG है बस, हैं? G2 DRG के साथ और कोई मैच नहीं है? नहीं, बिली और RRQ भी तो है, तो बिली RRQ, ओ हेल ना ब्रो, उसमें RRQ जीतेगी। तो G2 DRG तो G2 का गेम है भाई। अभी ये 4 टीम क्वालिफाई हो गई ना, मस्त है। थॉट्स आल्सो जीतेंगे वो लोग, बट आई डोंट थिंक सो वो लोग क्वालिफाई करेंगे, बिकॉज सेंट्रल्स के लिए क्वालिफिकेशन इज गोइंग टू बी रियली हार्ड भाई। सेंट्रल्स का मैच वापस जायंटिक्स के साथ है, मे बी दे कैन क्वालिफाई, मे बी दे कैन क्वालिफाई। पर G2 का जो क्रेजी आर्क आएगा ना, अभी T1 के साथ मैच है, मजा आएगा भाई उस मैच पे। ऑलराइट चलो दोस्तों, सी या, टेक केयर, बाय बाय, लव यू ऑल। कल खेलेंगे, कल थोड़ी गेमिंग करेंगे पहले, फिर उसके बाद वॉच पार्टी, ठीक है? क्योंकि कल क्रेजी दिन है, तो कल अपन जल्दी स्टार्ट करेंगे, 4 साढ़े 4 को वापस चालू करेंगे, फट से जाएंगे वॉच पार्टी करने 6:30 को। चलिए, सी MIBR can qualify? Yes, they can qualify if they win against the winner of RRQ versus BLG. तो MIBR क्वालिफाई कर जाएगी, एंड आई रियली थिंक कि MIBR क्वालिफाई करेगी, बिकॉज उन लोग बहुत स्ट्रांग लग रहे हैं, और बिली और RRQ का गेम देख के समझ में आ गया था कि वो लोग MIBR के अगेंस्ट तो नहीं जीत पाएंगे। ले ली मेंबरशिप, थैंक यू सो मच प्रांजल मेरा भाई। कल की प्रेडिक्शन ट्विटर पे डाल दूंगा, एक्सक्लेमेशन मार्क ट्विटर पे फॉलो करो। चलो बाय बाय, टेक केयर, गुड नाइट।